Hello, little Red Bull. Hello, little Red Bull.
Hey, fucking hold on, I'm just unraveling me mind.
Stop whacking off, little Red Bull.
Hey, fucking hold on, I'm just unraveling me mind.
Stop whacking off, little Red Bull.
Alright, mic cord unraveled. Alright, so can you hear me? What's up?
I can hear you, but you got a bit of a lag, Red Bull.
Probably. Hang on, fucking hell. That should be better. Alright, so what the fuck are you doing here?
Testing. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you in your Duke Nukem fucking accent.
Testing.
Oh, there's echo.
Alright, I got it, Red Bull.
Just watch it on one screen. You don't have to watch it on fucking 4 different devices.
Well, I had a tab opened up, and then the StreamYard tab was opened up. I realized it.
Yeah, that'll do it.
So, Red
Can
Bull,
only be here.
I got a DM not too long ago, maybe a few minutes, from one Luke's Awakening.
Yeah,
and he doesn't understand why you are being so hardcore with him.
I don't know. Can't take the heat. Get out of the kitchen.
Why are you being so hardcore, Red Bull?
I don't know. What's with this fucking accent? This is shit. Go back to do a Nuben.
I'm not doing an accent, Red Bull. You hear me going blocky, blocky, block, 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 block. No. I just got through watching Sandman.
That'll do it to you.
Yeah.
That'll do it to you, brother. So, who was your favourite, Macho Man or Hogan?
Macho.
I don't know. Hogan outlasted him.
Correct.
He's got to be top 3, doesn't he, Hogan?
Of all time, sure. Hello there, Dashin Nubin. I sent Luke the link. I said maybe you two can work it out. We'll see if he shows up.
Shadow realm him to fucking the fucking ether world.
Yeah, I love all these terminologies. It's like I miss that. I miss those terminologies as a adult growing up.
What the fuck are you talking about, cunt?
Shadow realm, ether world, all that shit.
That's from crazy people, Dashin Nubin.
It's just younger people, yeah.
No, right, yeah.
Yeah, whatever.
So, is this your new safe space, Dean? You coming to get protected by Red Bull?
I go where I want to go.
He likes you, yeah. That's all it is. And that's why CPA.
I can even go on Ricardo Cody's stream. But,
Yeah,
you
whatever.
know, he can't handle the heat sometimes.
He's very tired today.
Oh, he should be. He's been streaming for fucking 6 days.
He was on the thing yesterday with me, so he is tired from that.
Yeah, the cunt needs some fucking sleep, cunt.
Yeah,
Dasha
no,
Newman.
I told him that.
What happened, Dasha Newman? I saw the dog made a video on your good BFF Ricardo and you.
Who's the dog?
Oh, blocky, Dasha Newman.
I heard her giving Ricardo shit.
Oh yeah, but you were mentioning Dasha.
Yeah, I mean, you know, that's probably a good thing rather than a bad thing, because she wasn't saying arsehole, Dalshin arsehole, Dalshin shithead, stuff like that. So
It
it
doesn't matter.
So,
was a slight improvement.
Dean, you need to do me a favour.
Depends on the favor.
Well, no, you just need to do it.
He doesn't want the wrestling talker.
No, I was just saying, you just got to do me a favour, that's all. It's easy. Are you up for the challenge?
Make it quick, Red Bull.
Or what, you got somewhere to be?
Correct. As soon as my woman gets out the shower, we're having QT time. And I mean spaghetti.
Oh, okay. Why aren't you in the shower with her?
Because I do not need to be in the shower.
Have you got one of those little shitty little fucking hotel sort of bathrooms where you can't fit?
Not exactly, Red Bull.
It's like a little cubicle.
I have a shower where you can take off the head piece and twirl it all the way around.
So there's not enough room for both.
Of course there is.
Who is this voice anyway? Are we supposed to recognize it?
No,
It's like
Dasha
a bit of a
Newman.
duke. It's like
I
a
just
half
got through watching Sandman, Dasha Newman on Netflix. Have you ever seen it?
Well, so anyway, are you interested in doing this fucking favor for me or what?
Like I said, you better make your request quick.
Just, dude, take CPE out of your avatar.
Oh, doesn't she have me in hers?
Yeah,
Who
but
did
you
it
can hardly
first?
tell.
Who did it first?
Yeah, but hers looks cool.
If you can't take the heat, get out of the kitchen.
Yeah, but you can't really tell it's you. And anyway, you've got videos with your face up there, and your face is on your main channel, so that's all good. It's not like you're you know, if you didn't have your photo in videos and stuff, then that's fair enough. But
It's too bad.
what do you mean?
An eye for an eye. If you cannot take that, then don't do that.
So you're not interested in doing it?
I am more interested in seeing what tomorrow brings, aren't you?
All right, peace out. Player 2 has left the building.
Red Bull.
No, where the fuck is the audio? All right.
Oh, hello.
Hey, what's going on? I just saw the private chats too. Yeah, no, it's all good.
Yeah. I was just like, just joking because it's just funny watching him do his rounds, you know. Watching him do their fucking pathetic shit.
Yeah, no, I booted him before.
Did you? It's just funny because it's just like he's got no fucking pride, has he? He's got no like saving face or anything. It's bizarre.
Yeah, like I nearly said something the other night when I was doing the stream, but it's, I don't know, like maybe I'm a little different to you guys where like I've gone in on these guys so hard where it would feel a little bit shit if I didn't give them 5 minutes in my stream.
We wouldn't notice
Say,
it.
shut the fuck up, Newman. I'll fucking kick you too, cunt.
Oh, I'm not I'm not fucking talking.
I didn't think I was there.
I'm not talking to you, Dushin, because you and Ricardo are just going to literally stroke each other's fucking cocks about this for like 3 weeks just because I actually shared a fucking sentence with you. So
I was lovely about you. So
really,
you just take a fucking back seat for a little minute, Newman.
Lovely about me like you're lovely about fucking Eve. Fuck off.
That's all right. He's muted.
Oh no, because he'll just be fucking tossing off behind. Wanker. His fucking tiny little spaghetti dick.
You know what I was just trying to say, like that. Yeah, like I go in so hard where it'd feel a little bit shit if I didn't give him a little bit of time.
Yeah, do what
when
you
I
want.
do throw a stream on.
I'll take the piss out of them though every fucking time because they're the ones knocking everyone else and trying to drag everyone down. And then they
please
come round.
do, because that would be exactly what I'd be doing if I saw him in another chat.
Exactly, because it's just pointing them out for being the fucking pathetic pieces of shit that they are, not standing behind their words. Do you know what I mean? Like you're standing behind your words. That sounds like a reasonable approach. You know, it's logical. Whereas like theirs is just like they'll just fucking rip everyone to bits, dox them.
Well, that's what I was trying to say. It's like I gave him a little bit of time the other night, but
yeah.
Literally, he got like 5 minutes. You don't want to come out of your voice. You don't want to play on the table. Boom. See you later. But they're more than welcome every other time. It's like literally as soon as I turn the stream on, it's
well, that's why I said the thing about Carl. Do you know what I mean? Because it wasn't against you. It was more like, oh, look at this. He's trying to find himself another fucking glory hole. Where's Lewis? What about Lewis? Like, where are they all?
Yeah, I thought it was pretty funny.
Yeah, it was fucking hilarious, mate. Especially after this video with his fucking trying to fucking threaten Rabbit dude. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, that was pretty hardcore shit.
Fucking out of order. I've only seen a tiny bit of it because I tried to watch it because I was like, oh, actually, I've not watched anything of his for fucking months. But I was like, this one is fucking psychologically very interesting. And I think I managed to watch about 3 minutes of it and I passed straight out. I just went straight to sleep because I just can't listen to him without falling asleep.
Actually, that's been happening to me for the last couple of weeks with literally everyone the stream. Like I used to be able to just put them on and then kind of have a bit of a nana nap to them. But like now it's like just like I wake up and it's the next day.
Yeah. Maybe the weed's getting better. Maybe you've got better weed.
No, same old, same old.
Is it?
I don't know. Pretty much.
Because often that happens to me if I have a big, because I do get there is where I am because it's not legal or anything over here. Well, I think it is actually now. No, it is. Like my mate's got it. My mate got some the other day. I couldn't believe it.
It'd be pretty close to it.
Yeah. My mate came round and she had like all these. And we tried it out, and I was like, we did have a little bit of a celebration because obviously we grew up together, me and my mate, and we'd always talked about this day, when it wasn't going to be like that. But I haven't seen enough effects. It's just prescription only at the moment, I think.
Well, that's the same here.
Is it?
Yeah. We're not like, say, in America or Canada where you just go to the shop.
Yeah. Okay. Right.
Like,
yeah.
No, fuck no. It's far from that.
Doctors. She's like, get yourself to doctors and they'll put you on it straight away. I was like, well, yeah, I just can't be asked to get in the doctors. Like, I'd rather just buy it off the fucking black market. It's easier.
Yeah, but it's not.
No, I
It's
know.
like, and it's just nothing like it. It is nothing like it.
That's what I was
It's
going to say.
fucking,
It's like it's erratic. The quality is erratic. The stuff I get. Do you know what I mean? It's all good, decent quality. It's just like the strength. You don't know what you're going to get.
yeah, well, see, that's probably the other benefit of getting the medicinal. Like, you don't, it's all guaranteed.
Yeah. You can choose what you want. Choose what strength you want and stuff, can't you?
Well, you can, but it's also like they guarantee that there's no like bugs or fucking molds or like
Yeah.
it's all really
I
clean
make
shit.
sure the stuff I get, like, apart from occasionally when you can't get it from anywhere else, but like it's all none of it's gangster shit. You know what I mean? No blood has been spilt on the weed that
Yeah.
I know where it grows. Do you know what I mean? It's like it's not like that. But
Yeah, so, and I don't know what your prices would be like. So yeah. Because over here, like it
it's
it
way
was
cheaper than the legal shit. The legal shit's like half the price of the fucking.
yeah, that's what threw it all out over here. It was like pretty cheap for really good
Yeah,
quality. So it was like, fuck, you're kind of stupid to go to Old Matey. Like,
too right.
but
Especially if
when you
old
go
mate's
to
not answering the fucking phone.
yeah, well, and then when you go to Old Matey, he's just like, oh, fuck that medical shit. Like, it's fucking shit. You know, and it's like, fuck off, cunt. Like, it's
Yeah.
staunches or like,
Oh no, I
literally
don't think.
staunches.
Yeah, well, he's got to keep his finger in the pies, hasn't he? Because it's like fucking YouTube, and it's like I've got bills to pay.
So how's Newman just been sitting there muted the fucking munted cunt?
Oh, maybe. Sorry, Dawson. I'm having a fag now. I ran out of weed, by the way. My mate went on holiday. See, I wouldn't have this problem, would I?
Well, no, not if you had your scription, because you just would
Yeah.
toddle off to the chemist and grab yourself a new container.
Chemist is like 3 minutes around the corner as well. Fuck's sake.
Well, that's how
Even
it works
24
here.
hours.
You just go to the chemist and get it.
Yeah, I think that's where my mate got it from. I think there might be
Yeah.
special ones. I doubt that my local chemist will have it, but you never know. I just can't be asked to
Well,
go.
see, I had it also set up where you was I didn't even like the chemist was in another state, but they just would like overnight send it.
Oh, okay, right, yeah.
So
That's-
as long as you ordered it like before the afternoon, like it would literally turn up the very next morning, knock on your door, fucking postie, here you go. And I was, oh shit, like,
I'm alive. And do you know I could
fucking
get it in 2 seconds, you know, with my head injury and stuff. Like, I could just go in and just be like, because it's post-concussive syndrome. It's like, it's an anti-inflammatory. It's fucking exactly what I need.
yeah. Well, see, I get it for insomnia.
Ah, insomnia.
Well, that's what I told them. But I need to be able to sleep. He's like, oh yeah, it sounds good. This will
I've
work.
already got
Oh, there you go.
this concussion thing, this pre-existing diagnosis. So I could just go in and be like, oh, the fucking concussion's giving me some right jip.
Yeah.
Which it was a couple of weeks ago. It fucking was, big time.
I never bought
Well,
it from a chemist.
Didn't you?
Hang on, aren't you fucking muted, man?
No, I noticed that then.
How did you get past the fucking mute ban?
You just gotta press the button, but yeah, you gotta notice the button. You know what I mean?
Have
So
you
I never
got
bought it.
fucking?
I never bought it from a chemist, man.
But you don't get medicinal,
You
Well,
live
I
in the
thought that
you live
I
in the
thought they
back.
were all medicinal.
huh?
I thought they were all medicinal.
Well, that's
Well, not
strange.
if you're not getting it from the chemist. It's not.
So, Dawson, I bet you grow yours in a bush in the back, don't you? In your garden, I'd imagine.
No, I never grew any, but I
Really?
did. No, yeah, I've had a plant, but yeah, that's it.
Surely you guys could grow it just like a normal house plant. It's like you wouldn't even need any extra heat or sun or anything.
Yeah, Evie was gonna do that. I don't do anything. I just
No,
clean.
it doesn't.
You just have to put a seed in a pot and put some water on it. It's not hard.
I know. I'm going straight.
See, that's like I know we've been dumping on him for ages, but that's what I reckon Ricardo should have done. Instead of when he fucking lost the plot a few months ago, and then started doing like 24/7 fucking game streams and shit. I said he should have done like a
So he
live
missed
from
the
the
boat.
like a podcast from the fucking green room, and just like sit there for a couple of hours every day and just run through some grows.
That would have been sweet. He'd have got a different crew of people coming over as well. It would have
Oh
expanded his
fucking oath! Like
audience.
you get all the stoners because as soon as you see weed, like they're in.
Oh yeah,
And then
especially kids, you get kids teenagers hand over fist coming over then.
Well, and because half of us all fancy ourselves as fucking pretty
connoisseurs.
good smokers and stuff, so yeah, it would have been a whole different vibe.
Yeah, of course. He just likes playing the games, though. The video games.
Yeah, but he did used to grow weed. Like he showed us it's just behind him.
Yeah.
Oh, has he
in
got a
his
whole setup?
cupboard or something.
He did that. That's what I mean.
Is
Maybe
it
he
legal
went
to
fucking.
grow? Is it legal to grow it where he's based though?
Probably.
Don't know.
No idea, and I don't think it's legal for me to grow it anyway.
Yeah, exactly. They've still got the restrictions on. But it doesn't matter in Australia. Surely you can just chuck the seeds literally in your garden and not do anything else, and then you'll just come out the next day and there's just like a magic beanstalk full of weed.
I don't think
Yeah,
so.
no, it's not like that.
Mm.
But you know what?
And you still got to hide it. You still got to hide it from the road and from people that you don't know, right? So it doesn't worry me. I don't smoke it anymore.
All right, okay. Well, it's still a nice plant though. Got plenty of uses.
Well, this is a weed stream, Newbin, so you better go.
Yeah, the nicest one I ever had was you have one bong and you go to sleep for another 8 hours. And that was so cheap. You know, like you're 17, 18 or whatever, and you're just like, man, this is the best because I'm barely going through any of it.
Yeah.
I get like that sometimes if I've not smoked for a bit and then I have some, it'll just knock me out.
I think it was fly spray.
Oh god, that shit, man. Do you remember gritweed? Did you guys ever get gritweed? Like it was like what 15, 20 years ago. Everyone was spraying the weed with this fucking shit to make it weigh more. So it was like a sugar water thing that they were spraying on the weed. It was fucked up, mate. And you'd buy the weed and it'd be like resin, but it wasn't.
No, I've had stuff like that weighs more than it looks like and everything. Yeah.
They spray it with
that's the PGR shit.
What's that? PGR? Is that what it's called? That sugar shit?
Parental guidance.
Yeah. No, it's not. It's fucking growth regulators.
Right. Okay.
PGR is plant growth regulators.
Is that when they've not flushed it out?
You can't.
Can't you?
Like it just literally turns your plants toxic. Like there's a handful of chemicals that are banned in some countries, but you can still get them in other places and for other things.
Yeah.
And for a long time, the main growers they used to use that on the bulk shit. So it just changes it's pretty hardcore chemicals. Like it was awful. It changes the whole DNA of the fucking plant. Like it makes them grow short.
Yeah, it was fucked up. Like you could tell from the weed.
And it'd be like super heavy. It'd like
really hard.
a little bud would weigh about 3 fucking grams.
Yeah,
it's just super shit, harsh. But they used to. Yeah, well, they just had the wrong strains. So rather than little indicas, they would have big bush plants, and they'd try to make them stunted.
Right.
So when they're growing, you'd spray all this fucking toxic shit over them, the PGR, the regulators, and that would just it'd just make them shrink and just grow rock solid, but it's fake. Like it was never.
Weed tree would be awesome, actually, wouldn't it? Like actually, really, if you grew it as a bonsai plant, it'd be fun.
Well, that's why you can get these chemicals around. Like they're usually used in like for lawns and greenskeepers and stuff.
Right. Okay. You're right. Yeah.
So people that'll look after like bowling greens or like
Yeah,
Golf
stuff that's not
courses.
supposed to be eaten, smoked.
Yeah, you just
or
explained the
anything.
lawns. Yeah.
Well, yeah, they spray that on the lawn so it makes the greens, not like the putting greens and the bowling greens, nice and compact. But yeah,
Right.
you're not
Yeah,
supposed
never
to.
mind that. Never mind that. I heard of what everything that you guys were saying anyway. You were saying, oh, Darshan this, Darshan that, all this shit. It's just like, holy fuck.
What the fuck are you talking about now, cunt?
I'm talking about it's hard to gauge you for what you're saying. You know what I mean? Hypercritical.
It ain't real
Yeah,
life, dog.
that wasn't
Ricardo
what I
taught
was
me that,
talking
man.
about. Fucking plant regulators, and then you've just said it's about what the fuck? It's not all about you, Newbin.
Mm. No, I'm
Well,
saying I'm still cheesed off.
oh,
And then
I
you're going for your 20-minute junkulars about plants and grasses and golf
yeah.
lawns. Yeah.
All right.
It's
Well, if you're not happy, well then peace out.
yeah.
Why are you pissed off?
Because he just got kicked.
Oh right, did I? Oh dear.
Fucking idiot.
I'm sure Ricardo's on, so he can go over there.
Yeah, a little bit sensitive, isn't he?
Oh, yeah. I was interested to hear what he was going to say, though. To be honest, I wanted to know what he was pissed off about because, fair enough. I mean, I think there's a bit of that going around at the moment. There's a bit of a weird zeitgeist flipping about. I think.
It's all right. He's got plenty of echo chambers he can go fucking spurge off into.
I don't. The thing is with Darshan is when he actually wants to open up, though, I'm like, go for it because. Like,
He reaches into his soul, doesn't he?
he actually tries sometimes. Yeah, bless him. So I'm like, I actually do want to hear what he's got to say sometimes with that shit. But yeah.
Yeah, I don't know where that was going though. We just yeah.
I don't know. But in some ways at least he was kind of, what I mean? It's like he was more honest he's more honest when he's kicking off in that way than what we see when he's just doing the thing with Ricardo day in, day out, It's like that's just an act, isn't it? That's just a thing that they do.
Well, I don't know. It's if you do it all the time, is it really? Like
Well, not an act then, a routine, a ritual.
yeah.
Something like that anyway.
Well, if you take it all on face value, then technically he was slagging off his mate when I was talking in the stream the other night.
Was it?
Pretty much like you could take it that way, but then the very next morning, like I saw him in Ricardo's stream, and it was like flip the script time.
Yeah.
So
I don't like that so much.
Whatever.
I get that I do actually get that though, because like I was really pissed off at how that Ricardo would be, and obviously with me and whatever originally, like a week ago or a week and a half ago or something, and then obviously I went on and I was all right, I was like, and because I think he just has that effect, I mean? He's a nice guy, you know what I mean? And I can understand why Darshan just flipped the script and was like pissed off at him for some reason, and the next day he was all right with him. I can imagine that. It's easily done with some people. Some people they just manage to get you back every time. Like,
that's
it took me a long.
Some are very good at it.
Yeah, some are very good at it. Yeah, and some of them like fucking hell, like you just can't fight it. Like,
yeah, but then that's I don't know, when it's the manipulator, isn't it? If they can't do it, well then they can't.
No, but it's
tough. It sucks, really.
It really does suck, doesn't it, when you have to do that? And I think I've come to that point. Hopefully, like me and Ricardo can make it up in the future one day.
But then also, to be fair, like a week is a long fucking time.
Yeah, over here it is
a lot. It is in YouTube. Well, like you can catch fucking 30 hours of an apology stream. In the meantime, so a week can change a lot. But not from like one night to then the next morning, everything's fucking honky dory, back on mods, and yeah, I don't know. That's a bit
I don't
just
know.
part of the fucking charade.
Yeah. It's part of, you don't know what sort of strategies people are playing as well to protect themselves in situations. So, like, Doshin might be like,
Well,
okay, Ricardo's being all right now. I'll be all right with him and I'll just see what he's going to do next. Do you know what I mean? Like, I can't fault him for that if that's what he's doing.
nah, and see that's the shit part. Like, because like I'm not doing a strategy or anything like that. Like, I haven't streamed for a while, but I was always planning on doing a few around Easter time. Like, shit, I said that last year.
Yeah,
That
you're
like
talking about.
it's gonna be a few months, but like at Easter, like we'll do some shit. Like,
Yeah,
took a few months, but
yeah,
yeah, nah. You know, I don't. And like I was saying, like I've gone in on everyone, so everyone's kind of welcome for their original. Come and give you 2 cents worth.
yeah. I know exactly what you mean. I know
But
exactly.
you know, after you've said your 2 cents worth, if it's still bullshit, well then fucking see you later, son. Like,
hmm That's what I wanted for that Death Zone thing. I wanted it to
yeah,
be open, so anyone apart from a couple, you know, but just
yeah, and
come on and have it
you know,
out.
I understand why those ones are not welcome there, but
Yeah, just
that's
them
what I'm
two.
saying. Like,
That's
I've
just
had a
my
different,
because of me. That's just my own issue with them. Do you know what I mean? Nothing to do with.
and that's completely fucking fine. You know, like it's your shit. I
But it
respect all
doesn't
that.
mean
That's
everybody
cool.
else.
Like,
Yeah, everybody like exactly the same as you with everyone else. So it's just like let people come and say their piece. Like that's the whole point. Like I'm sick of these game playing bullshit. Like I am a game player and I've been doing game playing all this time regarding trying to like defend against those two fuckers. But now I'm like I've dropped it and I don't want to play no games no more. Can't be arsed.
yeah, I hear you, and I feel it as well.
Yeah.
And you know, that's what I was saying a little while ago, where even making videos, it's like
Yeah.
I did that, and then it's like, you know, you could easily do it again. Like just fifth. They start off at 5 minutes, then next minute you're ranting for 10 minutes, then next minute's
Yeah.
a half an hour,
That one was half an
next
hour. The one I did yesterday. I couldn't believe
next
it.
minute it's an hour, and then but you, it's hard to get out of that nasty vibe. Like you've really got to start pulling yourself back, and then
Mm.
it's like, fuck, hang on, like this ain't real life, dog. Like,
Yeah.
but I'm just sitting here fucking. I've just cut sick for half an hour, and some of it's a debrief as well. Like,
Mm-hmm.
fuck, you know, and that was also pretty good. Sometimes you know, have a bad day, and it's just right. I'm fucking cutting sick on the mic, like,
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, that's it.
right.
Make it work for you, innit?
Well, you try.
Yeah. Well, that's where I'm at with the videos. It's so rare for me to do a thing like that now, but I felt the need random, and I really did think long and hard about doing it because I don't do it anymore for that reason, exactly the same reason, and because of it feeds them. But with this one, I just thought I've made so many attempts with Ricardo. It was my last one. Do you know what I mean? It's the last thing, my last bit on it, and then it's like because as well, I was like thinking, well, he was just doing these like unfettered sort of loopy things that I've obviously went into on my video, and I just thought, well, at least for the future, even if it's just sat there and no one ever looks at it, and even if in the future it's just I've got some rebuttal there. You know, if someone comes to his channel and they hear him just going on and on and on, then oh, who is this fucking bitch that they're on about? And then they might go and have a look who I am, and they see that, and it's like, okay, they get a bit more storage. You know what I mean? That's it. That's the reason I did it. I was just like, why should I just shut down and let
Well,
them?
that's right.
Yeah.
And like that's really when people would get banned early was it's like if you kind of sat there and went along with everything, it didn't matter really where you were, except if you're on Deed Reed's channel. where it was pretty much cool. Like you could be everywhere, you know, muck around with everyone. But then, like, yeah, I don't know. I'm fucking confused.
I think you still can look around with everyone, can't you? It's just we've all got to know each other a bit more, haven't we? So it makes it all more complicated. Maybe.
Yeah, it does. But I was trying to say something. I fucking forgot what I was saying mid sentence.
Oh right, the weed.
Yeah, I've not long woke up. It's still hard.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's sort of changed. It's all good.
Yeah, it's not the happy clappy place it was, is it?
Well, nah, like it. No, I don't know. It is, but it's still fun.
Yeah, it's still all right. It's still all right. It's all good. That's it. It comes down to it. It's all good. Otherwise, I wouldn't still be here. But fucking hell, man, it's been mental, hasn't it? These last few weeks. What the fuck's been going on?
It's just the yearly purge.
Yeah. April, spring. It could be the spring, you know.
It's just the yearly purge. It happens every fucking season.
The purge.
It's like you pick up a few ticks and then you just got to go fucking quarantine yourself and purge.
That's so true. That's exactly what it is, isn't it? End up with all these parasites and all these monkeys on your back and all this shit. You have to go and get in the sheep dip for a bit.
It's like when fucking Dean was on here the other night. And he's like, "Oh, you attack everyone." I'm like, "Well, who?" It took about half an hour, but it was
Coming
like
from him.
it was like, "Who do I attack?" And it was like, "Oh, Lewis, Rabbit, Carl."
Oh.
I'm like, Albert. Like, I'm like, who the fuck cares? And that's clearly not fucking everybody.
Well,
like,
it's because he's pissed off because he's the only one who's allowed to attack those guys. Don't you know that, Red Bull? He's the only one. He's the one in the driver's seat there. Don't be messing with his fucking pets.
don't play with his
fucking
It
pets.
doesn't. Yeah, he don't share his toys.
Yeah, no. Should have known better than that. I wonder if that might be why Rabbit got told off.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, and that's a tough one. It's the same as Carl. Like, I think they just fucking stitched him up and then bounced him.
Well, I hope that it was on his terms, and I hope he's just taking his time to regroup and stuff, and learn the lessons that he's learned from being with those guys and everything. Good luck to him, man, because he's had a bit of a hard time, I reckon, with those guys, and to unpick that shit, it takes ages.
I don't think Rabbit can. Maybe Carl isn't. For how silly he is, he's still a little bit more mature than Rabbit.
Well, yeah, he's older, isn't he? You know,
like literally, Rabbit sat there for 12 months, scared that he was going to get doxxed.
Yeah, well,
that was all it ever was.
Yeah,
and he fucking knew it too. He knew he gave them his address.
Yeah,
fucking years ago. And it was just sat there in the back. He didn't think about it for ages. And then pretty much it's like, fuck, hang on. Like, there's not much I can do. Like,
you can't blame him as well.
They've got my address. Like, if I say shit, then everyone else is getting doxxed around that time. It's like, he was next.
The shit that they gave him just by being there, and he was their friend. He was using him even then. And so there was manipulation going on and oppression, like pushing him down. Like without even the address, you know what I mean? And so that was already the place he was living. And then if you thought about the address on top of it, you're like, fuck me. And then when he was doing all that shit with like Hyatt and shit like that, if I was Rabbit, I'd be like, oh shit, like you don't want to piss that guy off.
Well, that's how it would all appear because it looked like they could do fucking Google food.
Yeah, they could do what they want.
But yeah, I don't know. I was never fucking worried about any of them.
No. Well, that's it. If you
You know,
stay
and
longer.
that was really who they just had the big bad watchdog involved.
And how many times have they tried to get everyone and they'd be like, oh, you know, so many different people like trying to get information of like where I live and
Everyone.
trying to like fucking like Albert being a big one and both Dean as well, like trying to trick you into because they see it as they see it. So they think if they challenge you in a certain way, like, oh, I'll put my photo up to prove this.
Yeah, it's all just
Loads of
fish.
people.
It's fishing.
Yeah, they do that.
Catfishing.
Yeah, and when they
Big
couldn't
time.
get it out of me, that's when they turned. And it's the same with everyone else. They try it. They try and get you to see how weak you are. Are you going to fall for it? Are you going to show them your address? Are you going to show them your face? And then if you do that, then you're in because they
Yeah,
can have
well,
you.
you're fucked, and you're all
You're
fucked.
fucked, but you're
Like,
also in. Well, you're fucked because you're in as well. You're fucked. If you
well,
go with them
yeah, true.
fuckers. Jesus.
But that's what I was saying before, and I forgot was really when they kind of start up. It's if you sit there and go along with it, you really won't get banned.
Mm.
But as soon as you kind of question a few things, like, hang on, like, wait, you said this in that stream, bang, 10-second timeouts, fucking shadow realms, you ban. And half the time you don't even realize. It's not till you leave the stream and come back, and then it's like, oh, hang on, everything I typed has disappeared.
Yeah.
Fuck, I got banned like 5 minutes ago. Like, what the fuck?
I hate that. It sucks, that one.
Well, that's what, yeah, and it's, I don't know, they've all got their own little minions that fucking do it. But
you're right
yeah.
about the questioning anything. You're right about that. I mean, that's been going on forever because that was part of the reason they fucking turned on me as well. Because back in the day, every time I went down, they'd be like asking me about evil and all that shit. And it was like I couldn't go on there and talk about anything else. That was all they saw. It was like one of those cartoons where they just see a chicken leg when you walk through the door. Do you know what I mean? Like,
yeah,
just one of them.
yeah, I know. Well, that's pretty true. And I noticed it fucking a lot. It's like if you start, and that's why I kept talking about all those story arcs and like, hang on, mate, your fucking channel's just a fucking TV show. Like, you're stuck in a loop. Next minute, you're the first one banned. When they're sitting there like just talking absolute shit to everyone else, like, you know, on face value, it looks like there's mega arguments, but it's not. It's all just entertainment.
Yeah, exactly.
Because as soon as you say, hang on, this is bullshit, like, you two are really friends and you're not fighting at all. Like, this is just made up shit. Bang, you're fucking, they don't want to hear that and they don't want anyone else to see it. So it sort of gives it away a bit. Like,
it's fucked up. But then if I try and do that, if I try and just jokingly go, right, okay, let's have a bit of banter, let's do this then, let's just fucking do it.
They don't play really well.
They do not play it. It's only if they're controlled. And that's the thing I think that shocked me this time around with this season's purge, because I think I've really finally seen like
the 2024 purge.
It's just so one-sided, isn't it? Like they just can't. They can dish it out, but they can't take it. And I thought they could dish it out to some. I thought they could take it. All of these guys, I thought they could take it. That's why I was here.
Nah, they can't. Not really. Some can. But no,
so
not
prove
a lot.
themselves too, mate. They're the ones that we're knock about with. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And look, that's why. Fuck, like Dean doesn't ban me. If anything, I think he unbans me.
Of course he does, because he ain't got no one else going over. He needs someone to talk
to. True. But like, fuck, other random cunts just jump in and they just don't like what I fucking say to them, and then bang, you're banned, and it's like, bro, this ain't even your shit.
Yeah. To be fair, though, I was proper chuntering this week, going in private chat, just like, fuck it, the deaf stream, fuck them. I was like, I'm there fucking doing all my creative, making sure we've got sensitive mods, you know what I mean, who make sure that no one gets banned, everyone gets to say their piece, blah, blah, blah. I was like, fuck it, that's it, it's a safe space now. Fuck them, I'll ban them all if they come. But obviously I'm not going to. But that's how I felt. That's how I felt a couple of days ago. I was like, well, what's the point in putting the extra effort in to sort of facilitate a place where everyone can talk when no one appreciates it?
Yeah, and I was never going to do that on your channel either. Like, I've seen the privileges, and yeah, if anyone's fucking out of line and I'm around, then you probably won't see them on your channel.
Yeah.
But that
When it
other
comes to other
random
people
shit, where,
banning people, they can do what they want. You know, like I've given people wrenches, and I'm just like, you do what you want, and we deal with the fun is the fallout, isn't it? 'Cause it's all part of the fun.
well, yeah, but what I'm saying is like these others, it's like they're not really protecting the channel. It's just like as soon as you say something about them, they then ban you off the other person's channel. It's like, hang on, like this isn't your channel where I've said something bad about you, which you could then ban me. Like, that's fair enough. This is somebody else's channel that I've like talking smack about somebody else, but that somebody else can then jump on and ban you.
Oh, mate, yep.
And it's like, oh, well, fuck, like that's some different shit. Like, and the classic's just been really that Luke did in the last couple of days. It's like, I jumped on Dean's channel, spoke shit about Luke, and then he fucking banned me or timed out, whatever the fuck, but still pulled a fucking card. You know, didn't jump back into the ban. I just went, nah, we're not here. We're not hearing it on this channel.
Wow. So it wasn't like just like a timeout and then like coming back.
Could have been, but I couldn't see what I was writing, and like I was writing for fucking ages still. And then I looked at what he'd written, and he's like, "See you later." Oh fuck! Jump back in there. Everything I typed is gone, and yeah.
Yeah,
But they're the sort of moves I'm saying. It's like if I was on his channel, out of line, talking shit about that seems a little different. Like,
yeah,
you know, that to me that's almost like starting to like echo chambery sort
I
of
suppose
shit.
it depends how out of line you are, doesn't it? But
well, just my typical.
yeah, that's it. It's like that's not out of line then, is it? Because they know who you are, so it should just be. That's just how it is. Like if they're going to have you on, then that's you, and that should be the way it is.
Well, no, I was calling him a soft cock for fucking taking major offence, and I know you don't like him, but taking major offence at Cole doing the cartoons, and because he told Cole to stop playing him, and Cole just fucking banned him. And then I've jumped onto Dean's chat, and I'm like, why the fuck would you be outraged about that? Like, you know, how that's weak. And then he's jumped on and ambushed him, and then it's like, yeah, rightio, see you later. Boom, I was banned, timed out, whatever the fuck.
I can understand someone bitching about Carl though. Fucking hell, I've bitched about him enough.
It was just the joke of the day.
Yeah, that's it. Just make a joke about it. I don't understand it.
Yeah.
Just
well,
weird.
really, the main joke was like, what will you be even doing fucking watching his cartoons anyway?
Yeah.
So that's what I mean. Like, he's in that. And if just on face value, you're looking at people bouncing around streams, like, that was somebody watching a Carl stream that I talked shit about on Dean's, who then struck, like, you know, defended that by timing out.
Yeah.
And then I've bounced into him on Evils, and I've bounced into him on Ricardo's.
Yeah.
And it's like, what the fuck? Like, I'm still arguing over what you, like, how you took offense to what Carl was doing.
At least at Vix, though, you had a bit of support, which I thought was cool. Like, Evil was like, no, you're not banned on mine and stuff, which I thought that's a movement forward. Do you know what I mean? You're getting some people like backing you up and shit. That's decent.
Yeah, Evil co-signs me sometimes.
Yeah.
It's pretty cool. He was here the other night for a few minutes.
Was he? Nice.
Well, I think you were on the same time.
That was when I was here. All right, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Well, tonight Evil was like very similar to what you were saying about being on other people's streams though, because Vic gave me a wrench and he was like, "Don't do that." I was like, "Don't do that. She'll ban Albert." And I was like, "Wow, we have now got to a point now where Evil is protecting Albert from me. What fucking world are we living in?"
No, I don't know. The only thing I can think of is like wasn't Eva was in the chat. He wasn't on the panel, like on the microphone but I was just sort of saying to him, like, man, like, even though like I sort of talk smack in your channels and shit, it's like it's been fucking years, man. Like, it's not just like a 6 month kind of fucking whirlwind. It changes every 6 months, but if I kick back and really think about it, it's like I've been in and out of those channels and fucking chats for it's years now, man. Like,
Yeah, that's it. We all know each other, whether they deny it or not.
yeah.
They were like,
maybe he's feeling a little bit towards Albo like that, like, and he's probably known him for even a bit longer than that.
Yeah, well, that's it. That's you fucking pay your money, you make your choice. That's it, isn't it? Yeah. Good luck to him.
Yeah,
Good luck to them. Good luck to the pair of them. Playing hide the sausage at fucking Dean's. Let them do it.
Touch tips.
Touching tips, yeah. That's what they're doing, isn't it? Touching tips over me, like
yeah.
Do it
You
on your
can't
own
touch.
time.
It takes two people to touch tips. I don't know.
God. He wants to wash it after he has done though, because them fucking hobos, man, they've got some shit.
Yeah, like it just sucks that like a whole bunch of us have really, if we admit it, like we have been fucking around with each other for years, like in one way or another. Like, yeah, it sucks that someone can just walk in and just fucking say a couple of things and just rip it all apart. Like, it's fucked.
Yeah, exactly.
And really for them to just do it for entertainment, you know, for the sake of their channel.
It was, I don't know. I mean, when it comes to some of the fucking parasites that came in that have instrumentally took this place apart, like I think a lot of it was their own personal needs and masquerading as
true.
And that was the problem. If it was just a show, it'd be all right. If it was just a show, been hanging on, and they wouldn't be so obsessive as they were. Like, wouldn't.
Yeah, some of it is fucking outrageous. I'll say that.
Yeah. And that's it. I mean, when it comes to the Ricardo shit, that's like, so that's more normal, isn't it? That's more like, that's just normal beef. That's just normal people having a bit of a set too. That's not the crazy fucking obsessive mental shit. Not really.
I don't know.
I know.
Maybe.
I think it's only because, like, I mean, it's still crazy and obsessive and stuff, but it's normal for here. You know what I mean? And that was my thing about Dean and all them lot.
It's become normal.
They're fucking interlopers, man. Dean ain't been knocking around with us for years. That's all lies. He's been here for like just over a year. He turned up with Tony and just decided to fucking take this place apart. Do you know what I mean? And that was why I was fucking standing up against him and Carl, because they both came in through Tony as interlopers, didn't get the place, and tried to terraform it to their fucking image.
I think it was even a bit before that. Like, when you say come in with Tony, like, into what streams?
It was in Tony's, weren't he? And then he came into Evil's after, because he was just sniffing about trying to find.
Well, yeah, no. He would come into Darius's keeps.
What, before he went to Tony? Sure.
Yeah.
I think he came in through Tony, through the Amico.
Albo into fucking Keith. Darius's chats for ages.
Well,
And usually would try to then would kick it off into an after party from them.
Well, exactly. That's what I mean. He was just constantly going around. He's like a fucking weed. So he's just like trying to put his roots in to find a little fucking reservoir. Do you know what I mean?
And truly, and this is no knock against anybody, but from there, it was then in with Evil, and they were like between, say, Albo, Evil, maybe the Frog a little bit, but a couple of others, which were probably just all to fucking either Newbin or Albert, but they would all just start talking about the last stream that they were at, and then it's like, right, when's that one? Oh, I'm gonna do it in a couple of hours. Oh, okay, cool. And then everyone's bouncing over to fucking Dean's, or he would come in he would just have his stream.
He was just manipulating them, and they just felt a bit, and then they realised.
I'm surprised you never saw him at Darius's.
I did see him at Darius's, but in my mind, he came in. It was Tony's where he was like getting on the panel, where when we all got.
Not a lot. No, not really a lot.
And then he went to Evil's after Tony's.
Maybe as an after party, but to be fair, I personally don't remember seeing Dean on the Frog panels very much. Not his Geek Getaway like that.
In my memory, he was there at the beginning, like doing a call just there straight, like he was with you, like haunting the StreamYards as soon as someone goes live, like.
Maybe a little bit
away from Tony because he wasn't getting anything back from him, so he went to Evil.
Yeah, not a little tiny bit in the chats maybe, but not on the panel, not at the Frogs. Because he had a full crew for a little, like when it was like Gary and Carl and the Frog. I don't really remember Dean.
I don't remember Dean being there.
Not as much as like Evil and fucking. He never jumped on panel with Darius, but I think he was hanging around to get on panel. But he would just come in and just start talking wrestling, and they were all up for that. That's when all the rest. Yeah, and that was way before the Frog.
I thought that was all around the same time. I thought he came in through Tony, came to Darius's, found Evil, and then just fucking found Albert, and then that was it. That was like the fucking.
Nah, definitely Albert. You swap the Frog and Albert.
Really? I thought Albert found Dean through Tony. I didn't see.
But I don't think so. Didn't see it.
Yeah.
I think even Tony came in through fucking Darius's.
Yeah, Tony came in. Yeah, because they were all like that. It was Tony, and then it was Dean, and there was a few of them, and they came on. And they were like, Dazed was one as well. And they came on and they were always promoting their shit all the time. And they were always like, oh, come over to my channel. And I just always used to stay well away from all of those people. Because I was just like, if someone has to tell me something and be like really forcing it, then it just puts me off. So,
same.
Yeah. So, and I just could tell that these people were just like snooping around, sneaking about to try and just cream shit off. You know what I mean? And everyone was fine with it. So I didn't, I was just like, whatever. So I just used to stay away. And then when Darius first turned on Tony, I was like, I didn't like the fact that he just decided to turn on him completely randomly because he was butthurt about something else and he used it and he lied. But at the same time,
was that when he sort of just was like the fake journalist?
The fake journalist shit, but he went on really hard about it, and it was just obviously he was being threatened or whatever. And it was just so
a story
being a pussy. It was just a puss being a pussy. But what he was saying, there was a grain of truth to it. It was just like he was always round here sneaking about, rah rah rah. So you knew that he could have always seen it. He knew it was there, and he's let it go until it didn't suit him anymore. And we all had to put up with all these people doing this shit. So it's like, and then he's pissed off. Just like fuck off. Like you either accept it or you don't accept it. You can't just change your mind. Well, I suppose you can.
Yeah, but see, Dean was well and truly in the chat by that time.
Yeah. But again, I stayed away because he was another one, and I didn't think of him in the same way as I think of him now. But I was just like, it's another Tony type person coming in, doing this shit. Fuck him. Like, and then once he'd sort of spent a bit of time at Evil on the panel,
really, and then you had the other one, but he kind of disappeared. The weird little fucker, and I think he's the weirdest little fucker on the internet. But is that DVD Fever.
Oh fucking hell! I can't
Like
stand him. Oh, he was
he
another
used
one.
to
Yeah, he was
he
one
used
as
to come in
well.
and sort of do the same shit. Like
Yeah,
he'd hang around for a
totally.
little bit.
Well,
So
good
and
call on
you'd
that.
see
Yeah.
the avatar and it's like, oh, what channel is this? Click on it. Oh fuck, they make videos. Let's have a look.
Yeah, yeah,
But they're only in that channel, like they're not really in there forever. Like they're just in there to promote their shit.
yeah.
You're right. But
Exactly. You see it a mile off
even
him.
if it's not by saying go and watch my video, it's just having their avatar and the
Just how they
name.
do it, yeah. What the chat is as well. You just
And
know.
because everyone's just like looking for something to watch, we're like everyone's looking for something to watch, and it's like, oh, what's that channel? Fuck, does he do videos? And you go and search for them, and
Yeah,
but you would never have seen them unless they were hanging in this little random fucking. And yeah, I used to see them around it a lot. Like
yeah. And I mean,
everyone,
like I say, I was resistant, massively resistant to it, and it took me ages to go over to Tony's. The only reason I went over to Tony's because Evil and that were all over there, and it was Amico and all that. And it got
yeah,
interesting over there for a bit. And then I went over to Dean's because he was just everywhere. He was at Evil's, he was at Tony's, he was just constantly there. So I was like, oh man, he was always at D Reed's, and I used to go to D Reed's. So I was just like, all
yeah,
right then, because D Reed, right, for all his like foibles and whatever, he did it normal. You know what I mean? He went to it. That's how it normally does. And then these guys like emulate. It's like that. Oh, there's the formula. Let's just do that formula because that's how we're going to get so many numbers and blah blah blah. Let me type it into my fucking little like equation that I've got for my YouTube success, and then I might be able to pay my
yeah,
bills this week. Do you know what I mean? Fucking hell. Just
yeah.
using
I
this sort
agree,
of situation for
and
that. Whereas D Reed
and
wasn't
like
like that.
really, no, and true. And when you look at how it all went down with D Reed, like there was a couple of things that he said, no, I'm not fucking with that shit.
Yeah.
And to be fair, he still hasn't really fucked with any of that shit.
No.
You cut to like a year or so later, he's like,
He's
no,
got on
I'm
with
not
his
ever
life.
jump. Well, yeah, I think he works a lot.
Yeah, yeah. Oh yeah.
But he said he would never jump on a panel with Carl after they had that fucking spat, and he really never did. He's jumped on for a minute or two. He's like, fuck this. As soon as he's jumped on, he's fucked off.
Yeah.
He didn't really call anyone out, and it wasn't the realest shit on the fucking YouTube, but
It was way more real than the rest of
there
them.
was
Weirdly.
there was a little bit of something behind it, like
Yeah.
it was
Like when
like,
he
yeah,
went
no,
from
this person's cool. I don't like that shit. I don't want that shit on my channel. And he held it. He's
yeah,
like,
that's
no,
it. He
fuck
stood
it.
by his, yeah, that's it. That's why I've not really ever gone in on him because he does lie and shit, but like he always stood by his shit and his lies were consistent at least, So it's just like fine.
Well, you
And
can get away with some of them because this ain't real life, dog.
yeah, totally. It's just when they take
It's
it.
like when it goes too far. Let's say with the lying, like white lies, we've all got to protect ourselves here. Start it. But say
Oh
when you
God,
take
yeah.
it to the level of, say, Rabbit with his lies, that's just some different shit. And if you start to believe it, you're just feeding into madness.
Yeah.
That's what I think. But
100%.
keeping a little white lie about where you live and shit. But
Well, anything, yeah. It's like,
like,
but like I was saying about D Reed and the difference between how his channel came off Evils in a completely organic way. It's like that organic thing,
true.
isn't it? It's like if
Yeah.
people are lying and messing about and playing with each other and doing all that shit, if it's organic, it works better. Whereas if you've got basically a predator who's seeing this whole situation and going, right,
Well, see,
I'm going to pull this one to this one, I'm going to do this.
Yeah, and
do that.
that's
Like,
where
that's
I think
bullshit.
where I really think I saw Evil play some 3D, 4D chess, where and not many people saw it as like a joke or a troll, but I thought it was, and I was just like, this is just fucking sublime comedy. Where back in the day when like they'd jump in and they'd try to get like different people on panel, and they'd kind of signal boost the wrong person. It's like that. Oh fuck! Like who? Not was it? Might have been Sweet. There was a few of you guys that had like they were just like random videos, and everyone would talk them up like, "Oh, you got to go see this. You got to go see that." But in the like, you could tell that there was other people that wanted to be signal boosted.
Yes.
Like, but instead of signal boosting, say Dean or fucking whoever, they would signal boost this other fucking random channel. You go watch the video and it's just like 30-second loop, one of those or 5-minute loop of fucking some random shit. But then they'd also be like, oh, we should really get fucking. It used to be Rabbit. That was the joke for a while. It was
A
like,
rabbit. Well, it all
jump on
backfired though. That all
jump on
backfired.
panel, Rabbit, jump on panel, and then like he
That's
didn't.
what backfired though, wasn't it? Because by getting all the like little ones that are like say the randoms, they put them
believed
on,
it.
they showed who they were, and then Dean was like, I'll have that one, I'll have that one, and I'll have that one. Thank you very much. Cheers. Later, guys. I mean, that's what happened. Because Rabbit wouldn't have even come up on his radar, because what I've seen from Dean is literally everyone he picked since he fell out with me was people to try and get at me, or people to try and get evil, basically try and get evil through me, and then it was against me. And it was just like, anytime I was friends with anyone, anytime I went and got to know someone, they would be in like a fucking rash. And it's like they would have nothing to do with them beforehand. They wouldn't even notice them because they're elitist fuckers, you know what I mean? And they're very closed ranks. So it's only when they've got a reason, and because they see them say the whole world for the external, they don't have an internal way of reality testing, so they have to do it from outside. That's why they get all their ideas from outside, and all their words are echolalia. It's all copied.
Yeah, but then have you seen the fucking channels that Albo watches?
No.
Like, fucking check out the subscriber list. Like, it will blow your fucking mind.
Oh God, what is it, like kiddie pedo shit?
It's like literally half of fucking YouTube.
Does he watch 5-minute crafts?
Oh, I don't know about that one in particular. But it is the most randomest fucking list of channels that you could subscribe to. Like, and it's like, what the fuck? Like, but really, a lot of it, it's people that this is how cunning I think he is. I think he found Dean, or they might have found each other in the same kind of way, but they'd be in a chat, and like I would see who we would subscribe to. It's like somebody that would make like a half intelligent comment. It's like, right, I better keep a fucking tab on this person.
Oh mate, yeah, well that's what the
like hang on, they can see through the fucking screen a little bit here. Like,
yeah,
I better just subscribe to it, because if they make a video bagging us, I want to be able to see it first.
Well, there's that, but also I think that was the whole prison shit with Albo, and that's how he got in the position he was, and all the stuff the power he had at Darius's was due to that obsession that he's got. So he was literally going into all of Darius's subscribers and
just keeping tabs,
just staking them out. Just literally staking them out, and it's like, this one's mine, this is mine, oh, this is mine. Just literally walking around spraying his fucking piss on everyone is what he was doing.
But then that's what I'm saying. Like, also then like tailoring the alts, so that they see alts that like they become cool with. That's where I picked a lot of the bullshit. Was all of a sudden, like, you'd be in a chat, and let's say there's the usual crew hanging around, and then all of a sudden there's like a new fucking person typing in the chat, but they make a big, like, they already know them. It's like they'll just kind of highlight a few of their comments, and it's like they're trying to make that all accepted. And then you just kind of go, oh yeah, no, that's just that person, that's cool. But really, they've just snuck another one of their alts in under the radar. And it'd just be as simple as like just reading out a few of their comments, and you're like, you're thinking to yourself, hang on, I've never even seen this fucking name before. But they're kind of acting like they've already seen it. They've known it from this channel, from that channel, from this chat. But they really didn't. It was just all, and the next thing,
someone they know, innit? Some probably D Reed or someone, yeah.
Well, I don't think it was a lot of the time. I think it was themselves.
Oh right.
like
Okay.
trying to sneak another one through, and then it's like
Yeah.
you just kind of acknowledge it, and then it's like, well, you're thinking, no, that's madness because somebody's just talking to himself.
Yeah.
But
Exactly. That's how they get away
fucking
with
sure as eggs they
it.
were. Like,
Yeah. Yeah, and that's the thing, because like loads of stuff you just like, that's got to be a fucking joke. Like, that's not. They can't be talking to themselves for however many hours. No one does that shit. You know, there's so many things that they've done. You're just like, no one would do that shit. There's no reason for it. But that's how I think that's how they get away with it. Just pure. Like, you just don't believe it.
yeah, like it seems unreal, like, but it's
Yeah.
not. Like,
By the time you realise, you're just like, fuck.
but I just, before I forget, I was gonna say, you said that echolalia word again.
Yeah.
Did you end up going and listening to that album, Something by Something for Kate?
I haven't done, but I will do. What's it called again? I'll write it on my chalkboard.
It's called Echolalia.
All right, I'll check it. And what's the band called?
Something for Kate.
I heard that name before. I've heard of them before, I think.
Yeah, they're pretty cool.
Yeah, I will check it out. But that's like
But
an autism thing mainly.
yeah, well, the whole album's all about that sort of shit. Like, it's a cracker.
Wow, that sounds cool.
But
Like, I'm
yeah,
really
I had the
interested in autism. Like, you know, it's an interesting subject.
well, it's maybe not so much, but I don't know. The dudes had depression and shit. Like, they're a pretty cool band. And but that album is really fucking good.
Yeah, I'll check it out.
It was like, it was on not the mainstream radio here, but like our alternative radio station.
Mm.
Like, yeah, they used to play the shit out of Something for Kate. Like,
I've heard of something. Are they Australia?
yeah.
All right, cool. I don't know where I've heard of it before. Maybe it was like in a soundtrack or something like that.
Maybe if anything, you've probably some of these songs on that album might seem familiar. Like, it was pretty popular, but
I will check it out.
and the chick, it's a chick playing the bass in that album too, which is always cool in a band.
Yeah, definitely.
But yeah, so what time is it over there?
We're at 5:10.
Shit.
I know. I went to bed like really early. Like I say, I fell asleep watching the rabbit disassembling. Fucking hell.
Well, it doesn't sound like he's got much of an excuse for not working.
Well, I know, but Jesus. With friends like those, man. Jesus.
Did he even pop into the chat?
Who?
Rabbit.
Oh, in there? I don't know. Like I say, I fell asleep after like 5 minutes.
Yeah, I was trying to watch it, but I couldn't. Yeah, I was half asleep. I was like, didn't see the.
I don't know. I don't know if he did. He might have done.
Maybe. Poor little fucker.
I know. It sucks. It does suck. As I say, I saw it in the cards, but I didn't realise. Captain Hindsight, you know what I mean? It was until afterwards when I realised that what that meant. That was one of the most amazing card spreads I've ever fucking had for Rabbit Dude. It was unbelievable. Volps was amazing as well. But I'm talking back in the day when we did the first lot of tarot. I'm
pretty sure you did one for me too.
Did I? I can't remember.
Yeah, I think so. But I'm pretty sure it was on was on Evils.
Oh, was it? Yeah. Well, that's when I did it. Yeah, back in the day, and I did the ones I remembered.
Like,
I remembered Volps, and I remembered Justice, and I remembered Rabbit Dudes because they were really like fucking hell. Like Volps was like a fucking spreadsheet. It was mad.
I was gonna say, what was his one?
Like a flow diagram. It was the most bizarre, logical progression, weird, mathematical. It was weird. It was very clinical, very scientific. It was just very strange. And then Rabbits was just mental. I can't remember what the third one was, but the two cards, the knave and the queen, it was like past, present, future, or something. I can't even remember what it was, but there was the fucking Queen of Cups, and then there was the Knight of Cups, and there was the last one. But those two cards look exactly the same, and they are pretty much exactly the same, except
really?
Except you're just going down a rank. You're just going down a level of energy. You're going down from a queen to a knave. You know what I mean? You are literally getting dragged down and down and down into exactly the same space, but like way lower. And it was, and honestly, just seeing those two cards in front of me, it was like trippy. Do you know what I mean? It was like, you know how little things just come out at you and just like bring, bring. And like with that one, it was like that knave card was just like so. It had like a technicolor fucking sheen to it of that whole like, I don't know, almost like your sixth sense when you're walking down a fucking path and you're just like, oh, I'm just going to walk down here to go home. And they're just like, actually, no, I'm not going to walk down there tonight. I'm going to go down there. And it's not just fear. It's just like bring, 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 bring in your head. And you're just like,
yeah, there's just something else.
You just know that there's something there. Yeah, it was like that. I still remember it to this day, just like how that went into my eyes. You know what I mean? I was like, whoa, like fucking hell, what the fuck's that?
Yeah, that's bizarre.
Yeah, it was mental. I'll never forget because of seeing how it's happened now, you know, and I didn't really believe it that it would. But this is where we're at now, you know. I saw that in that stream. But the thing that made me laugh so much about the bit that I did see, did you see at the beginning of that Dean stream? Have you seen what's on his fucking wallpaper on his fucking computer?
Nah.
He's got a picture of his own self. He's got a picture of himself on his fucking wallpaper on his computer.
Yeah, but isn't it like it's looking like it's Rabbit's desk?
Oh, is it supposed to be that?
Yeah, there's like a little rabbit playing on the computer.
Yeah, I know, but that's Dean's computer. Do you think he really changed the wallpaper for 2 seconds just to do that? I doubt it. Because he just clicked straight off it. He didn't make a feature of it or anything, and that'd be a high level of comedy to just slip that in.
Well, no, he does have his picture on his screens. Yeah, no, you're right. He does.
That's so fucked up. Who does that? Who puts a picture of their own self staring back at them on their fucking screen?
I think it's because he's advertising his main channel.
I wouldn't be surprised if he's put filters on it to make him look cooler, to make him look stronger, because he's his own fucking idol.
It's like the photo where he's like screaming,
his own
like
self.
Yeah, hasn't he got his kid, like him and his kid in the photo?
I don't know.
But it's one from a video.
But still, I don't give a shit, even if his kid is in it.
No, I'm just saying, it's one of the photos where he's like screaming in the like it's like a muck around screen.
How pathetic.
Yeah, that's like a thumbnail in one of his videos.
Yeah.
He
obviously liked it. He obviously liked the way it came out.
That's his good
I
side.
knew a guy who was schizophrenic, right? And you knew he was on a bad one when he had a picture of himself on a wizard on his computer, and you knew it was bad then. Do you know what I mean? Because you're like, oh, fucking hell, you sat looking at yourself being a wizard again. Oh, yeah, oh, Jesus, I'm seeing myself out.
Yeah, I'll see you next week.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I think that's been there for a while. It's like a pink background with like the screen face.
Little wanker.
Yeah.
Ew, fucking hell.
Yeah, it's just advertisement for his main channel.
No, it's autoerotic fucking stroking your fucking self. Because you can't, because he lives in a world that is so removed from connection from reality and from real people. Because how many real connections can you imagine a person like that can make? Real connections where you let the love in, you know what I mean?
Well, probably not many, because I don't think there'd be more than a fucking couple of thousand people in his little town.
Well, look at how his family life is for a start. Do you know what I mean? It's become transactional very quickly.
Yeah, he quickly threw every cunt in the stream, didn't he?
Well, I don't know about that.
No, I meant like it didn't take long for his missus to jump. Like,
oh God, well, yeah, exactly.
You know, like just thrown straight into videos, fucking whatevs.
Well, that's just that's just transactional, because that's what he sees people as. You see, he doesn't think about the person. He doesn't think, oh, I don't want to bring my missus into this because she's obviously not that bothered. And I don't really want her getting a load of shit and being called all the names under the sun. And especially since I'm dragging everyone else, I don't want to drag her into it. I mean, I don't know the ins and outs. Maybe she was chomping at the bit to get in there. She might have been.
Yeah, I don't know.
Enough. But like, you know, like I said before, how many? Nobody else has ever done that. The only other person who brought Tony brought his kid into it, didn't he? Because he wanted it for the channel. But that at least had a sort of reason behind it, and he explained it. But like with Dean, fucking hell, like he'll bring everyone else's family into it. He'll bring his family into it. And then all his acolytes started bringing their family in, didn't they? It's like all of a sudden it was all about Rabbit's mum and Carl's dad and all this. And it's like, have we ever seen Evil's dad? Have we ever seen Tommy's mum? You know what I mean? Have we ever fucking heard anything about, have I ever paraded my child on the fucking stream? Do you know what I mean? Has anybody ever done nobody else in the community has done that.
Yeah, the only other one I can think of is Nubin.
Well, yeah, exactly.
Where he threw his missus in under the bus.
Yeah, that's why I'll never be 100% right with him, because he's behaved so badly towards her. I feel like I should judge him for that as like the only woman. I need to.
See, I remember calling that shit out like ages ago, like years. But it was more like I thought everyone was. I didn't want to see people get fish. Like I don't like that sort of shit.
Yeah.
And it was like, I don't know. I thought there was just like a whole bunch of dudes in the chat, and then all of a sudden, like you'd get like, and everyone like Evie would just type something, and then it's like everyone would just like fucking. You could see the whole chat just change, like because there's like they think there's a woman there.
Yeah. And I was
it's
there.
Like, oh, hang on, lads, well. Lads, it's fucking bullshit. Like, just get back to the conversation. Like just let that fade away. Like, and it's like I was the weirdest cunt on the world for fucking pointing.
Well, I was the weirdest cunt in the world for when I came out and I said, "Oh, I'm a woman," and they were like, "Oh, what the fuck? You're a man. Why the fuck were you pretending to be a man?" And, I just didn't say I wasn't a woman, and you all assumed, and that all that suited me because I saw how exactly like you're saying how they were with Evie. It was like there is absolutely no way I want to come into here and completely change everything what's going on, and everything just
it would like that. But then
that's what happened.
At the same time, they were thinking you were a dude still, and that Carla was really a woman.
Yeah. Well, that's why me and
Ryan. And it's like, what the like they seriously. It wasn't just a joke. Like they did think that, and it's like, what the fuck? Like, okay, cool, whatever. Like, what's the big fucking deal? Like,
yeah.
I thought it was pretty funny. Like,
it was fucking amazing. It's like we're all trolls. What the fuck do you think we're gonna do? You're all running around. They're doing way more fucking Machiavellian and fucking backwards shit with all their alts and, like you say, trying to like talk to themselves for ages to sort of work it out, do all that. Judging by their own standards, when you're just genuinely just like, I'm just going to put a front on this because I know what this place is like, and I'm going to put my fucking strong boots on to come in here because I didn't know who had the skills to hack as well, like in here.
Yeah, well, who fucking knows?
Exactly. So you just want to be careful as possible, don't you?
Yeah, well, you'd fucking like to think so.
And then I got to know a few people and I was like, fuck it, I'm going to open up with them, because with these cover stories, like if you've got a cover, you can't ever connect with anybody, and that was my problem. So I was like, I could never get beyond just general bullshit with anybody, and that was pissing me off. After I'd like you say, we've been knocking around together then for a couple of years or a year or so, it was like, man, it's time to fucking get rid of this shit.
It's just the purge. It's honestly, it seems like it's just been the purge, and it happens every couple of years, or basically every fucking 6 months, every year. But it sometimes takes a little while, where like some fucking weird cunts will slip in, and then next minute it's like someone's still friends with them, so it's like they're all fucking. It all starts up some weird bullshit and. But then I don't know, like for the most part, like everyone does get found out.
I suppose so, yeah. It comes out in the end, doesn't it? I mean, look at Volp. Look at that front that he put on about being the all-knowing, all-powerful and all that. And now look at
Overseer.
him. Yeah. Well, he can
Yeah.
surprise himself to sleep every fucking night because he backed the wrong horse, got cut off from his fucking love of his life, Darius, and got stuck with fucking Dean.
Not even.
Really?
Well, like you, not a lot. Like you don't see whoever jumps in that anymore. Like
Really?
not a lot.
Well, because he needs feedback as well. He needs to be that all-powerful, omniscient person. And if he ain't going to get that back off Dean, then he ain't going to. Whereas with Darius, he would have given him as much lip service as he wanted because he knew that.
Yeah,
Volp
but
would do
also
it.
too that there's no fucking elbow army no more.
Yeah.
That's just
That's
gone.
because I reckon Volp was probably following Albert around because Albert will give him the lip service and Albert will kiss his arse. And I reckon Dean would have kissed his arse at first to try and get him in, the love bombing stage. He would have got him in, and that would have been good for Volp. But as soon as that dried up and he was just like either treated like a normal person or and he didn't have that special treatment or that special shine, which unless he was providing something for Dean, then he wouldn't. And since he didn't have that connection to Darius anymore, what was he going to provide to Dean? Because he obviously come in and tried to get.
Well, that's also some of it as well. It's like he went shit once there was no fucking elbow army.
Mm-hmm.
Like if everything was still going as planned, where fucking Volp was the boogeyman and fucking elbow army was still just smashing channels, because that's what he'd do. He'd jump in and just fuck your chat up.
Yeah.
Next minute, like you had half a dozen viewers there, he comes in, wrecks your fucking chat, and you got no cunt watching your shit after a couple of weeks.
Yeah.
Mission accomplished. And they would do that to whoever was like not going along with them.
Mm-hmm.
Like, man, I'm pretty sure if that was all still in effect, like, Darius would have been a bit more cheeky at the moment.
Oh yeah.
Like he wouldn't have packed up shop, but he had nothing.
Yeah.
Once he wrecked himself, it was Albo had already copped a flogging by then. The Albo army was fucking 5 deep instead of 50 deep. Yeah. And what, you just had Volp hanging around there. Like that quickly turned out to be ain't shit.
Yeah. And without the power, because he's a power tool, it's like he can't work just as a tool. You need the power behind it, and there was no power to give him, so it wasn't anymore.
It was just a combination of these fucking tools, like
exactly.
The Albo army and Volp the boogeyman.
Yeah, and they were Darius's tools to start with, and then Dean came and took them. You see, because he can't do it himself. He can't think of anything himself. He's like, oh, I'll have that, and I'll do that, and I'll have this, and I'll copy this. And I'll use this.
Albo was just scrambling for a safe space.
Yeah.
So that just worked out perfectly. That's why everyone's got
way more time for Albert, because his is more organic, isn't it? It's not just him trying to fucking put numbers into a fucking algorithm to make it work, like fucking hell. So that the man from
honestly, I think some of it too is that there's so many people who've, like, whether you really realize it or not, they were brought along by Albert to most of the other channels that they watch. So it's like you have kind of, he's befriended you.
Were you there when Darius split from Rick's?
Not Rick, no.
That was when I came into it. Really, I came into it.
I may have been, but I wasn't really watching Darius, and I really only watched a handful of Rick's vids, and they must have been towards the end of him, where all I was maybe a Mega Sins. He was ripping on him for a while, and I just remember his video thumbnails. It was like they all looked the same with that kind of after effect on them.
Yeah.
And he would just pick on someone, and it'd just be like the next couple of weeks they would be the center of a video. And I remember just tuning in for the last handful of Alpha Omega Sin, and fuck, he may have been ripping on someone else, like Metal Jesus or someone. And that's like I was sort of watching a few of those channels and
Yeah.
it was like, hang on, like, yeah, these are e-begging cunts. Like, what the fuck? And then it's like,
Yeah.
oh shit, I didn't know they had that video. And then you go and watch that. It's like, oh, what a cunt. Like,
Exactly. Rick was the fucking bomb when he was
yeah. But then
on
see, that's
top.
what I meant. Like, I wasn't really in the comment section. I was just watching the videos.
Yeah.
And then it was like slowly after a little while, just like, oh fuck, that's got 200 comments. Like, what's going on in here? And
Yeah.
then really, I would remember avatars.
Mm.
And this was before everyone was doing the trolls, where there was like you would see the same few people, and it was you just thought, oh, hang on, I've seen that avatar before. Like,
That was the start of it. That's how people started getting to know each other. And Darius tried to copy his formula when he split, and that's meant that the comments got a lot of love. And so that's why I always said it was a legacy of Rick, because Rick always had that respect for all the commenters, and he'd read all the comments and do all that. And a lot of places didn't do that. And
no,
it was pushing it, you know, he was really pushing it. And that's where we've come from. That's what I'll always say. That was the foundation. That's why we're all connected, because people pushed through that first front layer of all being on the internet just talking shit, and we actually went into actually talking to each other, because we'd already been talking to each other in the comments at Rick's. Like,
yeah, well, they just sort of almost become like little chat rooms.
yeah, it was great. And then obviously Darius split, and that was when I sort of came into it, was just as he was splitting. So he was there for a bit when and he was just like spouting off in the comments, and that was for like a couple of weeks maybe, and then he fucked off and everyone went, and I stayed, because again it was that whole thing of like when someone's trying to promote their channel and shit, and I'd only just started watching Rick, so I was like, I'm not going to fucking go off there.
See, I've got a feeling it was similar with me, but maybe a little bit later on. But I kept seeing, like, once I did start to check comments and read comments, I think there was they might have even started fighting, where I kept seeing people bagging out some channel. And it's like, hang on, I've never even seen a video by that cunt. Like, what the fuck are they all, like, what are they all bagging this dude out for? And then you'd go and have a look, and it's like, oh shit, they make videos. And then you start watching a couple, and then 12 months later.
Yeah, exactly. That was it. It took me a while to go over to Darius's, but I did in the end. I was like, what am I doing this for? This is silly. Like, I wasn't out of loyalty, because like I said, I'd only just started watching him, so I thought
right, but what I now sort of like, what I'm saying is, really, that was just signal boosting. Like, I fell for advertisement.
Me too.
So there was really nothing going on, but probably Albo's jumped into that chat and gone, oh fuck, did you see this video? Fucking go check this out.
Exactly. That's what I was asked. That's what I was wondering. I was wondering what role Albert had in the Darius leaving saga, because I wasn't there from the start. Do you know what I mean? I was just there for the end bit when he was leaving.
Well, I think he then created hyped up Darius to create for a safe space.
And that's how he got
basically it was just on from there.
So Darius fell for it as well. I wonder if Albert even fucking whipped him up in the first place to fucking split.
Probably.
Yeah, could have done.
Like, just in between that and DMs.
Yeah, I reckon that Darius was played just as much as fucking Rabbit
as well as tailored alts. Like, you tailor a handful of alts around someone, and just it looks like you're having a conversation with 5 or 6 people, but really it was just one person saying, go do your own shit on your own channel. And then someone, oh yeah, that'd be sick, like I'd come and watch. And then someone else be like, yeah, fuck yeah.
And then everyone else in the chat joins in as well, so you've got extras, aren't you?
It starts from there. It's as simple as that.
With me, the reason why the first video, or one of the first videos I did in my defences, was against Albert, and it was just very cryptic, because that's what my shit's like. And at the beginning, it was way more cryptic than it is now.
Yeah, I know.
And it was all about the fucking Bloody Mary, you know what I mean? Because that's what I knew him for, what he was when I went over to Evils, and he was there gatekeeping the whole fucking thing. And he was like, I said something about, oh, I like a Bloody Mary or something, and he just jumped on the only thing that, you know what I mean? It was like, like you were saying, that he just finds one thing with this new person and he just jumps on it and he's like your best mate then and all this shit and trying to own you basically because he had a conversation with me about fucking Bloody Marys. He thought that I was in his fucking pocket then. Do you know what I mean? Because he thought I was a dude and he thought his fucking tricks would play on my fucking tribalistic cock rubbing, wanting to lick his prison taint fucking love.
And
These
to be fair,
suburban
like
bastards.
that's how he recognizes so quickly when somebody's in the chat that shouldn't be there because he's brought everyone. Or like he had curated it so hard where as soon as somebody had other, oh hang on, fucking who's this person? Bang, oh, they're not on my sub list. Like, yeah, it's pretty cunning shit. Like,
What a waste of energy.
I think, you know, pretty sure Evil did click to it as well.
Yeah.
You know, I think Albert underestimated how much of a troll Evil is.
Oh, massive, like massive. They all underestimated him.
He was going to be from the outside. It looked like that's what he was then doing to Evil's channel, where he wanted kind of in on it.
Mm-hmm. Oh, he was trying to
because he never got that at Darius's. Darius never panelled up, never done anything, and he really didn't acknowledge the chat all that much. But you know, and look, Darius did have that soft spot for Bob. You know, he hit, like what he always used to say, he's helped me on the internet. So he stays in the chat. You know, that's as far as he'd go with it, but he would never ban him. But he held that line for the longest.
But he also let Albert get away with a lot of shit. And I think that speaks volumes, doesn't it? You don't have to say anything. If one person is getting a special treatment, then it's obvious that person is the right.
Yeah, I think they were bringing it behind the scenes, like, and then that's what I meant. I'm pretty sure he was then moving into Evil, but Evil just didn't play the game.
Yeah,
he not as fucking.
Well, there wasn't anything to get from him because, like, if it's a person who knows themselves and they've got something about
and
them,
he started to get exposed. Albert himself, you know, he wasn't just.
Yeah, but he only got exposed because they turned on Evil. Because that, you know what I mean, that didn't happen until, believe me, that did not happen until well after he started on Evil and Tommy. And I know that for a fact because, like,
well, that's what I'm saying. Is like, no, who would have thought that he'd be using his real name?
I know, what a fucking idiot. I thought that when I first, because I knew, obviously, all these people I'd seen at Rick's for years, including Albert, and and it was just so weird to actually get to see him and meet him. You're like, fucking hell, like, I really didn't, you know what I mean? Like, didn't expect to be using his real name.
Just hiding in plain sight. And look, I think honestly around the same time, it's probably gone ass up in the real world for Albert, like the time frames.
I think it's always going ass up for him.
I think he wanted to make, you know, and nothing against it, but I'm pretty sure he wanted to get some cut of YouTube money. And it's like, right, who's the fucking best chance at getting it? And he's back Darius.
I don't know. Maybe that was in his mind, but I think a lot of it's just personal with him. I think it's just gangs and tribes and protecting yourself and being so scared that you have to gatekeep everyone. I know I can't say anything because, like I say, Evil was saying, "Oh, she's going to ban Albert and stuff," like I was gatekeeping or whatever.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, I think he was in there studying all these fucking e-beggars, and really, they then cleared out all the anti e-begging calling out dude. So there's nobody really left. And they were gonna, but it just didn't happen. He didn't put it all together.
Fucking Darius is looking to get monetized and be an e-beggar. Someone was telling me. Can you believe it? I was just like, this.
I really haven't watched one of these vids for the longest. I just ended up losing his channels. It's like I couldn't keep up with what name it was this week. And then there was a couple I went to, and it was like a 2-month fucking sub, 6. And I'm like, no, I'm out.
I stayed through all the shit at the beginning of the war, and then when he started going in on Dean and Albert, I wasn't watching him anymore, and it would have probably been really funny, and I probably would have enjoyed it, but I wasn't watching him then. And he's done one recently on Albert, and I tried watching it, and I watched a little bit of it, and it was funny to see it, because I'm just glad that people are fucking doing it and like having a go at fucking Albert, even if it is fucking stupid Darius. But
You know, for me, like
It took so
he needs to
long.
step in. He needs to step in the pit and not just
Uh,
fucking start screaming like Ricardo.
it's too late for him.
It
It's
is, and
too late.
he should have stepped in the pit ages ago.
Yeah, if he stepped in the pit now, there's no point because I mean I'll fucking rip him to shit because you can't unless he came in right. You know, came in right and was just like, let's talk about it. Then I'd be
Yeah,
like, fair enough. But you know he's
rip
not going
in.
to do that.
Nah, nah.
He'll come in all proud and acting like nothing's happened and expecting everyone to kiss his ass and being a
Yeah, or
bitch.
just come in shouty and fucking holding on to some lame fucking example. Well, you
Yeah, I
did
don't
this the
mind.
one
I actually
time,
don't
and
mind people coming in shouting. That's fine. Like,
oh, I didn't mean it as a bad thing, but you
mm,
know, it's more just a defensive maneuver.
mm,
Just shout him out of the argument
mm,
when,
definitely. Well, in my case,
when
that is.
really he's just got to come in and yeah, there's be a few tough questions.
Yeah, that's it. If he answered any questions and he just was like, all right, guys, you know, I was never cut out to be a leader. You know,
Oh,
what happened was he just took the fucking Rick shit, disassembled Rick's, and then like it's that thing of like you can fake it till you make it, and he didn't have it behind him, like he didn't have the same fucking shit behind him that Rick did, and he did have some stuff, you know, he had his comedy and shit, and it was funny, and he had something, but like when it's like the crunch thing again, it's like you're racing ahead of yourself, like you've got into an
yeah,
area in a game where you're like underpowered and then the whole shit comes up and you have to actually sort of after a few months and maybe a year even you have to start putting that shit out. You have that stuff comes up behind you and it catches up with you and then you have to do the shit that you've kind of pretended that you were doing, and it's
that's
like
like
when
that.
that
He
comes,
believed the gas, like he was just getting gaslit, and
yeah, he believed it.
everyone's like, "Oh, he's such an epic ranter." When no, it wasn't that. It was all right,
Yeah, the thing that made
but
it good is I suppose he was going places where only Rick had gone and Rick was doing shit that no one else was doing, so to people who didn't know Rick's, like he was doing shit that no one else was doing.
yeah,
But that wasn't him, you know, he was just copying someone else's format. He was just echolalian again. And it came up and bit him on the arse. And then he turned around and he had nothing to give back. And that was the thing that shocked me because I was just like, you just can't. You must be joking. After all these fucking years, someone comes and says something to you and you're going to cry. Fuck off. And at first I was just thinking it was a joke. And then it was like, oh my God, this guy really is a pussy. I can't believe it. And like I'd
yeah,
been gaslit then because you're like, oh, we're all having a laugh, we're carrying on with the Rick shit, we're bringing down the e-beggars, it's all good, and it's good troll community and all that. And then you realise that actually the whole time it was just a pussy crying, lying, and hiding behind these fucking idiots. And you're like, oh my God, what an idiot I am.
yeah. Do you also see that there's not many people left that even call out sort of bullshit anymore?
No, yeah, that's it.
Like, it, I don't know.
I mean, that was
Maybe
going to
there
happen
still is, and I
anyway.
don't watch them. But yeah, it is a fucking toxic little niche to try to stay in.
I think though, I think it'll happen itself. I think it's kind of happening in the mainstream anyway. I've been seeing a lot of these videos come up. Maybe it's because I watched one and then now I've got loads of them. But you know, lots of these mainstream people are calling out like all the fake, all these.
Yeah.
It's got so ridiculous, hasn't it, with the fakery? It's just got ridiculous. I mean, I was watching one this morning with this woman, and she was saying about that fractal wood burning shit. Have you heard about the fractal wood burning shit?
Nah.
So you get a fucking transformer out of a microwave, and then you stick a fucking set of jump cables on it, and
Yeah.
then you put bicarbon, I think it's water, on this wood, and then you put the two jump leads on it, and it puts a fucking electric shock through the wood, and it makes an amazing tree in the
Oh.
wood.
Oh yeah. I've seen. Yeah. I didn't know there was like how they were doing them.
Yeah, they do it with
It
a
looks
microwave
like.
transformer. It's fucking dangerous as fuck. And
Yeah.
then
It makes like the. It's the tree of life.
Yeah, kind of. Yeah, it does look like the Tree of Life a little bit. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like a similar design, like a close. It's close.
Yeah, it's that fractal. It's a fractal, yeah. So it's fucking cool. It's really cool shit, and you can see why everyone's like, "Yeah, man, I'm having a go at that." But what they don't tell you is that transformer is turning it into 2,000 fucking volts, 2,000 volts, and there are so many people. Oh my god, this woman's hands. Fuck me. And the story of this woman was that she'd finished doing it, and obviously she hadn't turned it off or something, and she just tripped a little bit, and it knocked it on, and her hands, there's nothing left.
Oh
There's
fuck!
nothing left. And that was after she'd been in the fucking plastic surgeons and they'd fucking tried to save them. She had like 2 fingers on one hand. Do you know what I mean? She was fucked. Like nobody should be doing that shit at all. And it's just being promoted. And this woman was saying that I've come into, I watched it was like a year old, this video, and they were like, they'd all been through this whole fucking thing where YouTube had took her video down, where she was calling it out and saying nobody should be doing this. This is so unbelievably dangerous. But they were promoting the videos, were saying, "Oh yeah, do this nice little hack. Just do this. Just stick these on here, and you can do this." And people just making money out of it. And obviously, you know how many people just go, "Oh, that's a good idea." They've never done it themselves. They just copy someone else's fucking video, and they're like, "Yeah, this is great." So it just goes and goes. And this woman was
Like
just
with the Tide Pod challenge,
what's that?
where like it was like you got like the ice challenge and
Oh
the
yeah, I did that.
cinnamon challenge.
Yeah.
Well, they had one with they're like detergent capsules that you put in the washing machine,
Oh right, yeah.
but they're called Tide. Like that's the brand, Tide Pods,
Oh,
and they're like colorful. They look like fucking toothpaste.
yeah, they're fucked up, those things, yeah.
Well, there was a challenge where people were eating them,
Jesus Christ.
but the first ones were bullshit, and then all of a sudden, like 2,000 people are doing it across fucking YouTube or TikTok or wherever the fuck. And no, they were eating Tide Pods, like detergent, and wrecking themselves and off to the hospital.
Fucking hell, man.
Like, what was the original? Like the planking challenge. Planking.
Yeah.
Like
Nice
next
and
minute,
wholesome.
people are doing it on bridges and falling off and getting hit by cars. And
Fucking hell. You've got to be so careful because kids watching that shit. Do you know what I mean? The Tide Challenge. Jesus.
people were wrecking themselves planking here.
I didn't even know that was dangerous, but yeah, it makes sense because people were doing it in crazy places, weren't they?
The planking. Oh fuck yeah.
And the extreme ironing. Do you remember that? People doing extreme ironing on the side of buildings and shit.
Nah, I never saw that one.
I didn't know. Like take an ironing board and an iron and everything. You go up on top of a mountain or the side of a fucking upside down the side of a fucking skyscraper or something. You get your ironing board out and your iron and you start doing your ironing.
Yeah, well, see, people would have fucked themselves up doing that.
Yeah, they would have done. But I didn't even think about it then. But that's the thing, it's just got more and more ridiculous antics. So I think even the mainstream people are just like, it's gone too far now. But I think it's got to a point where YouTube is so in control of it that this stuff's being promoted and they're actually getting shut down by YouTube. In lieu of the really dangerous shit. It's all population control, isn't it?
Yeah, and that's why I don't see so much of a problem in some of it. Like, just get some of the YouTube money. Like, that's a fucking $1 trillion company. But like, I don't know, like the couple of times I've jumped in and tried to watch something Slothams, it's like I just get ads. It's like, holy fuck, man. Like, yeah. Like,
I don't mind the ads so much these days.
Go for self, like, go get that money, but it's like you click a video, 2 ads unskippable. And it's like, what the fuck? Like, but sitting here for 5 minutes.
Even as a non-monetized channel, you still get ads, or maybe not anymore. But I used to get
it. But not like that, because then like, not like that.
No, that's it. That's been put on, but that's like I ain't got a problem. It's like when Rick used to put the adverts on and everyone used to kick off at him, and I was like, nah, that's a legit way of doing it, really, compared to lying, begging, and all the rest of it. Like,
yeah,
just putting a couple of ads on. I used to get pissed off if you've got like, these like 432 hertz relaxing fucking meditation things. You put that on and in like 2 minutes in, you've got a fucking advert, or like 15 minutes in, you've got an advert. That used to piss me off.
Yeah, some of them are. Yeah, I know what you mean. Like, you're gonna get the ad fucking either way. Like,
And I just don't
but
think that the actual creators ever intended those ads to go in. That was YouTube doing that, because you wouldn't make a 3 hour long 432 hertz meditation fucking video and stick adverts in it. I just don't think anyone would.
yeah,
But that
I
was
don't know.
YouTube doing that.
I think you can pick where you put the ads.
Can
Like,
you?
they can pick whether it's at the start or in the middle or.
I think they've chilled out with it now on YouTube. It's not so much. That was about a few months ago, weren't it? It was like adverts on everything. They were chucking it on everything, chucking it without really saying. I didn't ever find out a way of putting my ads on myself, but that's just me. I'm shit at things like that.
Well, it might be different when you're monetized.
True.
Like, I think you get to pick like whether they're unskippable or fucking like you get more say in what ads I think too, but maybe not. But I'm also sure you get to pick where you put them, so you can like pick it. Yeah, whether it's like straight at the start or in the middle or pretty sure.
Yeah, Rick used to have his at the beginning and at the end, I think.
I'm sure I've heard some big channels say that they've like they've changed where they've put the ads and then everyone's arced up. And they're like, oh, I thought I'd just put them in the middle instead. And it was like everyone got used to where they were. Like you could skip it.
Yeah.
You just kind of just jump. Yeah. But that might have been when you could skip the ads or like not skip the ad, but skip past it.
Yeah,
And then
like
just
you have to wait
rewind it.
5 seconds or whatever before you could skip. Yeah.
Well, when you used to look at the video and you'd see the little yellow dots.
Yes. Yeah.
And it was like you'd look and go, oh, fuck, there's like 2 ads coming up. And you just go past it.
Yeah.
And then go back and it's like wiped out watching the ads.
Yeah, I remember that. That was
Well, I'm
ages
pretty sure
ago.
they used to be able to pick where they put them at that time.
Right, yeah.
So it was like they made it hard to skip them. And then I don't think you could just skip the. Because some would be ridiculous. It'd be like 20 videos and a fucking 20-minute video, 20 ads in a 20-minute video.
There was a time where it was like a bit less restricted, a bit less regulated, wasn't there? And it was like, yeah, these ridiculously long adverts that some of them you couldn't skip through or.
Yeah, but you could see all the yellow dots of when they were coming up. And that's what I meant. You just go straight to the end of the video and play like the last second. And then like rewind it back. And then it's like it's wiped out all the ads.
Yeah.
It's like it's made it like you've watched them.
Wow, that was like before I came over here. That was in my old existence, in my old. The other place was I used to watch same as you, where you were saying about going watching these e-beggars, and then you watch Rick and you're like, what the fuck? The same with me. It was Nathan Barnett with me, and massive fucking e-beggar, man, unbelievable. What a
Yeah,
knob.
I don't get me wrong. Like I never watched all their videos. It was generally like maybe when there'd be a new like a game would come out or something, or I'd go looking for a review of a fucking console, like probably around the start of the PS4s.
Oh right,
And it was
okay.
like just all right, fucking what's this person saying about the new console, or what are they saying about this game? And then really like they've just baited you into started watching their videos because they
As well, I know the algorithms
half of them didn't know their shit.
Well, exactly. But then once you've started watching one of them, you get them all then recommended, didn't you? Even
Yeah,
then.
that's right. Yeah, and then next minute it's 12 months later, and you're watching their reviews again, and or like that's a sit. Like some of them they might do that for one of their videos, and then the next ones are fucking pickups, and then the next ones are this sort of video, and it's like, yeah, you just get roped in. But I know, no, I was never sub to any of those channels. I don't even think I would have commented on any of them back then. I don't even think I checked the comment section.
With Nathan, it was like the the sort of super chats and all that stuff, and all the Twitch shit that came over to YouTube. That had all just started when he got this new channel like decent, and so he was just all over that shit, like just exploring and experimenting with it to try and get as much money as he could off people. And then what they had was the same thing as what you were saying, where you just have then another person would start streaming, and then another person would start streaming, and they were getting it to like 24-hour long of different people.
It's gone from one to the other.
Yeah, they just control the whole crew of everyone, and and everyone, like you say, everyone just wants something to watch. They were like, yeah, all right, then we'll go and watch this one. And it was just like that. It was just literally controlling the customers. You know what I mean? Not letting them go to another brand. Just keeping them
Yeah,
there.
that's it's tactics.
Mm.
Like, if anything, probably one of the main channels I did watch or I used to not. I wasn't sub to them, but I used to watch pretty much most of their shit. Was Review Tech.
Oh right, yeah.
Like, for the longest.
Were you there for all the fucking falling out with all the trolls and everything then? Because I never saw all that. I just went into it afterwards when I saw the junk media stuff. I used to love junk media videos. They were one of my favourites.
I don't remember them, but
do you know? Oh, they were great. You'd love those if they're still around. There's all the old Review Tech shit. It's just like archived all the fucking troll wars that they had with him. You know, with like what's it, Review China, USA, or whatever it was, and there was like a few.
Oh yeah, fuck yeah, I was there before.
Yeah. That sounded like a really cool thing that I would have liked to have seen, but I missed it.
Shit, what is it? 24? Probably, I'd say about 6 years, 7 years.
Wow.
Like, not when he was back doing all these old Xbox gameplay and shit, but probably from around like 700,000 or 800,000 subs.
Mm.
Like, yeah, I was there for a while, but he got trolled pretty hard by a few cunts.
Sounded like it. Sounded like there's some goods in there.
Oh fuck yeah!
Legendary trolls in there. I was like, when I saw those junk media videos, I was like, you know, where sometimes you're just like, oh fuck, I missed out on a rate in there, missed out on a rate time there with them guys.
Yeah, there was a. Yeah,
it was all
they
that
got
big
him pretty good.
stuff, weren't it? It was that was what started it, wasn't it? From what I gathered, it was like something to do with that big cheese guy, and then that just fucking blew it for him.
Nah, there was 1316 Killer.
Oh yeah.
And he tormented him for a fucking while.
Yeah. I bet
But
that was
then,
funny.
yeah, I think he just he could have even swatted him a couple of times. Like some crazy shit like that. Like, it did get a bit fucking stalkerish.
Yeah. Oh, did it?
A little, probably. Like, you'd have to
He's
think
gone,
so. A
hasn't
little
he?
bit.
He's gone. All his
I don't
videos are
know.
gone. It's all wiped from the internet, innit?
Who knows? There's probably someone else. But then there was a few others like Blue. He fucking tormented him for a while.
I don't know about Blue. Never heard of that one.
Yeah, that was pretty funny shit for a while. And then what's the fucking Quantum TV?
No, don't know that one either.
Well, that was some pretty funny shit for a fucking while, but yeah, just got a bit obsessive. But that was which was pretty similar to what happened here, to tell you the truth.
The obsessive thing. Well, yeah, a little bit.
Well, what that Quantum dude used to copyright strike people's channels.
Oh, did they?
And kind of Review Tech jumped in on the fucking argument. And then next minute he's getting fucking copyright struck. And fucking it just got fucking outrageous real fast. Like,
yeah,
they ended up he got a channel copy struck that had like 1 million subs and was like fully monetized and shit. This legal dude. And he just got wrecked by this fucking Quantum TV with all these false copyright strikes and shit.
Wow.
And that's why Review Tech jumped in on that and got himself fucking struck to the
try
full
and get
shit.
the clout from the 1 million sub channel, of course.
Yeah, well, yeah.
Wouldn't have bothered if it was some little dude, would he?
No, he didn't give a fuck.
Mm-hmm.
And
like
then
Ricardo, innit? like Ricardo, just like, oh, they're all fine, these alts are fine, everything's fine
He
until
he
it
fully fucking put it on YouTube as like, and all of his subs and shit. Like, if YouTube doesn't fucking change their policies and shit, I quit and stuff like that. And everyone's just like, what the fuck? Like, see you later, son. Like,
yeah.
they, because he had like I think he had one copyright strike to go, and then he would have got kicked off and unmonetized. And he's like, I'm going to quit before I lose my channel unless YouTube fucking changes all this shit.
Wow.
But that's what I meant. Like, some of these tactics may have got picked up by other channels because it all sounded a little bit bullshit. And quite a few people from around here used to be at review techs. I'd say them straight up. Like, everyone started to use alts, but
100%.
I used to
Because,
scare
like
the
I say,
shit out of people.
that's the legacy of Rick again. That's another legacy from Rick's.
Well, there'd be at least half a dozen people that used to hang around like Darius's chat screen and Darius himself. I used to see him at review tech and Pat's chat, like when Pat would do a live premiere, and like I'd just jump in and start type and chat, and it's like they'd instantly stop typing and then change, like all of a sudden they're a different alt.
Yeah.
But there was a couple of times like I dead set saw fucking Darius and because the chat's just going 100 miles an hour.
Yeah.
And I saw the fucking like Darius, and I'm like, well, here you go, man. You're getting copyright strike. Like, get review tech to fucking jump up for you. And literally, like, everyone's just kind of shit himself. Like, oh, what the fuck? Like, it's someone from my channel, and then you didn't see him type anymore. But yeah, I fucking saw them. They were there.
Fucking pussies, they hate it when you call them out. That's the thing, isn't it? All you're doing, and that's my thing, Red Bull. When they say you're giving them shit, yeah, sometimes you're giving them shit. Like I give them shit, but a lot of the time, like me, you're just saying, let's call a spade a spade. Let's just talk about what's going on here. And when whenever you've brought stuff up that I thought was an elephant in the room, that might have been awkward for me to discuss or something, like that time when you brought up Hayat with me, I fucking welcome it. Because it opens that conversation and you can be like, right, okay, let's do it. Let's fucking do it. Because it needs...
Yeah, and I didn't want to seem aggressive towards you with that. That's fine.
Not at all. Not at all, mate. It was fine. It was... I love that shit. Do you know what I mean? Like, that's what people... More of that shit needs to happen in this place. And then
now that I remember back, that time that I did mention and then like pretty much embarrassed Darius on review text chat was to Keemstar. So Keemstar was in review text chat, and they're a different wrench. They come up as like a verified fucking YouTube celebrity, like they're a different color.
They had like a kick and all that shit, didn't they? Yeah.
Like the old Twitter verified, like they would come up as verified straight away. Like you didn't have to be a mod to check out who they were.
Right. Okay.
So it was like you just clicked on that name and it just comes up verified Keemstar fucking YouTube because he's popular. And that's why I'm like, there you go, Darius. And because he was talking about getting copy struck, like he was jumping in on review text shit because they have fucking quiet weeks where they got fuck all to talk about, but they've still got to do it.
Yeah,
they've still got to keep their streams going.
Oh, I've seen fucking Keemstar fucking going into the most low grade, small ass places. Fucking Among Us with fucking the smallest fucking YouTubers you've ever seen.
Well, that's
because he just wanted just to mine for shit,
he'll dig around in the dirt, and that's why I'm like, here you go, Darius. Talk to Keemstar about your fucking copy struck channels, cunt. Like, and then it's just like instantly everyone's just disappeared, and I'm like, yeah. So that's when I realized it was bullshit.
Yeah, that's
like
it.
Yeah, it was like, no, your channels aren't getting struck.
But then you call them out on something like that, right? And then that's when everyone turns around and goes, oh, but it ain't real life, dog. It ain't real life, dog. And you're just like, well, actually, you're just fucking co-opting that and using that when it suits. Because actually, it is real life when your channel's getting taken down by someone a little bit. And
But
And
that's what I mean. Like, they were just bringing them down themselves and then making it up that somebody else has. Because I caught him a couple of times where I was already subscribed to the new channel, and it's like, hang on, what the fuck? Like, I was a sub to a channel that then disappeared for a couple of days, and you've been in other streams saying, "Oh, fucking, this person's taken my channel, like it's coming back in a couple of days." And then when the new channels come back, it's just like renamed, and there's no videos there, or there's one video from that morning. But I'm still subbed, so it's obviously was the channel you've just taken it down, scrubbed it, brought it back up, but you've still got your subs.
this is what devil makes work for idle hands, doesn't it? Do you know what I mean? Like, what? Just bullshit. Like, it's very. I like the shouting and the trolling and all that shit, but when it's also manufactured and contrived, this is where the fake. This is why I was against e-begging, because that's where madness lies. This is where these people end up like they're doing this shit. Because who else has got time to do that if they weren't getting some money back for it? And that's the thing.
Yeah, well, that's why I think he was on the mission for monetize. Like,
Yeah.
yeah, I don't know. I noticed that happened on a couple of them, and then that's where I just started going, nah, this is bullshit. You're taking your channels down yourselves, like,
Yeah.
because you're bringing them back up a week later. Like,
Well, it's like we all flocked to YouTube because it was an antidote to the mainstream, and then the mainstream has come in and just fucking taken it over from inside, eating it from inside, you know. And these people, these idiots, have been like, "Oh yeah, £2.50 a month, count me in. That's fucking brilliant. I'll fucking sell not only my soul but the entire soul of YouTube and the future generations and everyone for this £2.50, you fucking mongs." Do you know what I mean?
yeah, it sucks.
And then you end up with such shit like that, people doing all this fucking pantomime shit. And like the people doing this, like these things I've been watching recently where they're just doing like hacks. I just find it interesting. I'm just looking at it from the point of view of, oh wow, the mainstream are actually picking up on this. I'm not really bothered about the ins and outs of it, but I'm more interested in sort of like the flow of the energy and how many of these people are actually picking up on it and all that shit, how much traction they're getting. And this one woman, she'll be going, like I say, about a year or something, but it's just stuff like shows these I mean, I don't know about any of these hacks. I don't watch this shit. I've never watched any of this shit on YouTube. I don't give a shit. It just looks like bullshit, doesn't it? As soon as you see it, it's like smoke and mirrors. But it's like, trying out these things that people are just putting on for people. Like, oh, you can do this. And it's like some of it's dangerous, some of it doesn't work, some of it like cooking fucking salmon in a dishwasher. It's just really just like totally fucking she did a whole test and she put the fucking temperature probe in the salmon, she put it in the dishwasher, she fucking mapped the whole thing with the graph and everything. She was brilliant. She was like, that has never got to any sort of safe temperature. That salmon is gonna fucking make you right ill. Unless you're lucky, you know.
I don't know about fucking eating dishwasher salmon.
I know. Fucking state of my dishwasher. I very rarely clean out the filter on my dishwasher. I can't be arsed.
I haven't even got one.
Oh, mate, I didn't, but I had to in this kitchen because it's so small that I needed the extra fucking surface space, and I also needed somewhere to put all my shit. So I needed one in this one. But like, there is no way. I mean, you can imagine why someone's thought, oh yeah, it's really hot in there, but fucking hell, like, as if.
Yeah, no, that's mental.
Yeah, and it's just people just making shit up just for their channel, just for money. And it's like if the anti-begging had a bit of a hold on shit, then that shit wouldn't have happened. It would never got to that. It would have never got to that stage of pantomimery where people are literally going. You know, it's the same as cutting your fucking drugs with, like, you know, you're shitting on your doorstep. You're killing people for pittance, for pennies.
Yeah. See, and look, while we're breaking down the fucking facade and we're peeling back the curtains, here's another little way that I started to pick some bullshit, and the others will probably notice the same shit, but they don't go after everyone. There's like a little select crew that like they just continually go after, and it's like you'll point out, oh, hang on, what about like you know, that person hasn't done anything for a fucking month. Like, what the fuck is still going on about them? Like, what about this clown over here? But they just won't. They just go back to the same olds. Like,
well, I don't know about that one because like all I've got to go on with that is like Rick, because he was the only one who really went on and like, hung on to anyone, and because he never had the money aspect of it, I never really saw that with him. I think with him it was more just like it was like a dog with a bone. He'd got his topic for that week or that 6 weeks period or whatever, and that's what he was doing. And then it's like once that was done, he might have an opening then for another person, and he was open to people's suggestions. And for my case with Nathan, I came into it white knighting for Nathan, and then I watched his video because I've always been open-minded, so I was like, watched his video and I was like, oh yeah, I was wrong. I was fucking wrong. This guy is so right. And I remember the reason the reason Nathan was even connected was because there was a guy who's probably still around now, but he trolled the fuck out of me. No, he trolled the fuck out of me. This in the style of this place, but over at Nathan's, and it was just between me and him, and I was like, what the fuck is this? Just doing all this crazy shit, like
it was probably Albo
doing pictures of Nathan with like nuts and crosses all over his face and shit like that, and I was like, what the fuck is this?
Maybe it's Rabbit. He does drawings.
No, it was a guy. I know what he looks like. He was another one, right? So he got boosted by Rick, and I went over, and it was when you could still do the down votes, and I just went over with a few mates, and we just did like 8 down votes on his video, and we never saw him again. It was like after all the trolling and everything, all it took was 8 down votes on his fucking video, and he just disappeared. It was fucking right funny. But he came in and he tried to make this whole fucking thing. He made a whole thing over at Nathan's, trying to whip all them up. He came over to Rick's and tried to whip Rick up and tried to start a war between the two. But at the same time, this guy was buying his way through at fucking Nathan's to try and get up to be the fucking top dog as well. So he was like a massive simp, but trying to...
Could be Vault.
Shit. Could have been Vault. Could be Vault. Could well be Vault.
Yeah.
Could well be Bob, and they were going on as like alts and saying shit.
So you know who I thought he was for the longest?
Go on.
DVD Fever. I'm fucking sure it was. Yeah, I don't know. No, I'm like on 50-50 between a couple of people, but
because DVD, like Volp's like a bit, he can be affable. Do you know what I mean? You can have a chat with him. DVD was just horrible, weren't they? Just very elitist, very smug, very aloof, and
very Volt.
No, I think Volp will talk to anybody because he's angling, isn't he? Every time he's angling for something. But you never know with old Steve. Flip into a different personality.
Yeah, I don't know. There was just a video that I'm pretty sure it's still on DVD Fever's channel, but it's him in real life, like back like early, maybe late 90s, where he's like on TV.
Oh right.
And yeah, it was like some fucking investigation into like hacked fucking satellite boxes.
Mm-hmm.
You know, for like the cable TV boxes. But yeah, it's like a full on fucking like, and he's uploaded the interview, and he's the interviewee.
Right.
Making the story. Like it was probably on some current affairs show or some shit.
Oh, that might be worth a watch, actually.
Yeah, it's pretty old footage, but you can still see him there. Like it is what it is. But I don't know, fuck it. You watch that, and then it's like, I don't know, it's just almost like you could see how typing is like, well, like that's that dude. Like if that dude was like sitting there talking shit on the internet, that's probably how it'd go down. Like
it could,
yeah.
because like he had such an aloof character the rest of the time that I'd work out, wouldn't it? Because he doesn't have to interact with anybody because he's already interacted with them as Volp. So that'd actually explain that weirdness of always being there. Because
I don't see it as being aloof. Like, it's always pretty serious.
When he was around, because he was at Rick's, he was at Darius's, and he was always, like angling, like you say, just one of those guys, on the make, and so he only wanted to talk to Darius, you know what I mean, and all that shit. So it was just one of them. And
there's never jokes. It was always just like, this person's done this, or this person was over there, or did you see this person type this, or this person type.
Weren't they? I never.
That's all I ever saw. Like, and I don't know. It just seemed like that's that investigative journalist dude.
That's mental.
And like, he's just got that vibe of like, he's analytical and like researchy. Which if your job was a fucking journalist or investigative journalist, like, you would know those little tricks. And he's straight onto those sort of tricks.
Mm.
I don't know. Like, I could be fucking way off.
There's another theory that he's a kid, and there is weight to that theory. And I didn't believe it at first, but I'm open to it. That he's like 20 or something. That he started young, and that he's been here all this time, and now he's like 20 or something. Because some of the evidence is that, like, he never mentions any old shit. Like, we'll all be there talking about our old shit because we're all old bastards, and then he'll just never say anything. And if you were to mention anything, I was like, oh no, because there are some, like, he's caught references that no one else would get, because he's from the UK and stuff before with me, and that's how we got chatting. But in reality, like, when actually sort of picking them things apart, there wasn't much. They were like, yeah, but it's just a show, and this cover story, and it's just, actually there's nothing behind it. And it was like, oh, actually you're right, it was just like a bit of bluff. And he'd just go on to talking about some bullshit gangster shit that he'd make up, instead of talking about whatever we were talking about, some retro shit. It'd move on to something else every time. So there is weight to him being a kid.
Yeah, I don't know. I never thought of that.
Yeah, it was a weird one, that. I'll find out what I can't remember what the other stuff was, the other proof, but there was, and I was convinced a little bit. I was like, it could be.
I'm just trying to think. Like, I think sometimes I've chatted about some older stuff, and it didn't seem like I was talking to somebody that didn't know their shit.
That's what I was like. But
then also, like, it always came off as like they were almost like a trained journal, like they knew not to give answers.
Yes.
And things like that, which isn't a kid, but if you've come through some sort of, like, done a degree in, like, and that's what I'm saying, like, that dude was a journalist, clearly, because it was like a proper fucking story. Like, it wasn't just, you know what I mean? Like, it wasn't like a homemade clip sort of shit. Like, it was proper TV.
And he has said, hasn't he, about him having a TV career in the past?
He said he'd be recognised.
He said
he'd be recognised. But I don't know, like, I think he's just even being as subtle as he would be recognised as DVD Fever.
Yeah, could be.
And because as soon as he says he's, like, it's going to be hard to talk because he'd be recognised as DVD Fever. And it's just all, like, playing it off as serious, but that's just as simple as it is. Like,
yeah, because I was, like, coming up with all the fucking celebrities from the UK, you know what I mean? I was like, are you Graham Norton then? And shit like that, and I was just coming up with him like,
it's Harry Enfield.
Fucking Mr. Bean. Fucking hell. Yeah, it could be because as well, like, DVD dropped off completely, didn't he? Really, like, you don't see much of him around, but then Volp was more around when he disappeared. It's interesting.
Yeah, and this was also a little bit when, like, there was, like, a Miko shit. And there was, like, it happened to fucking Days Gaming, and which was the blowout there, where there was there's fake news, and DVD Fever is like he always picks up on the edge of the drama a little bit later.
Yeah.
He's tested it. It's like he won't jump in first and have a controversial opinion in case it's wrong, and his channel just gets fucking scrubbed. Like he'll wait a couple of weeks, test the waters. Right, that was proven true, or whatever. Then he'll do a bunch of videos on. And I always thought too that through Volt, he was spreading bullshit, which he may have had his finger on the pulse in other parts of the internet, and definitely other parts of YouTube, as his investigative journalist. And it's like, right, this could be bullshit, this could be true. If I put it on my channel and it's fucking false, I'm going to look like a dickhead.
Yeah.
And TGG fell for it. Because he was lurking a little bit, he's probably seen some of this TGD. He tested it with Dazed, and he got caught out with a bullshit story. But he what I think done a little Volt, like went and broke it through somebody else. Fuck, if it's true, I'll do a big video on it.
Oh yeah.
Turns out the story was wrong, and Days Gaming copped a whole bunch of bullshit.
Yeah.
And then that was when Darius even jumped in. It was like, no, he's just a fake journalist. Like, why would you believe him? I don't know. Like, fuck, Volt used to spread a lot of shit.
I think the thing that did for Days was Carl. In the end, you can fight against any sort of fucked up story or any mistake that you've made, you can deal with, but you just can't deal with someone who's a stalker who's gonna.
But that was also the start. Like, he never went back on panel after that. Like, I'm just trying to think it was like some Amico story where there was something happening and Dave just made a video of it, and it was stuff that he'd been told by TGD, and it just turned out it was completely bullshit.
Yeah, vaguely.
It was the start of the sources, and he's like, I'm not giving my sources.
Wasn't it something to do with the investment, wasn't it? I seem to remember. I think it's something to do with the investment.
Yeah. There's some maybe going bankrupt.
Something to do with the loans, was it? Was it something, because they were paying themselves back, weren't they, the loans? And that was, for me, that was
I think it was the story. I think it was the story of them going bankrupt. And Days jumped in and was like, yeah, we've heard this from the sources, and TGD is going to make the video. And then everyone jumped on it and was like, no, it's just, he's a fake journalist. It's fake bullshit. Look, he's just throwing Dazed under the bus.
Yeah, because that's what I mean. Like, Dazed was in with those other guys at Darius's that I was a bit wary of because they were promoting the channel and doing all that stuff. But then I actually finally went over to Dazed and I realised he was such a good guy, and like,
that's what I mean. Like, I sometimes think that because DVD Fever is pretty lame. That's just his attempt at having like a shield for his channel through Volt.
Yeah.
And he'll go and break news, and in the meantime, he's just got his shitty gameplay videos. But all his commentary videos, like, it's always a week after. I've found it's never right when it's all drama town. And you could be wrong, or this person could come back at you. They've either copped a flogging, and then he'll do like hour premieres over it.
Is he still going?
No, I haven't clicked on his shit for 12 months.
Yeah, man, I've seen him about forever.
And it'd make sense because how he comments with you as well. Like, he's UK.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know. I think he used to lurk around a lot, that DVD. He's a creepy little fuck.
Yeah. That'd be weird if it was Walt. Fucking hell. Because I've just always had these things like, I can't stand DVD Fever. I just can't stand it. And I think it wasn't that much of a popular, about a year ago, it wasn't a popular position to take, because I think people were bigging up that channel for some reason, or someone was, maybe it was Tony, I don't even know. It was during the Amico stuff. And I remember saying to Evil just after I got friends with him, he was like the first person I was like friends with properly. like properly. And I was just like, don't tell anyone, but I just can't stand DVD fever. Like, it's fucking horrible. And he was like, yeah, me too. You know what I mean? It was like,
Yeah.
no one said
Yeah,
anything, but everyone thought it. Like, just crazy. That's weird. I think I've had theories about Volp, and when they brought up the kid one, I was like trying to rack my brain. Go, oh no, because I know it's this person, and I've got my theories, and I was like, oh shit, it's all gone. I can't remember who I thought it was, and this, that, and the other. Well, like,
yeah.
go on.
No. I was just gonna say, it's just you never know. Like, but yeah. Now keep going.
Oh, it's gone. It's fucking gone, mate. I had it in my head. Whatever it
I
was,
was trying to find my lighter.
can't have been that important.
Well, no, it's either DVD fever or Volp, so it's not definitely not important.
Exactly. But Volp just stopped talking to me as soon as Dean told him to, and that was interesting. And then he went on to Vic and did exactly the same shit on Vic that he did on me. And that, I think, was his last hurrah, really, of usefulness for Dean. And when it didn't work out, I think that's when that cool thing that we were discussing earlier just kind of fucked up for Volp and Dean, because that use had gone. What's he going to be useful for Dean now?
Yeah. Hang on, I'm just gonna mute the mic for 2 seconds. I've just got to go to the loo.
No worries.
All right, 2 minutes.
All right.
All right.
So in this time, I will reiterate a warning to anyone who's listening: don't ever do the fractal tree fucking thing, because that woman's hands were fucked. And I will also do, while I'm here, promotion for my stream when I actually do work out how to do it. It could be today, it could be tomorrow, it could be in a week. But I'm going to do the Mount Narcissist video DVD stream, and it's going to have a humdinger of a video on it. Fucking hell.
All right, I'm back.
All right. When I do the Mount, I was just promoting my Mount Everest stream, but when I do it, you've got to come to that one if you can, because it's going to be a fucker of a video. This thing I'm going to put on, it's unbelievable. Maybe I'm beginning too much, and when it comes to it, everyone will be like, "What?" To me, I was watching it, I was like, "What the fuck is this?" God.
I was just spinning out. Like literally for the past probably 5 minutes, I've been trying to concentrate on what you were saying, but also look for me lighter, which was I put next to me, which instantly just fucking disappeared.
That shit, yeah.
And there was 2 buds there that I fucking brought over, and like couldn't find them. I'm like, what the fuck? Like,
I hate
I'm
that
still
shit.
trying to listen and have a convo, but like,
Oh, bless you.
slowly spiraling out of control. Like, thinking, where the fuck are these 2 buds? And then when I've stood up to go to the toilet, yeah, they fell on the floor.
Stuck to your sleeve when you go to work. That's the best one, isn't it? Stuck to your fucking hat.
No, yeah, I've never had that one.
Oh, mate. Got to work and just been like crumbs of weed stuck to my fucking jumper or something. Oh, fuck. The best one was training. I went to some training for a job I was going for, and I got the job, and it was like it was like at the National Autistic Society, so it was like, you know, quite a decent one. And I went to the training there, and it was all these professionals and shit, and they were like, "Oh, look at your phone," because in those days I had a fucking brick. I had a Binatone brick, and then up until like 2017, I had a Binatone brick, and it had a hole in the back of it, which you could put a bigger battery in. But I just had this normal standard battery. The battery would last you like 2 weeks. It was fucking amazing. It just had Snake on it. It was fantastic. But you could put loads of weed and shit in it, you know, take it to festivals and shit, and just stash that back bit just full of shit. And it would still work. The phone would still work as well. So I was showing the guys at the training about because they were asking about the battery life, they were asking about the phone, so I was showing them, and I thought I'd cleared out the back of it, and then when I got it out, there was all this like crumbs of weed just came out. No one gave a shit though, so it was all right. But I was like, oh shit, no one cared.
Now, I've been caught out with like resin stains on my lips. Like you've just like I've gone down the shops or something, and then obviously been talking to people, and then when I've got back, I've like rubbed my lips, and it's like, oh fuck, there's a stain. Like I don't know if you get them from joints sometimes or dirty
Yeah.
bongs.
Oh man, yeah.
It's like be as bad as like a big chunk of lettuce on the front of your tooth. Like some cunt must have seen it. Like
That's fucking hell. Yeah,
but other than that, I've generally not really cared.
no, that's it. You just got to front it out on you, and then it's all right. But I remember when I was at one of my other jobs, and in those days, and it's not the same as it is now. Before anyone fucking starts, I had green hair, right? But in those days, green hair wasn't what it is now. It didn't indicate what it indicates now, and I had green hair, and there was this old guy, and he was like, it was my boss. He was like, the kids around the back smoking weed. Will you go and have a word with them because you know about all that stuff? And I was like, you've made an assumption about me because of my fucking hair, and you're fucking right. And that's pissed me off. Like, so I did go and have a word with him.
Did you get a hookup?
No, these guys, this is like kids with a learning disability. It was a youth club that I used to run, and it was like, you know, what are you going to say to a load of kids with a learning disability who were smoking outside? I was just like, I just said to him, like, just go and do it somewhere else. What are you doing it here for, you idiots? It's like, there's a fucking park across the road. What are you doing?
Yeah, we used to smoke out in the parks.
Yeah, it's like we had to go to the fucking park. I never had the fucking entitlement to stand outside my youth club, outside the door, smoking a biff there. You've got the fucking respect to at least go to the graveyard next door. What's up with you?
Yeah, fully. We always had to hide. And yeah, we always had to hide. Like we would have got fucking caned.
Isn't it? You wouldn't be going back to that fucking place the next week, would you? Definitely not.
Oh fuck no. No, we would have got busted hard.
Yeah,
like,
that's what the graveyards were for.
Yeah, never smoked in a graveyard.
Oh God, we did. With lots of them around where I am, so it can't not.
We've like drunk and partied in them, but I'm just trying to think. I don't think we're actually smoking.
Huh?
No, never.
It was a good go-to place to go to because you know no one's in there. You know, me, you just go in there and
yeah, I don't know. Might be a bit freaky.
Nah, I don't find graveyards freaky at all. Because dead people have died pretty much everywhere you're probably standing. Anywhere you put your foot, there's probably someone's conked out at some point in reality in the world in a million, billion, trillion years, or a dinosaur, or someone's died where you're standing right now.
Most probably.
Otherwise, we wouldn't have no fucking grass or soil, would we?
Yeah, well, yeah. Everything's been fucking around.
Yeah, so just because someone's put a fucking sign up don't mean it's any creepier than anything else, in my opinion.
Yeah, I've just never been a big, like, yeah. I've walked through some and shit, like in the cities and that, but, like, fucked if I'm going out of my way to just go, like, chill out, fucking.
Yeah, man, we've done tarot in there and everything. Tarot in the fucking graveyards and lots of shit. I think we even did a Ouija board once when we were kids and that, but it didn't work. Because with the wind and it was outside and it didn't work.
Walked through one on mushrooms. Now thinking back.
Oh, now then, have I ever fucking been in a graveyard on mushrooms? I don't think I have.
But that would have just been just walking through it.
Yeah.
Would have had to.
I bet that was a bit trippy though. Yeah, that'd have been a bit weird. I don't think I'd be. There's certain graveyards in that I wouldn't mind. I'd be fine going through. I think it's different because over here, like, there's a whole old culture, like really old culture of like in the olden days, like 100 years ago or something. People used to just go down to like, you'd have like a family tomb and like obviously the richer ones, and then you'd they'd all just go down, and it was like the graveyards are kind of like parks, especially the old ones. They're kind of like a public park as well, and so you end up going
Well,
in
that's
the
right, man.
holiday
That's
out.
some of the bigger ones I've walked through. Like they're like
Victorian,
almost heritage listed. Like
yeah, that sort of shit. That's what all ours are like, pretty much. Apart, there's a few new ones, and they are a bit more creepy because they've got like the freshly dug graves in them and shit like that. But the graveyards I'm on about are all
yeah,
the ones that have been there for a million years, and it's just like,
it's like you can't really take shortcuts through them because like you'd be walking over the tops of graves and shit. Like
mm,
whereas some of those big ones where they're like commemorative ones in the cities and stuff, like they are kind of walkways, and then you got to go off the walkways.
yeah,
Like you kind of know you're in the wrong spot, but you can just kind of cut through them.
yeah. That's exactly what most of ours are like. It's like I'd say like 80% of our graveyards are like that. So, because
Yeah,
a lot of them are just old, and then obviously they've been moved on from because you fill up the graveyard, it kind of just becomes a park then, and then you've obviously got your new graveyards then where it's being used, and that's more of a utilitarian thing that look a bit more like them ones that you fucking see in the war ones with all the fucking crosses everywhere, and they're a bit more like that. What the ones I'm about are like big tombs and fallen down gravestones, loads of ivy and shit.
yeah, and fucking like crypts.
Yeah, crypts and stuff. Yeah, and they used to go down, and it might have been the same in around yours as well. But they used to just go down and like take a picnic and sit with their old dead mother or something and have the day out.
Yeah, yeah, but some of those like crypts and mausoleums and stuff, you can't just walk into. Like
No,
I
no.
don't
But in
think
those
so.
days, I think you could. In the older days, like it was like,
Probably, or if you're family or something, like
yeah, you'd probably got a key or something to get into a special lockup, special. But in those days, like I used to know someone who was like friends of Highgate Cemetery in London. And so she used to tell me loads of fucking stuff. She told me all the symbology and stuff of all the fucking graves and shit. I've forgotten it now, but it was great. Like, you know, if you've got an urn and it's like a statue of an urn and it's got the, one of the ones I remember, it's got like a thing over it, then it means that the soul isn't going back up to heaven or something. But if there isn't a fabric has fallen to the side of the urn, then it's to allow the soul to go. But I don't
yeah,
know what the meaning of that is.
I don't know. I like symbols and shit, but I don't know their meanings.
Yeah, I'd say yeah, really. Well, I get
Like
told it, I forget.
it gets too deep. It's fucking.
Yeah. It's
But you'd
just
be
art, isn't
surprised.
it? It's just communicating information. It's just people trying to communicate information and trying to
Yeah, but then
layer
they've been like it's all the meanings have changed over the years, and then yeah, you'd never fucking know. Like,
it's just memes, isn't
but
it? It's fucking memes, old memes.
yeah, it was more like some of the like when you look at old buildings and shit, like they do have weird shit built into them, and fucking
Yeah.
like there's a gargoyle, and then there'll be something else, and if you know the meanings of like what that shape is and stuff,
Yeah.
and
And the direction that they're facing in and what part of the building they're on, like what sort of height they're at as well is different.
yeah, that's what I mean. Like it starts to get fucking real deep, and it's like also old too. It's like
Well, that's what they used to do when they didn't have the internet, innit? Do you know what I mean? It's like how do you layer up information to
yeah,
put a really high level, like a shot of info out there without having to like write a fucking Bible about it? How do you do that if you haven't got a meme situation with the internet and that
you
whole
build it.
human? Yeah, exactly. It's like stone. It's like
So
that Palenque,
I
man. That Palenque shit is that's the bomb. That's the best layering up of.
well,
Info.
just talking about that stuff. Like I remember, and I fucking can't remember where I ever read it or heard it, but it was if you had a million years, what what could you conceivably leave that would
That's
last
from
a
Chariots of the
million
Gods,
years?
mate. That's from Chariots of the
Yeah,
Gods.
well, there you go.
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah, fucking yeah, too right.
It's like it's a pretty tough one because it's got to last a million years, but you
Mm.
get a million years to build it. And it's like, what the fuck would you leave? Like, yeah, the
Yeah, exactly.
moon.
You would, yeah, exactly. You would, wouldn't you? And as well, when it comes to the aliens and shit like that, it's just like the way I look at it. It's just they haven't even been back yet. Do you know what I mean? It's like to them that time limit, that time is nothing. to us, it's all this time and these ancient structures and stuff. To them, it's just like a fucking transformer that needs dusting off every now and again to make sure everything's like flowing through right. And like they'll come back one day and be like, "Oh fucking hell, look at this! It's right rusted up. Have you seen what they've done to this? They've made a right fucking state of it. We're gonna have to redo the whole fucking system. Fucking idiots! Do you know what I mean? Like, that's what I reckon happened.
I've had some pretty crazy theories over the years. Like, I generally do talk to pretty random people, so I've always had random conversations and shit, even with work and stuff. But
yeah,
I always used to say was like, and I'm not a religious person overly, but it was like, what if there was a God? But what if something happened and he fucking fucked himself up? And it's just like nothing's quite as it really should be. And like maybe he got old, maybe fucking it's like you just have that conversation with some Christians and Catholics, and that gets a conversation going.
Because if we've been made in their image, apparently, and we go through the same cycles, then don't we? If we're made in their image, then the whole like the warrior, the statesman, and I forgot what there's like various cycles that you go through in life, and it's like stages that you're going through in them.
Well, that's or you can also like say, well, what if there was a God, but he forgot where he put us?
Yeah. Or he got a new shine, eh? He got a new one.
Just bouncing through galaxies going, where the fuck did I leave these fucking things? Like,
could have been. So easily.
That gets a conversation going, and
I reckon they could have easily just set this little culture going, little fucking Yakult thing that they've got growing, that one day they're going to come and drink it because it's set it going and it's got some good bacteria, it's got some good shit that you can come back and get later.
One of the main theories that I've heard, and fuck, you never know, but is McKenna with the stoned apes. And it's like, that shit kind of makes a little bit of logical sense, and it's got everything in it. Like there's fantasy, there's logic.
It's like a sigh.
But see, there was another thing that he was on about. But
theory of everything, innit?
Yeah, well, his other one with the time wave.
Oh yeah. Well, he was bang right about that, in my opinion. Bang right.
Well, I think he ended up admitting that he had fucked it up. But this was like early. He was only because the computer program.
Right.
And it was all limited by computers.
So the dates themselves might not have been bang on, but I do think.
Well, he only had shit computers. Like he died before we had kick-ass computers.
Yeah. He was doing it with fucking punch cards.
It's like, well, I think he was just doing it on paper and thinking about it and design, like, you know what I mean? Like if he may have had sick computers at the start of that, he may have worked it out a hell of a lot different.
Yeah. But it was
that's
fucking
completely
right.
different.
It was right. Yeah. I remember sitting in 2008, lying on the fucking grass with my mate, and we were like, what the fuck's going to happen? We were talking about it, and we were like, oh shit, we must get our fucking good times in now because it's all going to go down the shitter. And literally that year, my dad died. And then it was just like everything went down the shitter. But then the whole world, and I thought that was just me, do you know what I mean? But then the whole world just went down the shitter. Did it? Like 2014 to about 2017, everything just went down the shitter big time. Like, and it's never been the same ever again. We had that the world championship of fucking terrorist attacks, that whole thing where everyone was lighting up their fucking buildings and shit. The fucking, what we were calling it, the terrorism Olympics. Like, that
we had some crazy shit, yeah.
2016 or something, weren't it? Something around them times.
No, I can't. No, nothing blew up here.
No, well, I don't think many things did actually blow up. You know what I mean? When you get down to it, well, that's controversial, isn't it? You know what I mean? It was all about lighting up that fucking building, making sure that you were in the fucking gang. You know what I mean? Oh, we've had one. Let's put some lights up on our fucking town centre and light up our building, and then we can be in the league as well.
Yeah, fuck. Well, we had that Martin Bryant bullshit
What was that now? I do
with,
remember the name.
with fucking Port Arthur,
Go on, tell me. I can't remember.
where the dude shot up the tourist spot down in Tasmania.
All right, fuck.
But that was like late 90s, mid 90s.
Right, yeah. You had something.
So
You had a guy doing the
it,
donut.
it was pretty crazy shit. Like, but when it all came out, like the dude's still fucking locked up. But it
Yeah,
was like, no, yeah, it's a pretty heavy story.
yeah,
But when you looked at it, it was, yeah, they tried to just pin it on one person,
yeah,
but this dude just going nuts. And it was like the start of the mass shootings,
yeah.
where they just claimed this one nutbag just fucking went bananas and then took hostages. And
Yeah, I think maybe one person, there was a few people who did that over time, you know what I mean? But they quickly saw how that could be used, didn't they? They quickly used that. And then all of a sudden it was like, everyone's doing it. And that's a bit unusual, isn't it? That there's just that many fucking absolutely crazy nutters who are going to do that.
well,
All
that's what I mean. Like Port Arthur was basically the start of
Mm,
all that shit. Like, but it was too heavy duty.
mm.
Like it was it was insane. Like the something like 30 headshots in like
Fuck.
just split fire, hit by closed encounters.
Was he like trained?
Well,
Was he a
no, this
trained
dude was
killer?
like a rabbit dude.
Oh, fuck.
He got fully fucking stitched up, and
Yeah.
yeah, like still in jail.
Like Raoul Moat, if you ever heard of him, it was over here. And it's all to do with it was all to do with some guy who was doing an investigation into the water system of all things. And there'd been this massive scam about this fucking reservoir that had like flooded and loads of shit had happened. And there was just this massive, it had all been like orchestrated. This guy knew that it was all fucking organized. These people had died and all this fucking shit had happened. And they was going to fucking come out with it all. And they ended up setting up a whole thing with the shooting and everything. And they pinned it on this guy with a learning disability. And the whole fucking country just went with it and just went with this guy, like this poor guy. Like, he actually had a legit learning disability. And he's now the bad guy that randomly decided he wanted to kill this whistleblower out of the blue. And no one questioned it. Like, the only person who questioned it was Rich Planet, and he's been massively debunked, like fucked over now. Do you know Rich Planet?
Nah.
Oh man, if you get a chance to look at any Rich Planet stuff, I highly recommend his stuff. Patsy Driver is like one of the best, which is the Raoul Moat story. And then he did a massive investigation into Madeleine McCann. But he's apparently got really done in late because someone was saying, don't be fucking championing Rich Planet anymore, because he's been done for putting cameras outside. So basically it was to do with...
We'll see fucking P. Diddy. Like, there's a few cunts going down. Like,
Yeah, man.
that's
He's
all
gone
pretty outrageous
fucking
with Puff
down.
Daddy, man. Like,
I don't know what's happened with him. What's happened with him?
haven't they like raiding all these houses and shit?
Are they?
Yeah.
What for?
Same with, like, well, I don't know. Like, who knows what they're gonna fucking find, but I'm pretty sure he's being sued by someone for damages for some sort of fucking outrageous shit when they were kids. But it could also be because they're trying to bust the dudes that shot Tupac and Biggie.
Right.
And then it's like this is kind of just rolled on. So yeah, like
the drip feeding disclosure bullshit. Like
you'd fucking never know because they're pretty high profile cases. But like only just not long ago they were busting the dudes for shooting Tupac and Biggie. And
Took
that's what
a
I
long
mean. There's
time.
always been the rumours that it was Puff Daddy
Yeah, yeah.
behind it all.
But they never did anything about it, did they? Forever.
It's just been a while. It's like sometimes these celebrities take a while.
Yeah, I suppose so. Yeah, that's what I mean about the drip feeding, the drip in it.
Yeah, but I think it's more than that with Puff. Like they could be looking for videos with kids and shit in it. Like I don't
Oh,
know. Like
shit.
they're like raiding a whole bunch of shit.
Oh fuck.
But one of his like what they're calling his mule, he got busted and fucking they like seized jets and shit. So
But for
yeah,
me, stuff like this, I always have to wonder why now. Why are they deciding to do it now? It could just be
who
because they finally
fucking
got the
knows?
information, but it always makes me think like why use that distraction at this time?
Yeah, well, it takes the news off Epstein.
There's that. Yeah, that's true. Oh well, yeah. Well,
Whatever that fucking evil little critter is that was rolling with him.
Well, that I reckon that's what that terrorism World Games was all about. That was just a massive distraction from all of that Pizzagate shit. There's no coincidence to me that as soon as that shit came out, the whole internet went complete. Everything changed. The apocalypse, everything, the controls just came up. It all changed because they really did have something there. I don't know if it's what they made out or any of that, but they really did have something. The amount of people who got pulled down through that, they wouldn't
You
have
know
bothered.
what I did? You know what I always like? I'm sure you would have seen some of it, but just when you said that Pizzagate stuff, do you ever remember Elsa Gate?
No.
No?
Elsagate?
Yeah.
No. Go on, tell me about this one.
With all the weird videos on YouTube?
No.
Oh, fuck.
No. Is this a rabbit hole, this one? I suppose it's been wiped.
Oh, no doubt. A little bit it's been wiped because the videos got deleted and shit, but no, they're all like creepy fucking video. And like it didn't.
Shit.
Well, at the start, like it looked like it was just like an ARG.
Right. Okay.
But I don't know, they turned out to be fucking rabbit holes.
Oh shit.
But there was like all these weird fucking creepy fucking videos, like just jam packed full of subliminal shit. But they were using like popular characters like Disney one, like the Disney princesses and Spider-Man and fucking Mickey Mouse but in some of the videos, like there was people dressed up, like it wasn't just animation. And it was just like these fucking random sort of like almost like AI kind of videos where they didn't make sense. They were just like jam packed full of subliminal shit and they were in kidsy style. So they just looked like fucking like Blue's Clues videos or something. And they were getting right into the YouTube the YouTube kids art. And it was there was like somehow all these fucking weird videos were getting in and you didn't even click them. It was like when the recommendations was a little bit outrageous a couple of years ago, where it's like you'd watch one video, next minute you're getting 20 that look the same.
Yeah.
And that's what happened. Like parents would click on a fucking Disney video, and then within 1 or 2 minutes later, when the video finishes, these fucking weird ones would click in. And it was like that was so sketchy. Like
wow.
Fucking so sketchy. But there was also weird shit happening in the comments. So it was like there'd be fucking all this just like random, like it almost looked like AI, just early kind of just ramblings. Yeah, like that was called Elsagate.
What sort of time in YouTube was that? Because I'd like to sort of frame it.
Couple of years ago.
Right. Okay. So I do remember those fucked up kids videos. I remember the thing about the fucking Finger Family. I banned that song in the house after I watched that video. I think it was in like one of those like Nexpo type things. It wasn't Nexpo, but it was someone like that.
But yeah, it got covered by a bunch of places like that kind of do.
They were about the Finger Family videos because they
were. Yeah, that was some of it. Like, yeah.
And after that, I was just like, we just, as soon as my kid put any, because like you say, with the algorithm in those days, and if he was singing that song or anything, I'd be like, where have you heard that song? You've not watched it on YouTube, have you? Like, no
No,
way.
and it's like it was just the recommendations was just like it was almost like YouTube was in on it, like
Yeah,
because they must have picked somehow they weren't picking up that these videos were fucked, and it was just like flooding the shit out of all their channels, and it's like you must know you cunts, like
yeah.
But
you just don't know
could've-
how deep it goes, do you? You just don't know.
No,
Like, sort of
it
organisation.
could have been just around the time with not Adpocalypse, but the other one, the Copa.
Yeah.
Might have been that sort of kicked in around that, maybe.
Mm.
I don't know. And then, but a lot of channels were covering it, so they may have just got fucking. All right, well, we better get rid of some of this shit.
It's not as under the radar as we thought it was, maybe.
Yeah, like
it's done its job. We've had a good run.
Yeah.
I mean, at first, I just thought it was like some fucking, I don't know, foreign entity that's just trying to fuck with the other side of the world, and just like they don't give a shit about the kids over here. Do you know what I mean? So
well,
it
could have been,
make a load of shit like that,
and they were making money off it because they were getting like hundreds of millions of views.
Yeah.
So, like, even
that's
just
what I
on
put
the
it down.
map,
Follow the money, innit? It's always follow the money.
Yeah, North Korean fucking animation studios just going wild.
Something like that. That's what I thought it was. Because as well, this
video, it could have been.
I mean, this thing I'm going to do when I do my stream. Basically, all the players in it who basically terrorize these people, and the narcissism side of it, they were all from outside of the country. Do you know what I mean? They all came from another country, and they all came in and started. So it's a thing that people try and do, innit? And it's just on their own bat as well. It's not like, from what I see, it's not like some government cell or anything like that. It's just some fucking idiot. Like,
yeah, true.
I think most of the time it's just fucking, and especially these days as well, it's got wrapped up so much that where does the line even fucking end now? You know what I mean? Like I've said many times, and many people have said about the e-begging and shit. It's like, let's not forget, it's not about chucking a couple of quid to your mate when they're playing guitar. It's about fucking a fucking army of idiots that will say anything that you want them to say for 2 fucking quid. That's a big fucking thing.
Yeah.
And they don't even, and that's the thing with the e-begging thing. That's how I think it got completely derailed, because they just made it about, why have you got a problem with chucking someone a couple of quid every now and again if you enjoy the content? And it was just,
but it was never just that. Like,
no, but it came about that though, didn't it?
Yeah,
that's all it
yeah.
They just turned.
It was the only argument they had. It was the only argument they had against it.
Yeah.
It was like, oh, but I provide this much entertainment. But to me personally, the parts I didn't really like was that a lot of it seemed like they were preying on like people that didn't know better, and it's like they were just like pandering to fucking, let's just say, short buses.
Yeah. Well, that was
for the most, which was a bit disgusting for me. But 100%. Then they would then kick it up a notch with, like, say, MJR's fucking game room, where it flooded out. Next minute, it's like, oh, I've got no insurance, and it's like, fucking, I need this. I won't be able to make videos.
And that pushes that short bus boundary, doesn't it? Do you know what I mean? It turns people into these fucking short buses, because that's what the cult mentality does. It takes away your cognitive functions, doesn't it? And it takes away your fucking capacity for all that shit. So you might not have illness, but
and that's what I'm saying. Like, we'd never know, but he could have got a 10K fucking donation out of that. Just someone that's like, oh, fucking, like an OEB Pete, cashed up, busted head, and just take it all on face value. Like, oh, fuck, his game room trashed. Oh, here's a quick 10K.
Oh, easily, yeah. Well, that's it.
That's what it's all about.
He didn't start that. It's like one finger, one thumb, keep moving, isn't it? Like, he didn't even start that shit until he knew that he had a decent chance and a decent fucking set of people to fucking hunt from. And the reason he had that was because people had allowed the e-begging to get to such a point and normalize to such a point that they were just like, they didn't know which way was up. It's fucking cult shit, isn't it? Just
well, yeah. Fuck. Like, ask Rabbit, he doesn't know what fucking planet he's on. Or Carl, like, they just ended up that twisted.
At least
Yeah.
Carl's going to do some therapy. That's good news. Like, that's a really good outcome for this. Like, if that's what he's doing, I'm like, fair dues, man.
Yeah. I like the funniest one I've ever seen was like Albo starting to talk about DSP. And it's like, man, that seems like 20 years ago
I
on
know. I
YouTube.
was just about to say, what was that? 15 years ago.
Yeah, it's like he's about to find Wings of Redemption next and fucking Only Use Me Blade. It's like, fuck, does Albo even know Chris Chan? Like,
I was just about to say we're going to have Sonny
what?
Chew up.
What? That's what I keep saying. We need like a liquid Albo.
Liquid Albo. Oh,
Well, they were the first ones that fucking got Chris Chan was the liquids.
I don't know that one.
Well,
I didn't find out about Chris Chan until way later down the line. My mate had been following it for fucking ages and telling me about it all on Reddit and stuff. And I was like,
it was
that
pretty
sounds
early,
so
but
deep,
it was
mate.
like they convinced him that like they were like liquid, like in Metal Gear Solid where you got Snake and then Liquid Snake.
Oh, right. Okay, right.
So they came on as Liquid Chris.
Oh, right.
And just convinced, like, because they were in with all the trolls, like everyone's like, that's the real Chris. So
yeah.
Chris had to prove himself that he was the real Chris Chan versus these liquid Chris's. And that was just the end of it. That was the start of the, like, yeah. Then we needed like a liquid Carl or a liquid Albo. And then really it was the Clyde Cash. But that ended up pretty fucked up, that whole Chris Chan shit. Like, so I need to start fucking Googling that again because surely something's happened. That story was pretty fucking. It was heading down a bad path towards the end, but yeah, I don't know. Did you ever really pay attention to it? No, we've lost audio. All right, so 3 hours and 15 minutes, 17 minutes. Fucking hell. This will eventually wrap up soon, but we've got no audio.
Oh, it's my phone went on to screensaver. Can you hear me now?
I can now.
Oh, sweet.
Just rambling on about Chris Chan. I haven't looked. I haven't looked to where that story's at. Fuck, that'd probably be nearly 2 years, I reckon, or maybe.
Oh, more.
But fuck, that ended up so twisted.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
did you pay attention to it, all that at the end?
I heard bits and pieces of how it went. Like, it just exponentially just went shit, and it was just again, it was another example of how people can be manipulated, and by YouTube. And that's what I said from the start. It's not just the users; it's the people who are the YouTubers as well. Like, everyone's getting fucked over here. Everyone's getting they're getting.
That was seriously some scary.
Yeah,
towards the end, there was some scary manipulation there. Like,
fucking yeah. Well, that's the thing, this is like, people are like that. People are fucking clever. And if they've got a backwards way of doing things, or they've got like a dark intention, like we've seen with Carl and Dean, and I mean, with Carl, I would say with him, he probably wasn't born with a bad intention. He didn't come into here with a bad intention. That happened over time. Like, he got that thrown out of him, and that's what happens, isn't it, in these situations? But even if you're not Chris Chan, like, you can still get manipulated by YouTube, and look at Dean. How much money does he give them?
Yeah, I know. So, man, it doesn't have to be female.
it's ruined his fucking life. You know what I mean? Like, if you think about it, from the how much obsession, how many years obsession has he put into that? And
Well,
what is he
see, to be fair, like really, that Chris Chan was probably one of the first hard out e-beggars.
like in the
Like,
olden? Yeah, like the first wave in it, like with the DSPs and all.
everything was for sale and fucking like, but half the time he wouldn't deliver.
Mm.
It was like he'd sell those little sanctuary necklaces and shit, but yeah, it was always like there's this much dramas happening, like we need this to pay rent, and he would
Yeah.
bring his parents in on the fucking, like, tell them we're poor and shit, like they need to send money, and it was always like we need money, and yeah,
Well, it wasn't
looking back,
regulated at all. I mean, it's not as good. It's not been regulated in any decent way, I don't think. But my main thing, like you, is as a short bus riders getting fucking manipulated, and not just short bus riders, but anyone who's got any sort of anything that they were searching for in their life, anyone who was a bit lost. Do you know what I mean? Especially over the pandemic. Fucking hell, that's when I got into it all, because I was just like seeing these people getting manipulated left, right, and centre. And I had a mate, and she really did believe that this person was her friend. Do you know what I mean? She was like,
yeah, it's
oh,
evil.
if you join Nathan's thing, we can have a chat with Nathan. He'll do us a private phone. We can have the phone conversation with Nathan and everyone every week. And I was like, why the fuck would I want to do that? Like, that sounds ridiculous, like, and so contrived. I want to talk to my friends. I don't want to talk to someone who's doing a fucking job. If I want to talk to people on the job, I'll go to my own job. What the fuck? And she
Well,
just
that's
didn't
what
get
I mean. Like that. That's exactly like Darius, Keith.
it. Mm.
Like
Mm.
he signed up to those dudes just for phone calls.
Yeah, exactly. And then you find all that
Like,
shit out afterwards. You're just like, you soggy cotton wool boy.
well, they're the OGs that doxed him.
Yeah, exactly. And then after that,
Some of the moderators on the channel, like they got the bank account details and the name because it's through the Patreons and fucking super chats and shit.
No fucking loyalty.
And then, 2 years later, when everyone's fucking fighting, they're like, "Oh, well, fuck you. Remember when you super chatted me that time? Well, I got all your details. Boom." Or not super chat your Patreons or whatever the fuck.
Exactly.
Like,
That's why I never. That's the thing as well. And that was another part of it, wasn't it? It was like because everyone was like getting pushed to do this stuff, pushed to donate.
well, that's the kicker.
You're like, you're pushing me to dox myself. You can fuck right
yeah,
off.
but it's even it's worse than that. And I'd say that the Game Chasers were the same. Where the bigger channels, they're not the only ones that run their channel. So other people have login details and like their editors and their producers.
Yeah.
So even just going back to Review Tech, his main channel, like the 1 million+ sub one, he has control of that. But his editor also has all the same fucking logins because he uploads all the videos.
Yeah, and there'll be a few underlings. I'd imagine there'd be a few people on a team, wouldn't they, doing that? Having
Possibly
the login.
another producer. The people that run his multi-channel would definitely be on it.
Mm.
But that's what I meant. Like, it may not be, say, Review Tech that sees your Patreon details, but it's his fucking dickhead editor who then runs around and fucking doxes some cunt.
Yeah, and as well, an editor for something like that, they're a certain type of person to want, like a vault, who want to get up into being under the wing of the big man. And so those people have got a certain way about them, haven't they, that you don't really want them having your details.
Yeah, well, they'll just make a quick little shit video, spit it out, and it's a fucking...
You don't know as well, like, what sort of politics are going to go off in those big channels later on. Like, if they have a falling out and they have been fighting those guys, then they end up bringing you guys into it. Like, fuck off.
I think that's kind of what happened to Darius was he'd Patreon to the channel, but then it was other people on the channel found out the beats, and then they all just blew up, and it was fucking out there.
Fucking idiot for giving his address to those people. I would never have done it. That's what I used to say to him. I was like, you'll never get a bean out of me. over at Nathan's. I never
Yeah.
gave a fucking penny. I was the only one who never donated, and I was just always there, just like, you're never getting anything out of me because you're not going to find out who the fuck I am. And that was the main reason. But then, like I say, this person was
Well,
my
see,
friend.
that's how Dean got. I'm pretty sure he would have got Carl, and he got Rabbit the
Yeah,
same. Was
yeah,
when he
exactly.
did done the merch,
Exactly. Yeah, it's
sold
just
it to him. Here, I'll send you this. Give me your Addy. Boom, stitched.
Yeah. And it's like, and I am like, yeah, put your boots on if you come to the troll pit. But then it is like when someone actually does, you know, they are easily manipulated. This is where the problems lie. And this is actually shown the full example of how the e-begging, the real darkness that is behind the e-begging is exactly what you've just pointed out there with Dean and the fucking t-shirts. That epitomizes the whole thing, doesn't it? That's how bad it gets.
Yeah, well, that's at the lowest level.
And like getting in their families and fucking sticking wedges in between, you know, causing problems in people's families and shit. Like getting into their real life and stuff, like because this poor, like, innocent person just fucking fell for it once and that's it then.
Yeah.
But like with the Nathan, so many lost souls over there, man, over the pandemic. It was sad. It was so sad to see. I mean, I was only over there for the narc shit, you know what I mean, to investigate the narc pit. But fucking hell, and that's how I got friends with that girl, because we were just discussing it and being like, have you seen this? But then I got to know her and she was like, she was so lonely, do you know what I mean? And it was just like,
It's almost like the whole YouTube did change in the COVID too. Like there was more people watching and hanging around and shit, obviously because every cunt's at home.
Yeah.
But also too, it was like all the content just went to shit because these channels were now trying to do shit for like 10 hours a day.
Fucking Animal Crossing, weren't it? Everyone was playing Animal Crossing. Do you remember? I was like, what the fuck are you doing? I was like, I'm playing No Man's Sky, and I was like, why are you? I was like, I'm playing the grown-up version of Animal Crossing. What are you doing? And that's why people sometimes still say to me, "Oh, do you want to play Animal Crossing? We'll get on with that one. I'll set you up." I'm like, as if that's the bad juju. That's the fucking shit that ruined YouTube. It fucking ruined everything. Bad juju coming off that game, and there's nothing to it. Have you actually seen it? It's just like a selection of assets. It's just a selection of pre-made assets. That's it, and you just put them together. You collect them and put them together. So it's just like takes away any gameplay or anything. It's just trading and fucking collecting.
You know what sort of videos and stuff I reckon fucked YouTube?
What?
Like the gameplay videos, like how Ricardo, and he's not just the only one, but where it's like they act out every single jump, every bullet, like it's all just like yelling and screaming and fucking just overacting.
Oh, I don't mind that so much. It's like,
that was like the start of just shit video. Like they're so old, like. Yeah,
for me, it really.
And it was really because everyone was streaming games, and it's like you had to be louder and different to the others and rage at the screen.
I didn't watch gameplay stuff for a very, very, very long time. I was just like, fuck that, I'll play my own games. Thank you very much. You know, like all that PewDiePie shit and everything. I was just like, nah, I'm not bothered. That's when it all came in, and my friend's kids was into it. And I was like, why are you watching someone else play a game when you can play your own fucking game? What's wrong with you? And then
that's what I meant. And now you got like it's like there's a version of it for adults now, like with the retro games.
But you see, with the retro games, like, I wouldn't look at any of those. I wouldn't have looked at any of those games if I hadn't seen Ricardo play them. Do you know what I mean? Or Evil or someone. I just wouldn't have seen them. So it'd be really nice to see him again and stuff. So that is what changed my mind. It was like someone I know, I got to know. But at the time, I'd been sent over there to ask about a t-shirt, because I was actually going to buy a t-shirt from Nathan for my kid because he was really into it. So I was like, okay, I'll get this little kid's t-shirt. So I went to ask the guy about it. He was streaming and he was playing Zelda. He was playing Ocarina of Time, and I hadn't seen Ocarina of Time since the time I'd played it. And so that's what got me back into it. And I was like, fucking hell, oh my God. Like, you know, and so that started me off then, and I didn't really mind. And then I used to watch his gameplay streams, and we had some good times, you know. Some of his streams with, like, because there was only a few of us, and it was like, you know, like Obra Dinn or something like that, or The Last Guardian. They're like games that you can all play together. You can all, you know, it's a bit of a the more the merrier when it comes to stuff like that. Because like Obra Dinn's like a whodunit. Do you know what I mean? So you've got like all the different theories and people coming up with ideas and stuff.
Yeah,
So,
that's that black and white game, eh?
I would
Yeah,
stream. I would love to play it, but I've already seen the ending, so there's no point because I know who did it.
I got to try out a better version of that beta. I went to a games convention, and that was in like the little indie section.
Yeah,
And there was the dude standing there that fucking made it.
Wow.
And he's like, just what people walking past, and it's like, yeah, they kind of hang around, give you a badge or something, give you a couple of stickers for their game, and it's like all just kind of up and coming developers and games.
Yeah.
And he had this Obra Dinn one there, and I was like, you looked, I was like, what the fuck, some black and white shit. And he's like, oh yeah, you want to play my game, fucking. And then it's like, oh yeah. And like I got about 30 seconds into it and just went like, what the fuck, like. I've got like, yeah, it's not really a 30-second game by yourself to just jump into, like.
Yeah.
But
Just
yeah,
for
he's only a young
graphics.
dude, just Aussie fella.
Was he? Sweet.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was.
I'm pretty
awesome
sure it was
game.
just one dude. Like,
Such a cool concept. So
yeah,
good.
and when I ended up seeing the game later on, like the full version of it, it really wasn't that much different than what we were mucking around with.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, man, that's cool. I was full of respect for the guy who made that because of doing it himself, and he made it all himself apparently, and just having that idea to do that massively outside of the box for what was going around at the time, I thought, and I had a lot of respect for that game.
Yeah, that same convention was the year Fallout 4 came out, and that was like a full surprise. Like nobody knew that shit was coming.
Yeah.
And like we've gone to this convention, and like there's like fucking, that Fallout boy, the smiley face.
Yeah.
It was like just Fallout shit everywhere, and I was like,
man,
what the fuck, like Fallout 4, like, and you could try it out, like you just had to wait,
like that. Like in the Wiz or whatever it is, not the Wiz, but whatever it is, the one that's got fucking Mario 3 in it, and they're like, Mario 3, oh my god!
Pretty much like that. Oh, it was nuts. Like everyone was going ballistic over fucking Fallout 4. But I didn't notice it till the end. Like, but around the place, you would see like little bobbleheads.
Oh man, sweet.
And like, yeah, but I thought they were just like part of displays and shit. Like, but you'd see them in like the randomest little spot, like a bobblehead. And it turned out they were part of a competition where if you would have just grabbed it, looked at it, it like told you were a winner, and then they announced all the winners, and it was like whoever found all the bobbleheads, like in Fallout 4.
Yeah.
And it was like, yeah, there was like heaps of shit. They had stashed like the magazines all around the convention, like in Fallout 4, all the books, fucking those tapes. And there was like all Nuka-Cola, like you just sort of saw shit everywhere.
That's so cool.
But because it's like a convention, like you can't always just grab everything. Like,
yeah, you just think it's part of a set.
Yeah, you like might grab a Nuka-Cola, but then you're going to get the asked by security in 5 minutes later, and you've just done your whole day. But yeah, no, it turns out it was all fucking giveaway shit. Like it's like a scavenger hunt all through the convention.
That's so cool.
Yeah, I know. I grabbed some shit, like empty stuff towards the end of the Arvo, like Nuka-Cola bottles and.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's different. Like,
cool. I really want to make
a
solar lamp, or one of those ones that's like the glowing ones.
The quantum
colas.
Yeah.
Make a lamp, yeah, because it's so easy to do.
Yeah, Spion, I didn't pick up some bobbleheads. I didn't even click, like, because nobody had seen it. Like, I don't remember bobbleheads from Fallout.
Toasters? Did they have toasters in there? Because that was the mad shit from Fallout 4, right? Because in Fallout 3, and maybe a lot of people must have done it, but I used to collect the toasters. There was no reason for it. You didn't get anything for it. But every time I found a toaster, I went and took it. I had a tiny little hut, And I in this fucking, it was called Greener Pastures in Fallout 3, and it's in the bit where it's just all fucking nuked out and you have to wear a hazmat suit to get there. And I had this tiny little hut. It was fucking brutal. I loved that little house. And
So
it
the
was just
only
full of
the only
toasters.
version I played at 3 was New Vegas.
Oh really? Oh man.
Yeah, I didn't do Fallout 3.
Fallout 3 was the best. It was the best. Fallout 4 is good, but Fallout 3 was the best.
Yeah, see, I went back for them on PC, and they don't play that good through Steam. The Fallout 3 doesn't. 1 and 2 kind of do, but that's getting a bit old for me. But the New Vegas, that even plays it. Like, that plays a little bit shit on Steam. Like, you got to do a bunch to get it working. But
I never
even
finished
that,
New
like,
Vegas.
it's a kind of a game.
Yeah,
Like,
I got to the robot bit with the robot guy, and I was just like, I wasn't having it. I wasn't having the wrong answers. So I was like, no, I'm gonna do this until I get the right fucking combination. And I was like, wasn't gonna leave that until I did it. And then eventually I just stopped playing because I was just like, never did it. And then just fucking
I played that for so fucking long, and like did heaps of missions, heaps of levels, fucking put all these skill points in, and then all of a sudden you just hit something, and it's like, oh, I'm not level 80 in speech. Well, that's me fucked. Like,
yeah, exactly, yeah. That was. I think that's what
it was.
It was that with the guy, and you had to go back and do it if you wanted to do it. And I was like, well, I can't. I'm not having the shit ending, so I was just trying to find ways around it. But that was like that in Fallout, the old Fallout, because you had
I know.
time limit.
See, I'd come from, like, I liked 4, and I'm like, oh, I'll go play the others, and it's like, oh, fuck, this is a bit rough.
Yeah, I suppose so. Yeah, it would be.
Really, I just played it. I'm like, there's got to be a fucking power suit somewhere. Like, I'm gonna get power armor, and I'm like, I never even saw it. Like, I put in.
Yeah, it was.
I was just going down. Like, I think I've gone down the wrong paths, or like.
I think in Fallout 3, you got the power armor. You definitely got the power armor by the time you were moving that fucking Abraham Lincoln head.
In New Vegas.
Oh no, this is in Fallout 3, I think.
Like, I've done heaps of shit in that, and like, I'm still haven't even seen a fucking robot suit.
Maybe you didn't.
There's the big cowboy ones. Like, I could go up and, like, I've done Mr. House and all that sort of, like,
yeah,
and fucking freed the dams and like the big solar panel shit. Like, it feels like I've fucking done the game. Like,
yeah, I know, it was the same with me. I felt like I'd done so much of it. I was just like, oh fuck it, like. And then
I'm cool with it just ending, like, but I still never saw a power suit. Would have been cool.
Yeah, I'm surprised. I thought power suits in. You did get it in Fallout 3. I'm sure you did, but I could be wrong. I could be just remembering differently, but I'm sure I had. But I never went down.
You've got to stray off the main path. Like, I was just going from like major missions and just clearing out as many side quests and shit as I could, but I still never hit the right ones, I don't think. Like, or maybe I didn't take the right companions.
Maybe.
Like, I did hate
Strong in, was that in 3 or 4? I can't remember. The Super Mutant, that was 4, was it?
Super Mutants are 4. Strong's 4.
Yeah, Strong's 4, right? Yeah. It's been a few years.
Like, 3 was the one with the big grizzly bear and the amusement center.
I never had a grizzly bear. I never got a grizzly bear as a companion.
No, not as a companion. Like, you go to the site, like, you see the big bear in the distance, and they got the dinosaur. Like,
oh yeah.
What's that town called? Fucking. Oh, it's like one of the first ones you come up to, and it's got the dinosaur.
Yeah. God.
And there's like a big teddy grizzly bear in another part.
Oh yeah. Fucking hell, that takes me back. Fucking hell. Oh, I loved Fallout 3, man. I just loved how I love a restricted palette because it gives you a framework for your art. You know what I mean? You can just like, and in Fallout 3, you could kind of explore their art, but have your own. Like, just doing little shit, like I say, like collecting fucking toasters, like I made a chessboard and I set it all up with ammo from the laser weapons. So all the pieces were like, the pawns were like the green cells, and then they had the white cells for the other ones, and set them all up as this fucking chess set. But like on 4, it's all kind of there. Do you know what I mean? It's like, yeah, you can do all this shit, but it means that you can do other shit, which is great. But it just meant that like my little thing of going around collecting toasters, it was like made into a thing in 4. So I was like, oh, it's not as fun anymore.
See,
Like,
I just went around collecting
toasters.
like power armors.
How did you? Yeah.
Like in one of the saves, like there must be 200 of them. Like,
Just
'cause I've
old
just-
battered up bits of fucking power armor that you're never gonna fix, like just carrying it around.
like they're about 4 wide the whole way down Sanctuary. Like from down that main street of Sanctuary is just like a whole army of fucking power armors.
Sweet.
And then the castle's like that's half full of them.
For me, it was like
Yeah,
the robots and shit. Did you ever do any of the other shit, like the pit and the UFO
yeah,
one?
fucking thousands of them.
Fucking loved
Like,
the UFO one, man. That just I didn't expect it. It just blew my mind. I was,
secret, in the last save, I just basically broke the game by putting in water, just purifying water. Like
yeah.
I've got fucking thousands of that. Like as soon as you log in and come, like every 15 minutes, it's like 99.9 waters. It's
Oh
just
wow.
it's unlimited water supply, and you just walk around selling them, and then buying shipments of plastic and I think it's fertilizer, and just making jet.
Mm.
It's like literally all I've done for about 100 fucking levels is just that loop.
Oh yeah, I
Just
remember making
walking
jet
around.
in it. Yeah,
Like
doing it.
I've done a few missions. Like I've platinumed it on the PS4. Like I've done everything in it, but then this was just a fun save, and it was like I didn't even unlock those first Minutemen. Like I've just left everything not
Nice.
done.
Nice.
And
Nice for the
like I've done some missions where you get cool shit and the stuff that you can do around doing this other mission so you don't unlock this, and
nice.
basically
Like
just
that.
got it into where it's like everything's still to be done, but I've got like unlimited supply of water and jet and money and cat like and shipments. Like I just spent months just like in this loop of just selling water and jet and buying shipments, and then just doing that loop again, going around to all the vendors and just buying everything.
Yeah.
And just
Good ones. I remember that farm. That farm was a good one, wasn't it? There was a farm, and you could, if you had to leave it a bit, but when you went back, he always had the right good shit. He always had.
they always had like shipments of plastic and shipments of fertilizer.
Always used to be hanging around that fucking farm, waiting to the one that had the cats in it, just waiting to go back and see if that guy had been stocked up again.
Yeah, and then there was the ones in the Diamond City where there was the robot, and then they would swap to the female at night.
Oh yeah.
And like if you could just do a big loop, and by the time you got back to the start, it had already reset.
Yeah.
So they would have all their new stock
in the night.
But you could also like I was then also getting another 1,000 waters, and like you could swap like water's worth heaps.
Yeah.
But then in the meantime, sometimes I'd have to wait, or I'd go use all these shipments and just go build like 100 robots. Like,
I was doing shit
over the towns like Sanctuary and like there's another farm. I've just put like a completely up above it, like way up, a wooden platform, and that's just like full of fucking robots. Some of them are just like completely full of food, and there's just like 100 robots in there. So you just like jump in, collect like all the food and all the water, and then just like sell it off. Like, but that's what I mean. Like, I did some stuff to be able to link them all up. So like, I did have to do some missions to like unlock the castle, and I just did the bare minimum to just unlock the world.
That though, just like keeping it as the artist intended, isn't it? Like, I like that. I'm working.
Yeah. And then just with all the money, just going and buying all the power armors and finding all the power armors. And yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's the shit. The problem was I was playing on the PlayStation, so I was so limited.
Sucks.
Yeah,
it
was
sucks
so
on
limited.
the PlayStation.
Yeah, it was shit. That's why, I just eventually, well, I had my kid. That's why I don't think I ever finished Fallout 4 because I had my kid, and that was when I had him, and I was pregnant when I was playing it, and then I had to obviously pack it in then.
So I platinumed that in I think it was 6 weeks.
Oh, really? Or maybe I did finish it. Like I never
got it
felt
on
like
launch.
I finished it. Oh yeah, we weren't far after. But yeah, I just spent so much time making just making shit, just making like there was a bit where there was near the sea, I forgot what it was called, and it was just like I decided I was going to make a big boardwalk, and that would just take up so much time, like making this entire fucking place, making a bar in there with a pool table and everything, just making a lot like The Sims, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
And
but it
then,
was all janky, the controls. Like, it'd take you forever to fucking get everything to line up. And
yeah, I got into that. I think it was all right, but the thing was with the PlayStation, it was just so limited. Like like some random reason, it'd just like delete your shit, and you'd just be like, all right, like none of this stuff works anymore because half the shit's been deleted by the game.
yeah. Yeah, I remember. I used to get stuck in the loading screens.
Oh,
It was
really?
it was so slow. It was like, you'd open a door and it was just like 2 minutes later, you're still fucking waiting for it to load in.
Yes. That didn't
Or
happen to me, thank
or
God.
you'd get into the lift or an elevator and it'd just like 5 minutes. And then as soon as you'd touch a button and it'd like wake up, you're like, oh fuck, if I touched that button like 2 minutes ago, would it have loaded? Like, what the fuck?
Oh my God. No, I never had
But,
to worry about that one for some reason. I don't remember it. I
yeah.
remember getting glitched out maybe a couple of times, glitching out in the loading screen where it just never loaded, but generally in the castle, that used to happen. And I think it's because I just overloaded that castle. But then you see, sounds like you did as well. You like fucking went to town, but you can on the fucking PC, can't you? But you can't on the PlayStation. So I fucking went.
It does crash out sometimes, but even on the PC, it does crash out.
Mm.
So that's what I want to do is I showed off me gameplay one time, but I wasn't on the right screen. It was like I was in there running around for about an hour thinking oh yeah, this is cool. And then went back and watched it and it was just black screen. I was like, oh, what the fuck? Like,
That's disheartening, isn't it? Very disheartening. I'd be up for it if you ever wanted to show around your Fallout. Show us your town and that. I'd be well up for watching that.
Yeah, well, it's all janky looking shit, but it's like just you'd look at the robots and it's just like fucking hell, like that place is busy.
Yeah.
And just run it. Really, I wanted to was going to run through all the water loops. Like, fuck, there's so many water shit. Like, I just remember spending fucking months and months just putting water purifiers wherever the fuck I could put them.
I never fucking bothered with that shit. I completely didn't even. I think I might have had one. I don't even remember the water purifiers really. I think I stuck a couple in or whatever, but nah, never really bothered with it at all. I was too busy building fucking pool tables.
Yeah,
trying to organise how the people moved around the village. You know what I mean? Because they'd always like collaborate in this place somewhere, and it'd be finding the place where they'd all hang around and then building something around that area so that you could contain them, and then they'd all be in there.
Well, and there's like little random things that I'd like grab through the game. Like, I don't know if you remember, but there was that robot in one of the main cities that was like a chef.
Mm.
He used to talk Japanese.
I do remember that, yeah.
It was like in the noodle and you couldn't touch it. You couldn't touch anything around it or you'd be thief and they'd all just skit you.
Yeah, I remember that guy.
Managed to get him back to the castle.
Wow.
So
I love shit like that. That's exactly what I used to do in Fallout 3. That's the shit I used to love about Fallout 3 was getting, like, there was a mission where there was like a robe that we had to like get a robot from one end to the other or something alive. Or no, it wasn't even that. That was the mission I made. I made that up for myself. I was just like, no, this is my robot now. It wasn't like attached to me, and that's what it was. A bit like The Last Guardian. Have you ever played The Last Guardian?
Yeah.
It was like that, where you just like had a little pet and you're like, right, you're my pet now. There's no reason to decide that you're my pet. Nothing says that you're my pet, but you are now my pet, and you had to do it yourself. And that, I loved that shit. That was all it was all about for me. So that's
it was
cool.
like same as all my companions. Like I've gone and unlocked all of those, but then just sent them to Red Rocket.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
they're all just like
thing.
all the companions are just their one little village.
Yeah, I did that same. I did it. I had some in Red Rocket, but then there was that little the first village, the first one with all the houses.
Sanctuary.
Is that Sanctuary? I can't even fucking remember. That's where I sent a lot of people because I just wanted them all in the house. I wanted to give them all the houses to have people in them.
Yeah, but it's too big and they fucking wander around and get lost. It's like when they're at Red Rocket, they're just there.
I got it. I got it down. I got it down in there. I got it sorted. I got people in there, and it was like fucking 10-penny tower by the time I'd finished in there, mate. It was beautiful, beautiful, and there was just loads of people. And
it's the one thing I wished I was good at was building good-looking shit.
Yeah.
It's like I'm fucking stoked just getting a platform to line up with a set of stairs.
Oh, mate, I made some right shit. Everything had its own theme. Like I can't even remember the names of them all, but some of them were worse than others for jankiness and crashing. I don't know why. Probably because of the stage I was at in the game and how much shit I'd loaded into it by then.
Yeah, I think it's a glitchy fucking game.
Yeah, well,
like it just tripped.
It?
Oh, it's Bethesda.
Yeah, exactly. But for all of it was all about making a fucking walk. It was all about making a pier for me. If there was a waterway, I'd be like, make a pier, make a walkway, have some nice shops along the side, have some lights, make it nice. Do it like that. Get them all walking, promenading on the fucking pier and that. Right, good.
See, this one now, I'm all about just the power supplies, the food level.
It's like Monopoly, isn't it? You get the fucking
and just putting all different shops. It's like the more vendors I put in there, the more shit that I can swap with them.
Yeah, well, the castle was my one of that. Every single room in that castle had a different fucking shop in it.
Yeah, but like I've got like strips of every single shop, like all the tiers. So that's what I meant. Like I'm walking around with that much water, and it's like I just buy everything.
Yeah.
So it's like I just get it up to get another level, and then another shop, and then try to find like it's hard to keep people like sending them to them. It's like that's what glitches out sometimes in it. It's like you'll put in a whole bunch of shops and then send people to work in them.
Yeah.
And then you'll come back to trade and there's no one standing behind there.
Oh yeah, yeah.
And it's like you can't do all your trades, and it's like the fucking game's just slowing me down. Like
yeah.
The same as
you need it one, but then I managed to get that one sorted as well, because I think in the castle it's just a case of fucking boxing them in. You just got to box them in, but they still disappeared.
Yeah, well, see, I haven't got anyone at the castle. Only that dude. I don't know. There's one dude.
Yeah, I opened up the full
but
castle.
It's just robots, like
every room. You know, like when you go through those tunnels, and each one's got like a little inlet in it. It's not even a room; it's just a little inlet. Each one of those was either a full-on dormitory with like as many beds as you can fit in as possible, or it was a dormitory and a shop. And each one of those.
Yeah, well, see, that's where I stash all my shit at the castle.
Yeah.
So that's where I keep all my good power armors.
Yeah, and
any little shinies I find, like that Japanese robot, or
yeah, right, okay, yeah.
And then all my weapons, like I just keep like the cool shit on me, like one or two of each. And then literally I'm just hunting fucking legendaries in between.
Yeah, that's just it. Just going around doing the loop and just getting into scuffles on the way across. It just took your time up, didn't it? It's like by the time you got to the next shop, it wasn't a problem because you'd already just had a massive battle or something. So it just cleared your palette, and then you're off for more trading.
Well, yeah, and because you can just walk around indestructible. It's like there's no dramas about anything.
Yeah, that was the beauty. well. Like,
I'm loaded up with waters and fucking the best guns and best armor, and I've got a Codsworth robot that's built up like all fuck, and it's just jam packed full of water and jet, because I don't think jet weighs that much.
No, it doesn't. It's a
So,
really good.
yeah, the waters are a little bit heavy, but I just load him up with them, and I'll have like 10,000 jet, and just off we go. Let's just cause fucking destruction, and just walk around all the villages and just smashing legendaries and shit.
Yeah, man. I used
But
to work
that's
so that my character didn't have to wear armor. In 3, because I think in 4 it didn't matter because you could just have whatever skin you wanted, couldn't you? Even if you had your armor on, if I remember rightly. Or am I wrong? Am I wrong about that? But on Fallout 3, it was all about working on my character so that he could run around with just a fucking hat on and a fucking cotton dress. And he had this. It was called Conk Face. He had this big fucking nose, and running around with just a cotton dress on, and he was just hard as fuck. No one could touch him. Like, he didn't need any armor, apart from occasionally, like, I might have to tool up occasionally, but mainly it was just seeing how I could get that character to just run around with nothing.
yeah.
Totally
you can be pretty much indestructible in 4. So once you get that, like, you just get that many fucking power cells, you just stay in your power armor.
Yeah, I think
and
that's
then,
what me for a bit, but it takes me away from it a bit, that the power armor. Plus the NCR fucking bastards, or whatever it wasn't the NCR, the other ones. What were they called? The power armor dudes. I forgot. The Enclave.
Brothers of Steel in that
Brothers
one.
of Steel. That's it. Them fuckers. I was like, I was just like, I'm not fucking playing ball with them. I've got nothing to do with them. And the NCR bastards, I was always just like, I'm not even doing their fucking mission. The bastards, like.
Well, see, they're part of the loop where I just go up there and just steal that. They got that ship above the city.
Yeah. Yes.
Full of all the good shit.
Yeah.
Like, I just walk in there, just take everything, and just like blast them out, and then just jump down.
Yeah, I think eventually I had to do it. I had to do it to get shit, and then I was like, damn, they're my friends now. Fuck. Like, I don't want them to be my friends. I hate them. And I've always hated the NCR bastards, like, because in Fallout 2, I think it is, or is it Fallout? One of the old ones, there's a fucking scene in that where the NCR come in and there's a Deathclaw, a sort of sapient Deathclaw who's like your mate. And there's a bit where you go in and the fucking NCR come on and just wipe out the whole fucking thing, all the Deathclaws, all the good Deathclaws, and there's nothing you can do about it. And I used to keep going back and trying to do things differently and save a bit of time so I can get there first, so I can save this Deathclaw. And there was no way I could fucking save him from them NCR fucking bastards. So then after that, I was just like, always hated them fuckers. They fucking killed that fucking Deathclaw.
I remember when I went back to play New Vegas, and it was like, fuck, I think I've maybe beat 2 or 3 Deathclaws in that game, but like, I've run into fucking heaps, and they just wreck the shit out of you.
Yeah, man.
Like, they're proper fucking nasty.
Well, I was hoping with that one that was like a sapient one, that like when I saw that thing happen, I thought, right, if I go in and I save this fucker before he gets killed by those guys, he'll be my companion. And then I've got a Deathclaw companion, and that's why I was working on it. But there just didn't seem like there was anything I could. Maybe I did it wrong, do you know what I mean? But there didn't seem like there was anything I could do to save it. And it fucked me off. But yeah, Deathclaw as a companion would be fucking amazing, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I'm trying to think. Yeah, fuck.
And like things like that, like having them as pets in it and keeping them as pets and keeping the Mirelurks as pets and shit like that. That was all fun. Getting them involved.
Yeah, well, I'm stoked. At the castle, I got that big Queen Mirelurk in Fallout 4.
Oh, about that. That's fucking amazing. Yeah. That's fucking, yeah. That's some good shit. Yeah, I remember you telling me about that. Fucking hell. Shit, I love that shit, there's the stuff that shouldn't be where it is. And
Oh, she should not be where she is in my fucking game save. I'll tell you that. And then I put all like barbecues. There's like fireplace barbecue skewers around it, so it looks like it's a big Mile barbecue.
Yeah, shrimpy on the barb, eh? I fucking love it. Yeah.
It's perfect.
I wished I could have like kept an area that just had that you could just leave the eggs, you know, and just leave them there because they were nice decoration. But obviously you couldn't. That was the
Well,
trouble.
she's hard to catch in the fucking castle there too, like
Sure,
right
yeah.
in the center.
But
Like
she was outside the gates, wasn't she? When you actually interact with her, wasn't she? If I remember rightly.
yeah, like out in the water.
Yeah.
You gotta get her right in there.
Wow, that
And
is.
like and where it fell, like it's just perfect, and then it just falls upside down.
Just fucking yeah. So it just looks like you're cooking it.
Pretty much, yeah, it does. Like it fully looks like something you could build,
Yeah.
and then you just surrounded it, like, and where it sort of is, like you could surround it. Like if it landed if you killed it somewhere else and it rolls over, it's like on top of it.
Can you
And
pull the shit around like you could on Fallout 3? Like on Fallout 3, you could just like pick up a body or a dead thing and you could just move it wherever you wanted and take it wherever you wanted.
well, like she disappears.
Oh,
Like
does
the
she?
body doesn't stay there. Like no, like when you kill it out
Oh,
in the water,
yeah.
like it ends up disappearing.
Yeah.
But if you kill her inside the castle, she stays.
Yeah. Well, I first
But
discovered that there was a weird glitch like that in that tiny little hut that I found because there was a dead man on the fucking bed. And I first discovered that I could move it, and I was just like, "Oh my god, I can move him! Oh my god, this has changed the whole fucking game! Oh my god!" And I remember my sister came round, and I was like, "Just sit there and let me show you something." And then I just picked up this like new Coca-Cola bottle. And I was like moving it around like a ghost. I was like, "Oh, look at this! It's a fucking ghost!" And then that was it. Then that was the start of it, and that's what I thought was great, and that's why I went right in with the building stuff because that's where I'd left it in 3. But I loved the fact that I was building shit in 3, but it wasn't set up for building in 3. You know what I mean? It was just you just move stuff about, and so that was when you did build something, it was just fucking ace because you're just like, yeah, I've just built that fucking thing. It took me so long to do that chessboard because I kept knocking them over. Oh my god.
yeah, and because it's all janky with the controls, like you got to make sure you pick it up right
Yeah, so you can put it down right because if you put
before
it
you
down,
can start.
you pick it on the wrong center of gravity, it'll tip when you put it down. So I really
Yeah,
respected the art of that by doing that fucking chessboard. And
yeah.
then I spent so long just being OCD. I'm not OCD, but I was in that game, just like making sure everything was like all my toasters were in the fucking right pile. And
See, I swear I've had some stuff where I've like put like just some like stuff I've picked up, like like cigar containers and stuff that like unopened. I've put them in different places, and then I've come back and I swear like they've been bumped. Like
yeah, there will
like
be.
the robots are walking around and they're fucking they bump
Yeah,
into shit,
yeah,
and then like everything's been knocked over,
yeah.
and then
Oh, mate, yeah, in
it's
that
like
bar.
fuck.
Oh,
That took me like half an hour to stand up. Like
yeah, it was a pain in the arse. Yeah, the more people you put in a place, you're fucked. You know, it will only stay how you put it if you've got no one in there.
yeah, well that's why I never sent anyone to the castle.
Mm.
But then I ended up building robots, and they just fucking walk around
Good
stupid.
idea. I'm definitely going to have a go at that if I ever go back on Fallout. But I fancy playing the old ones again because that was the thing about New Vegas as well. I can't remember which one it was, but I was so excited for New Vegas because of playing the old ones because you do a lot in. I think it's in the first one. You do a hell of a lot in New Vegas over there, and you get introduced to the whole ecosystem with the jet and everything and the whole backstory. And it's in those ones. There's so much lore, so much like story. It's so great because it's all about that. Isn't it? They're in the rest of the bells and whistles, so it's all about that shit. And the New Vegas was so cool. So I was just so looking forward to.
If anything, it's like New Vegas. It has heaps of stuff in it, but it doesn't tell you. It's like you were already meant to have known who these characters were and stuff.
Yeah,
It
exactly.
just
Yeah,
feels like a complete side hustle. Like,
yeah, definitely. Yeah,
whereas they doesn't explain who the NCR or the Brotherhood are or whatever the fuck. It's just like you're meant to know them. Like they're just
yeah.
part of the game, and you just know who they are and which ones are which, and it doesn't hold your hand. That's for
No,
sure.
that's what's good about it. Yeah. Well, because they really fleshed out the story in whichever one it was, for 1 or 2 or whatever. They really, there's a lot of story in there. You spend a lot of time
A
in New Vegas.
different company, like different. That's the
Is it
like
different? Was it a different company? Did they? I didn't know that.
yeah, yeah. So New Vegas is Obsidian. They
I didn't know that.
yeah, yeah. Fallout 3 and Fallout New Vegas, like they're the same. It's the same game and the same assets for a lot of it, but it was outsourced to this other company, and
Oh,
then they punched out a cracker of a game, and
they did.
then yeah, that's pretty deep. That because they ended up getting fucked over.
Oh,
They
did they?
yeah, there was like on just basically how popular Fallout 3 was. They then needed a sequel straight up.
Mm,
So while they were working on other stuff, they gave New Vegas to Obsidian. But like,
right.
and they only had a short time frame. So I was like, look, here's like I think it was like 12 months or something. But here's all the assets and just use all this stuff and the fucking game engine, but make a
Yeah.
game out, make a sequel. So that's
Yeah.
why it looks the same, pretty much. But yeah, there's like a bunch of shit that they didn't get to put in it. Then they ended up getting fucked where they had to hit a certain. It could have been on Metacritic where
Okay.
they needed to get a certain rank or a score for the game, and they just missed it, and
Oh,
they missed out on some like crazy fucking
like the best
bonus.
that they should have had. Yeah. And then obviously it went on
Yeah,
to be a really massive game.
yeah, but it was almost like they missed it by like points. It was like they might have had to have get say an 85 average score or something, and they got like 84.9 or something, and
Oh,
you didn't get it. But yeah, that's
right.
Obsidian. They pretty much, if you have a look at what's their game, their new game, Star Citizen,
Oh,
Star
yeah. Starfield or whatever it's called.
Star. No, that's Bethesda,
Oh, is
isn't
it?
it?
Oh, I get mixed up.
Oh, yeah, me too. I do get mixed up.
It's all been diluted now so much. I'm not bothered about any of that shit now. It's coming out now.
Well, if you look at it, it looks like Fallout 3 and Fallout that's kind of the same, where you click on a face and it comes into the middle of the screen, and then you're
Yeah.
conversing with them. Yeah, it's not. Maybe it is Starfield. Whichever one's out, Star
Mm,
Citizen, Starfield.
I don't know. Star Citizen. That was like a year ago. I don't even know.
Yeah, that's it. That's it.
But man, fucking hell, I've still got fucking Fallout. What's it? Not Fallout. No Man's Sky to do. I fucking hell.
I
I
never got
played
it.
it. I played that when it was like right at the beginning because like I said, I love the bleakness. I love the empty. I was loving it. I was like, this is fantastic. I can make my own game in this space. I just made my own game because there wasn't a game. I made my own. It was banging and everyone was knocking it. And I'm like, this is the most beautiful fucking sandbox. Just because you haven't got a fucking brain in your head to make your own fucking entertainment. Jesus Christ, you've got a jetpack, haven't you? Fucking hell, what more do you want? Jesus. Everyone was moaning. And I can't wait to see what it's like now. I bet it's completely different. I was there at the fucking start, mate, when it was just nothing. Absolutely nothing there. It was great.
Yeah,
I loved it. I love that empty shit.
fuck, I remember him hyping it up for years before it.
Yeah, there
That
was a bit.
this fucking mega big game's coming and it's coming and it's gonna be this and it's gonna do that.
Yeah, they were just starting to make it into an actual game when I had my kid, and that was it. I couldn't do it anymore. But I remember
Uh,
got to a bit with that where I'd fanned around so much that I'd fucking bust the game a bit. And I realised that I had to start again, and I was right at the end as well. I was like, oh, fuck. So I'm going to start again with that one.
Oh, fuck, I hate starting games again.
Yeah, I think it's been long enough now. I will miss my old shit. Oh, man, I loved it. I loved that. I made like a full-on, like, fairy lights all over, like, this mountainous region of snow, and that was my base, and with like Christmas Town. It was fucking mental.
But I'd say one of the, like, it's an old looking game, but I fucking spent so much time trying to finish that Binding of Isaac.
Oh, really? Can you
It's
finish
like-
the game? Is it possible to finish that game? I thought it just went on forever.
Pretty much does, but you can do everything in it.
I suppose you can upgrade, get all the upgrades, can't you?
There's probably still things you'll never see, but like weapons and synergies and shit, but you can there is a platinum to it where you get the whole complete game save. But fuck, like I spent so many hours playing that shit. Like,
Yeah, man.
I don't think I got a fucking quarter of the way through it. Like,
God, Binding of Isaac, I forgot about that. I can only just remember it. Only just.
did you play it?
I played it a bit, but I watched my partner play it more than I played.
Oh, fuck.
I just watched him play it. But to be honest,
It
he
was
was
so brutal.
Wars, so it was like the choice of Binding of Isaac or Guild Wars, and I was like, fucking, I'll put Binding of Isaac on, for fuck's sake.
Yeah, well, there's different versions of it, Nat. Like, there is a few different games. Like, there's like the Wrath of the Lamb, and
Oh, is there? Oh, no, I don't know about that. It was just early doors for us.
there's a few. Like, they all just change a little bit, and then there's been DLCs for Binding.
Oh, I can imagine. It was. I mean, when was that? 2012.
No, I jumped in pretty late with that game.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, it was a while ago.
It was a long time ago. Another dimension for me, another world where I could actually
But that
play
was,
games.
it was just such a like you'd see So how the fuck did someone do that? Like, you've got to do this many times, and like it was all just luck, and because it's a randomly generated game, and it's like you've just got to fucking put the time into it. Like, it's not really it is a get good game.
Trial and error, isn't it?
Hey,
Just trial and error.
well, fuck some of it, and then some of it's luck, and then you can be on a roll, and then all of a sudden it's just gone completely fucking balls up. Or, you might have a bad run, and then all of a sudden it gets real good, and you're like, oh fuck yeah, and you end up doing a whole bunch of cool shit. But like, just it had the most randomest unlockables, and just the challenges to unlock shit, but like you'd look at videos and there's like just fucking savants playing it, and they're just getting the craziest shit happening. It's like, what the fuck? Like, how many?
You can just see how it goes up.
Well, I used to watch like speed running stuff as well, and
yeah,
that's some crazy shit. But fuck that Isaac.
Yeah, it's very similar to the speedrunning shit actually, and the Mario Maker shit.
That's some crazy stuff.
Yeah.
But then see, I used to play a little bit of that. It's Cloudberry Kingdom.
No, I never heard of that.
Not. Oh, have you seen that?
No, never heard of it.
It's just like, it's not Mario Maker, but it's just a stupid challenge little game where each stage just sort of gets progressively harder. But they're pretty much, it's just like game mechanics. Like, it's almost like you look at it and it's its own little game with characters and shit. But oh fuck, like some of the levels, it's like you just think you got to jump here, quickly turn, and you're just doing so much shit with your fingers, like on a gamepad. But then you can watch a video of it happening. It'll show you the path to go down. It's like you still can't do it. It's just like, Yeah. And then you'll cruise for a little while. You'll hit a few, and it's like must trick some people, but then it doesn't trick how you play. And it's
Yeah.
like somehow you can do these ones easy, but you watch other videos and people struggle with it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Then you hit another level, and it's just like throw the controller sort of shit. Like, but it's all real cheery and like
Is
happy
it?
and kidsy looking.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, like everything's all smiley faces, and it's just like the most frustrating fucking shit. Like, and yeah, Cloudberry Kingdom.
Yeah, man. I'll write that
But
one
then
off.
you watch videos and people play it to the end, and it's just like, what the fuck? Like, is that hacked? Like, that's insane. Like,
Fucking hell. I've written that on my board. 'Cause if it's happy and smiling, I could maybe play that wrong with my kid a bit.
oh, your kid will break his fucking controller.
Oh god, yeah, he would. And he gets so frustrated, and it's like he's only 7, so he does. I have to proper
I,
calm down sometimes.
I remember playing it with my cousin and his kid, and he just wanted to put something on the fucking play a game, and like he sort of struggles with just like a double jump sort of shit.
Yeah.
I'm like, all right, well, we'll put this one on. Like, this will teach her, good game mechanics. Like,
Yeah.
you'll learn your double jumps and all this sort of stuff. And because he's, oh, I can do it. Like, he plays Forza and Fortnite and shit. And literally within about 5 minutes, this little kid's swearing his fucking head off and like through the controller. It was like,
Oh, yeah. Like me trying to get
yeah.
my kid and his mate on a wait, his friend comes over to stop over on a Friday night, and it was like in the morning on the Saturday. I used to put Cuphead on for him because I was like,
Oh,
right,
fuck.
yeah, because I'd be like, just fucking do the tutorial. Just do the tutorial, kids. That's what you need to do. And then if you can do that, if you learn this, you'll be all right, And his mate, my kid's mate.
Oh, I think we've lost you. Dead air. Dead air.
Hello, has it come back?
It has now.
The phone went onto a fucking thing. Unbelievable. But yeah, I think try and push the Cuphead again with him.
Yeah, that's not a kid's game.
Well, then they're 7. Do you know what I mean?
It looks like it, but it's frustrating as fuck.
Exactly, it is. But that's the lessons though, innit? It's like that's what I said to him. I was like, don't waste your time playing this shit. Go to the fucking source. Do you know what I mean? And fucking just learn it, and then you'll be able to play any game.
We'll try that Cloudberry Kingdom because that
I think I will,
feels like it's like a game mechanics trainer. Like you learn all your shit.
Yeah, that sounds cool actually. And if I get my kid on it before he gets his mate on it, then he might like it more because he'll be able to show it, be able to one up his mate, which his mate will catch up really quickly as well, so it'll be fine. But it's like game mechanics for me as well, trying to get the kids involved and not be too enthusiastic, because if I'm too enthusiastic, it's not cool anymore. So I have to...
It quickly gets frustrating, trust me. But because it's sort of, that's what I mean, like, because it looks kids, he's thinking, fuck, one more go. And because it restarts really fast.
Right, okay.
Like, it's literally like as soon as you're dead, like, you just start back. Like, it's so quick. Just probably built into it, like, which you just like, one more go.
Yeah.
And then, like, next minute, fuck this fucking bullshit. Fuck.
Yeah.
Like, if you had to wait like 30 seconds in between, like, I don't think you'd get as frustrated. But because it's just like an instant death and you just instantly back to the start, like, fucking arsehole of a game.
That's what they're all like now, though, innit? It's like that short attention span shit that they've all got. It's like that Geometry Dash that my kid loves, and do you remember Bit Trick Runner and stuff like that? That was the start of it all that shit.
Yeah, well, so, like I like them until I play them, but those just challenge games like Super Meat Boy or that
Yeah,
Cloudberry, even Isaac, like where it's a random game, so it's a challenge every fucking time.
yeah. And
But
it's
it's
just
like
physical
I
challenge,
think
reactions.
well, we'll say Super Meat Boy. It's you just hit a point where you can either do it or you can't.
Yeah.
Like you can either do the buttons and hit all the buttons and hit 20 things at once, or you can't. Just
Well, with Super
same
Meat
as
Boy, I played it for a bit and got to that point and was like, fuck this. And then my partner at the time was playing it and I just let him play it. And I was just like, fuck it.
yeah. Well, see, I fall into the trap of thinking I can do it, and then start to do it. Ah, fuck this fucking stupid game.
Yeah. I just,
But I persevere for a while. Like some of them I'm probably pretty good at, but you just hit a point where you're just not. It's
yeah.
like, oh no, like
It's just so frustrating. It's just too frustrating. And I just was like, life's too short for this shit. And,
well, I used to like sort of like puzzle game, like not puzzle games, but like where you got to work out a puzzle, like in a Tomb Raider or a Zelda, or
yeah.
like you think it's going to be that sort of challenge, but some of them in those other ones they're not. It's just you've got to be able to push the buttons
Yeah. Yeah.
as you
Like,
got to do it perfect, or you can't. Like
about being an
it's
athlete, innit? Instead of being like a game player. It's a different. It's more sports, isn't it? Really, than a game.
yeah, like almost like combos in the fighting games. Like
Yeah.
you've just got to be able to hit the buttons perfectly, or you can't. It's just end of
Even some of the
story.
like
But
football games and shit like that. I know there is like strategies and places to go and things like that, but a lot of it is down to your reaction, isn't it? In those sorts of games and like tennis games and stuff.
yeah, you've either got the coordination and you can do it, or you can't. Like,
Yeah.
but those games that test you on that shit, I always think I'm gonna go good at them. And
I think
it's like,
you do eventually, don't you? It's just that some of them are just that far away that you might not ever get there.
yeah, well, that's like that climbing with, that one where he's in the kettle and you got the axe. And you just got to keep hitting the right buttons and
Oh,
you keep climbing.
fucking hell, man. Getting over
Like,
it. Fucking
yeah, getting
hell.
over it.
I
Like
got
those
stuck.
sort of
I got
ones, and
stuck on that. I'm alive.
you just think, well, yeah, I'm up for that. Like, surely I'll just
Yeah.
practice, and it's like
Just keep going at it. You'll do it in the end.
yeah, but you don't, you can't.
Mm.
Well,
I've just got to this point. I can't even remember what it was, and I just could not get over it. Fucking hell! But that fucking game was what got my kid onto fucking games on my phone, because I put it on my phone. I was like, I'm having this one. This
oh
looks like
fuck,
fun. And
that'd
then
be tough on the phone.
and then I showed it him, and I was like, come on, let's have a play with this stuff instead of watching shit or whatever on YouTube. We'll play a decent game and not just pay to play bullshit. It's a decent one. And then after that, he was like, oh, can I just try this game? And can I just try this game? And then it's quickly devolved into the shitty games, And I was just like, oh my God, the whole thing just went tits up then. And then it's just been the time just trying to wean him off it all.
It's a hard game, that one.
Yeah, it's a toughie. It really is. I liked it. I liked the little insights and stuff, though. It was really cool, wasn't it? 'Cause it was like about depression and stuff, weren't it? It's pretty cool.
Oh, I didn't stick in with it for that long.
Yeah, like after every few obstacles or something, you'd get like a little pearl of wisdom about getting over it.
Actually, I saw a speed run of that where they did it in like, oh fuck, it was like 30 seconds.
What?
A minute. Yeah, no shit.
How
Like
many
they're
hours
just like
would you have had to
fucking
put?
rocketing themselves up the screen. It's just absolute bullshit.
How? How did they do it? Is it just like a flick of the wrist?
Don't know. Fucks me.
Yeah, I never got over it.
Speedrunner hack.
I never did it. Fucking hell. And Quap as well. That was another one where you're just like, yeah, I can do this. I can do this. And I still haven't.
Is that the one where you can where you control the feet and the hands and
yeah,
you got it? Like, There's a few different versions of that one.
Yeah, there's a
I
museum
think.
far from where I live, and they've got a co-op machine. I'll
Fuck.
go in there sometimes and play on that. And I never do very well.
Have you ever done any cool VR shit?
No, not really. I think someone showed me Fallout 4 when it first came out on VR because they were like, I've got Fallout 4 on VR. So I watched that, and that was cool. But that's it.
Did you have? You didn't have a go?
I had a quick go, like a look around, but I was just, that was it. You know, I wasn't going to play his game of Fallout. I wasn't going to go into his, you know what I mean? I wasn't going to start a game. So I just had a look.
No, I've had a go on a couple of crazy ones, eh? Well, like, it's fucking pretty immersive shit.
Yeah, I really want it. I think my kid would really like it. And
Like there was one where you hopped in like a donut around your waist, and it was like this big unit with like a concave floor, and you kind of stepped in, and there's like a bit went tight around your belly, and sort of you could lean on it and take the weight off your feet a little bit.
Okay.
And because the floor was like concave and slippery, and you put these like silk socks on over your shoes,
Okay.
and you kind of leant like on the railing around your belly, but you could still shuffle your feet, and that moved you through the game.
Right.
So, and you could kind of turn around like it was all 360 movement, and you just kind of like stood and just leant on a different part of the rail. And then like that was like you were leaning backwards, and then you were shuffling your feet and running around.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. All in like VR shit. Like
fucking genius, the people who come up with that shit, man, isn't it?
Yeah, that was pretty crazy shit, that.
I've
But
never seen anything like that.
pretty good.
The fucking Greenpeace people, they always catch the kids with that. Oh my God. Every festival, the fucking Greenpeace. And if you find that field with the Greenpeace people, it's like, we're not going in that field for the whole festival, just avoid it, because they'll come and they'll just harass you. They get your kids. Like, do you want to come and see our VR children? And they take you in. And then they stand outside and fucking try and sell you the shit for ages. I'm like, dude, I'm not going to sign up to your shit. And he was trying to convince me that it was like the only way we were ever going to make any change in the world. And I was like, mate, you've missed the boat on that one. That's not happening. And you getting my fucking information so you can sell it to a load of people is not going to help that. And he just was not having it at all. It's just like, how can you be here, stood here as a fucking hippie with all your dreadlocks, being fucking Greenpeace, and try to convince, be a massive breadhead on me and trying to, get my details and get me signed up to a contract. What's up with you? Fucking idiots. Do you know what I mean? So I'm just stood there kicking off at him. Well, my kid's in the VR machine. I have to wait then for him to come out, feeling all awkward. It's quite annoying.
Yeah, because he's all positive on it because it's all been good fun.
And if they know that it's there, the kids are like, "Where's the Greenpeace tent? Where's the Greenpeace tent?" And they'll go running over for it. They want the VR, like fuck, they've got him. Damn. And like, if I've left him with my friend or something, I've gone to do something, and I'm like, "Where are the kids?" "Oh, they've gone to see the Greenpeace." No, what are you doing?
You're like, right, you let him go over there. You go fucking rescue him.
Yeah.
Okay.
Honestly, those guys, the tricks they try and play and stuff, and they're all dressed up, they look the part, do you know what I mean? They're like fucking swamp egg, a lot of them.
It's the same as all the fucking, the sea shepherd, everyone wears like all that sea shepherd shit. Try saying that one fast. So you just see like everyone's wearing like sea shepherd fucking t-shirts and beanies and hoodies. And it's like they don't do fuck all of what they used to.
No, you don't hear about them, do you? Well, they've been shut down by now, you imagine. It's like say, figured it, if voting changed anything, they wouldn't let it happen. So if anything that's being allowed to happen.
Yeah, but they still raise all this other money. Like they're every other where, like well, they sort of were here for a while, like really. See, we've got like a chain of shops, what they call the National Geographic shops.
Oh, have they? Cool.
You'd probably have them as well. Like, yeah.
I've not seen them. They do changes in like if you go to like science museums and shit, there'll be like a whole range of National Geographic stuff in there, but I've not seen any actual shops.
Yeah, they're National Geographic shops, like, and it's basically all their shit. But they used to pump that fucking Sea Shepherd stuff.
Or did they?
Yeah, well, it was pretty popular here for a while.
It wasn't massive what I saw. There was a little bit of it when it got a bit of coverage.
I think they were down here like protecting whales and shit.
Yeah, that's it. They'll have been round your end, won't they?
Yeah, I think
Round out. Yeah. It's like you have to get quite far out before you'd have, doing anything in the North Sea.
Yeah, well, see, I think the Japanese used to come down here and hunt whales. I think they get them not far away from us, or not us, but Australia.
Yeah.
So, like, yeah, Sea Shepherd was a fucking pretty big thing here. Like,
yeah,
especially like alternative markets and stuff. Like,
wow. Yeah, we didn't.
Yeah, you're right. They're like a little cult. Like, how you think about it, like.
Yeah, it's just like Apple, innit? It's just branding. Just the same shit. Live the life. You know what I mean? Live, eat, breathe, Apple. Or whatever the brand has to be. You just have to fucking sign up to the whole cult.
Yeah, actually, I've never really had much Apple shit. One iPod and a fucking pair of kick-ass headphones. Which were actually pretty good, to be fair. They were fucking good headphones, those.
Yeah, it's all right stuff, but it's just like you can't just buy the stuff. They have to sign you up to everything. You have to be like full card carrying fucking cult member. And like I know someone, like her daughter works in the Apple shop in town near us, and it's just like she just bought into it straight away, bought into the whole lifestyle and everything. You have to, otherwise you're not going to work there. It's just culted up to fuck.
Yeah, see, this was just before all the iPhones. We never got those for ages here. Like, we were like years and years behind with the iPhones. But we still had Apple shops basically for fucking iPods.
Fucking that's weird, isn't it?
Yeah, and they never really even sold Mac computers that much, because you could still get them at other places. And same as iPods, like you could still buy iPods at like other big box shops, but they still had Apple shops, and that was kind of like, I had dramas with mine, so I had to take it to an Apple shop, and just luckily enough, like there was one around us, otherwise I would have been fucked. But yeah, there was no phone, like, and it wasn't like now where you just walk in and it's like laptop, like you got to get this, and then you need the fucking MacBook to go with it.
Yeah. Wow.
But you did need iTunes. You always came back to your iTunes account.
Yeah. Yeah.
So
I remember.
that was always what I remembered with your iPod. So you could still use it on a PC, but you just needed iTunes.
Yeah, that's it.
And that was a piece of shit.
It was the start of the control, wasn't it? The start of it, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I still remember that fucking, when I went to go get, I just wanted to get a sick MP3 player. I was like, yeah, new school shit. Here we go. And they were the only ones that didn't have a battery that would charge itself. So, yeah, home it came.
Yeah, the iPods, I don't know. Were they the first ones that had rechargeable batteries then? I didn't know that.
Oh, it was the day I went to buy some shit.
Yeah, it probably was. It was now you mention it. I got my iPod second hand. I remember doing that. I don't know where I got it from, but I just got it from one of them shops that buys off the fucking smackheads, but obviously they don't exist anymore.
No, it was probably like twice the price. You could buy an MP3 player like half the price, but you needed batteries in it.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh, what the fuck? Like, that's shit. Which one's rechargeable? Well, you need the iPod, sir. Here you go. What? Oh, okay. How much? Yeah, twice the price.
Yeah. I think I got a bargain with mine, and it lasted for ages. It was just like some poor student had obviously got rolled on her way home from the club one night, and I ended up with oils. Like,
Someone's left it in a taxi.
yeah. It was sweet in them days because everything wasn't like fucking soul binded, was it? Like it is now. It's all fucking soul bound. Fucked. Oh my god, the problems I've had with fucking Twitter this last couple of days has been unbelievable because I had to log out for some reason because I was trying to work something out, and then fucking hell, getting back on it. Fucking hell, was unbelievable because it's all like, which account have I soul bound it to? And then I've got the wrong thing, and then they're like, oh, you've tried twice. We're gonna fucking
Yeah, you're locked out.
send your account, and you won't be able to fucking talk anymore. I was like, oh my god.
Yeah, I've never really got into Twitter.
No. Well, I did at first. At the very beginning, it was fucking amazing. Right at the beginning, there was hardly anyone on it, and it was fantastic because you could just talk to all the celebrities. You could just talk to them, like, and it wasn't just like people putting Twitter things out to generate a discussion. It was like someone just coming on and talk, like Russell Grant. I used to talk to Russell Grant. The he's like a famous astrologer. Just like just puts the astrologer in all the newspapers in those days. That's what he was famous for. And I was just like got chatting to him. It was fucking cool. And it was like me and my mate had discovered it, and we were like, don't tell anyone at work. We'll keep it to ourselves. And we were just like, it was so much fun. And that was when Will Wheaton was doing all his shit as well. And right at the beginning, it was fucking amazing. And like finding. Like the loads of people hadn't made accounts, famous people hadn't made accounts, so they're making accounts for them and stuff like that. Like people out of soap operas and shit like that hadn't got the memo about it yet, and you see to make the account before they did and shit. That was great.
Yeah, that'd have been funny shit.
It was funny. My Beverly Callard account that I made was fucking woman out of Coronation Street. Fucking right funny. And
I was gonna say, so we're coming up to the 4.5 hour. Well, we're past 4.5 hours.
Yeah.
Do you think we should read a couple of comments for the viewers?
Oh right, has there been comments?
There's been a few. I can't stay here forever, so I do have to wrap it up.
Yeah, man.
Like soon-ish. But we'll go through a few comments.
We've done a 4.5 hours. I think we've done enough. The red.
We'll go. It's just all Newbin.
Yeah.
Red is a good talker, and I can't believe he's an incel in capitals. So I prefer simple or red cell.
Red
so
cell.
You can call me whatever the fuck. And
Red razor cell.
I don't know. He's a fucking idiot. And then, oi, what's for tea, guys? So he must be getting a bit hungry over there. And yeah, fuck reading.
You probably could hear my stomach going because I had my my breakfast stomach going. It was going earlier.
And yes, it's like Red's therapy session. Well, no, it's not like your therapy session you had with Ricardo Newbin.
No, exactly.
Like Ben, whole stream's been like that. Wake up, Red Bull. Red Bull, what gaming convention was that?
All right.
Yeah, righty, yeah. I was at Lewis's, but these two have killed my chizappa to do all buggery. Don't know what I did to hurt them. I don't care as always. It's just that it throws you off a tad. He needs therapy after the time he spent with the PSG. Short bus is the new normal.
That's true.
Audi spring rolls a grouse.
What?
Tommy Noob. Audi spring rolls a grouse, which means good.
All right.
And Audi's like a cheap.
Yeah,
Audi's just a cheap shop. That'd be yuck.
Audi's great, man. I love Audi when I can be asked to go.
Yeah, but I don't know what their spring rolls would be like.
No, I have to try. They'll probably be different over here anyway.
Tommy Newbin hates white people. CPE is more alert than Red.
Well, that's because it's first thing in the morning for me, and it's probably quite late at night for you, isn't it?
Oh, it's getting there.
Yeah.
CPE, you went hard on me today, so you're passionate. I want to hear the slash cunt. Yeah.
What?
All
I didn't
right.
go hard on him. I don't think.
Evil is jealous and crying to sleep. Why would he be upset, Ben? He wouldn't get it. Dude's clueless. What's your issue with me and Ricardo? We ain't e-beg or lie. Shove your linky. Hey,
Shove your
hey, hey, Volp is a master manipulator. I really like Volp.
Amazing. And so he's been talking to himself.
Yeah, or us.
Oh man. Oh, I
Red
didn't mean
Bull
to
is the
hurt
new
you.
Red Bull is the new Carl.
Oh, that was me. Yeah. Oh, because I was there and I went on and I was like, look, he's got fucking Doshi and fucking Dean. I was like, there you go. It's funny.
I'm sorry, guys, but it's about growing up. I don't play games. This was a social experiment yesterday. Two men chatting, one completely serious, one doing repeated one-liners for 3 hours. CPE, you shot me down as I came in. That's considered hypocritical where I'm from.
I didn't shoot you down as you came in.
Stop analysing BS. I take it up the arse from you two.
Oh.
I don't take your social stigmas, guys. Welcome to the country, douchey. We provided a service.
Who did?
Should be Nuben.
Oh, right.
That takes your heart partly. Should be kissing our asses for that. This is bullshit.
What?
Two people smoking weed with little to no laughs.
I ain't got no weed. What are you talking about? I ain't got no fucking weed.
I was story arcing yesterday. I'm calling you jealous, calling you for jealousy for nothing. What the fuck? That's winning a war. I can't win you over CP and Bull, which is very weird to me. It's super gay, organic. What the fuck?
Oh, Dorshin, if I have hurt your feelings, I didn't mean to, love.
Red Bull, we can all call you fatty cunt? Question mark. Okay.
You can call us what you fucking want, innit? You do.
Fuck, I didn't realise there's so many comments.
Oh, really? Has he been proper losing it?
Fuck. I thought I just skipped through and there's like about 20 or 30, but there's fucking heaps.
Really?
I haven't even read like a tenth of them.
Fucking hell, really?
Fuck.
Oh, he must have been losing it, man.
I shouldn't have kicked him.
No, man.
He's gonna go slash up.
It's gonna be like fucking, what's it, Gandalf and Saruman now. That's it. You've done it now.
It's on.
It's on. You know.
But I did fucking boot Dean too before.
Yeah.
So whatevs. No, yeah, that was just me being me. But I asked him to take you off his avatar.
Oh yeah. And what's he said?
It's just like, all right, nah, bump. See you later.
All right.
And plus, he was just had some fucking. He was just gonna talk shit.
Yeah. It's just that voice. I can't stand his voice. I just can't stand listening to it. Just can't. Just, it's not. It's in opposition to the natural order. Do you know what I mean? It's like antimatter. His voice. So,
Yeah, it puts you to sleep.
it just puts me away. It just makes me want to just go away. It just makes me just want to not be anywhere near it.
Yeah, I don't know what fucking Nuben's spinning out about. Fucking weirdo. That's even if it's him.
What's going on with Ricardo with him? Is he pissed? Has something got off with Ricardo with him? Are they pissed off because he's? Surely you'd be
Well,
over that.
no, not if you read the comments. It just looks like Nuben was making up some bullshit.
I don't know. What's this fucking? He's probably just doing something to pass the time. He's probably not even that pissed off.
Is it just bored for the afternoon?
Yeah, just bored. Like something to do. Like he's like, eventually he'll read these fucking comments.
Plus, he got bounced pretty hard.
Yeah. And he was opening up when he did. He was opening up. And he's saying I fucking threw him to the I was standing up for him.
Yeah, I don't even remember what he said.
Then he does that shit about evil all the fucking time, and then that'll just turn me off from him straight away because it's just bullshit. It's like just how much he just obsesses over him. But that's interesting that, you know, all his comments and stuff, there's only been a couple that were about evil, which is good for Doshin, that. Good
Yeah,
going.
it might be the fake Newman.
Is there a fake Doshin?
No, I don't know, probably not.
Fucking hell. We're getting into crazy town, aren't we, when we're getting fakes of fucking Doshin's alts, Jesus.
Is there even a real Newman?
Well, none of it's real, is it? But like, if there's alts of the alts at this point, then oh my god, we're fucked.
Yeah. Well. Yeah.
Fun one though. It's been nice chatting about Fallout and shit.
Oh, it's been fucking. I can't believe it's been 4 hours.
I know.
Jesus Christ.
It's that 4 hour thing, isn't it? It's like every stream, it's like it feels like you've finally done it with 4 hours. It's like, it's weird.
Yeah, I don't think I have before. Same as when you hit the hour mark in a rant.
Yeah.
That's a barrier. That's a different one. You hit that and you're like, oh shit.
Yeah. That fucking drama stream, that's why I was trying to keep it to an hour and a half. And we ended up doing it for like 4 hours last week. Because it was just fun. It was just like we just had enough fun people who were just chatting about stuff. And they had lots of really good points and stuff. But like then today, when I went back to do my fucking Mount Everest stream, I was like, run out of StreamYards. Oh no! Like, oh,
so
man.
do you actually run out of StreamYard?
I fucking ran out and I didn't turn over till the 9th.
Where does it tell you how much you got?
I could never find that out. I only found out when I clicked on today and it was like, congratulations, you've used all your StreamYards up. And I was like, oh
thanks.
Man. I was going to do my satanic panic. Fucking hell.
And it doesn't give you a warning like you've got this many hours left.
Not that I saw, but don't ask me because I'm a Luddite. I'm like total Luddite. I don't fucking know. I don't know about this. You should have seen me trying to fucking work my way around Streamlabs. I was like, I tried for hours and then I hit this fucking brick wall and I was like, I'm going to have to go back and ask people about it. Like, oh, can anyone help me with Streamlabs? And everyone's like, no, we don't use it. We just use OBS. I was like, oh, wicked. So I've got to go right back and start again now with a whole other thing. So
yeah, OBS sucks.
Yeah, that's what I'm going to have to do, I think, for a bit.
Well, you can, it seems easier to bring in videos and stuff. Like you just swipe the screen. But you can fuck up and show all your shit.
And yeah, fuck.
Whereas it seems like StreamYards, it looks after you a little bit. Like,
yeah,
you kind of know when you.
From what I saw, it was fine. It was just I had this encoder error, and I changed everything. I did everything. I did everything I was supposed to do, and it was still getting this encoder error. And I was just like, I just don't know what to do at this point.
Well, I had dramas with fucking linking up to OBS. Like you'd kick the stream off, but then it wouldn't go through to YouTube.
Oh right.
And it's like it just wouldn't quite sync up, and because it kind of just takes control of like your YouTube studio, and then your YouTube studio just takes control of some of OBS.
Yeah.
And that's what I mean. Like you can quickly fuck up, and then all of a sudden you're showing all your YouTube shit, or you might be showing all your desktop, or like.
Well, I made sure that my desktop was clean before I even started streaming. I made sure all that shit. So obviously, having
but see how you don't really have to worry about that in StreamYards.
No. Well,
and you know when you've hit the cam too, because you've hit the button. That's about all you can do is like show your face. Whereas like OBS, you may show like your YouTube account.
Yeah.
And all your fucking analytics and tabs.
Yeah.
So you may like you have some tabs on it. Who knows? But you're right. If you just clean it all up before you go in,
Yeah.
which is like what most sensible people should probably do.
Yeah, just clean it up and you just chuck it in a folder in it, and then you've got like when it comes to the YouTube shit, it's like I'm quite single-minded with my YouTube anyway. I only, I see you guys, or I'm looking at fucking Mount Everest shit, or there might be a video that comes up that my kid's been watching. Other than that, what are they going to see? Nothing. All my
Well, it's just that like when you're playing in like on the stream, like because YouTube takes over your OBS, like you all of a sudden you go into your YouTube page to see if you're streaming, but you're into sort of sensitive studio shit.
oh fucking hell.
But then like if you quickly look over in OBS, like you may have had that box ticked where it's showing you what's going on in your Explorer window, which would be YouTube.
Right.
And if you've just got it, like it might pick up your previous settings where you were doing that at the end of your stream.
Right.
That you weren't. You know what I mean? Like you kind of want to see everything working and then go into your ABS and then bring the screens in that you want to see.
Right.
But yeah, it's sometimes it'll just like, yeah, it's fucking weird. But one little click of a button and you're just showing the wrong window. Like, well,
yeah, I'm
that's
not
what I
looking
found.
forward to it, to be honest. I tell you, I've put it off, and I've heard that it's a pain in the arse, so that's why I went for Streamlabs instead, because I was like, oh, fuck OBS, like, it sounds like a pain in the arse. But it's just one of those.
The other reason why a lot of people don't use it that much is if it's hard to do panels. Like you have to use like Skype or something.
Yeah, that's
to
it.
get the audio.
In my old existence, it was a mix of Discord and OBS, and you can use that to do your panels.
Yeah. Well, the other bonus of this one too is it comes from your phone. So StreamYards will just let you jump. You don't need the subscribers. So to kick off a stream on your phone, you need 50 subs on YouTube, or you can't do it.
I've never done
but
one.
When you use StreamYard, you can just go from your phone.
Yeah,
without having the subs.
Miss out the middleman, don't you? Like you don't.
Yeah. Whereas on your computer, you stream through YouTube, and then use OBS as your software.
Yeah, I've never really streamed through YouTube, so that's going to be all new for me. I've only ever done streaming.
Well, you can just use your StreamYards through YouTube on your PC as well, but yeah, it's really for your phone, so you can just get around having 50 subs. So otherwise, you got to get your 50 subs up before you can hit the go live on your phone, and everyone wants to do that.
I've never done it. Never done that on my phone.
Before StreamYards, like heaps of people were just trying to get to the 50 subs so you could just do streams without needing a computer.
Yeah.
YouTube, man. That's why they make you
say on a phone. What I mean, the streams I'll be doing, they're all like referring to videos, and I suppose maybe I could do
man, like say you're kicking the whole stream from your phone, like this one. So I'm using my phone for this stream.
Oh right, yeah.
But if I didn't have 50 subs, I couldn't do it through YouTube. But this will link into YouTube and it'll be there.
Yeah, it's definitely worth.
Like YouTube knows it's a feature to go live from your phone. They hold you to 50 subs.
Maybe I should try doing one on my phone when my StreamYard kicks over.
Well, have you got 50 subs?
Yeah, I think I do now. Yeah, I'm tonight 90. Oh yeah, because I mean, I've got all Albert's fucking subs, haven't I? That's the only person who subs to me is fucking Albert and Doshin. I've got 90 now. That's from them two.
45. There's at least 40 of them each.
Yeah, that's it. And then my mates, like 12 mates or something. That's it.
Yeah, they've always had that little thing in there where you need a certain amount of subs to go live only from your phone. Other than that, you can do it without any subs from your computer. But you could
just make a load of alts, couldn't you, and do it?
I don't know if that'd work.
Someone could do that.
Maybe.
If they wanted to.
you wouldn't think it'd be so attractive just being able to go live from your phone, eh? But it is.
Yeah.
And that's why like a lot of channels grind at the start. You just got to get that 50 and then they're off and racing.
Yeah.
And usually it's like they want to do it as a second account so you can go live on two. Like go live from the computer and then be doing fuckery on your other phone.
Yeah.
Tricks of the fucking YouTubes, eh?
I know. If I'd have thought on, I could have done a separate account for the StreamYards and started that off, and then I'd been all right now because I've got double like what Cardo does, like double dips. But
yeah,
but I should have done that. But now I was like, yesterday when it happened, I was like, well, there's no point in me setting an account up now to do it because no one's going to come, no one's going to know about it. So,
well, see, I think that's why he double dips too. Where I'm pretty sure it's still after 3 videos, YouTube won't recommend anymore.
yeah.
So, and you won't get not recommended, but you won't get notifications.
Yeah.
Or recommendations. So yeah, you after your 3rd video, you go to your 2nd channel, and then straight off you go, and they get notifications.
Maybe I should make another account for the future and do what Ricardo did for the StreamYard.
Yeah. But that's another little level to playing the algorithm, which is what he's doing.
Yeah, I'm not bothered about the algorithm. I just want more StreamYard hours. That's it.
That's what I meant. I don't think it's all for StreamYard hours. It's so he gets, like, when he goes live with a rant, there's viewers. Because if it was the 4th or 5th stream on his channel, you wouldn't get notifications and you wouldn't know.
Yeah. Well, fair enough. Yeah.
Playing the algorithms.
But there's a reason why that you don't get notifications after 3 fucking videos, because you shouldn't be spamming for your own.
That's what it's always like. Especially when they're 4-hour fucking streams.
Yeah, and it's like, oh mate, that was the thing. That's what moved me. That's what moved me to make that video, because I was just like, he's just sat there going, I ain't got time for no drama, and you're like, mate, out of everybody, like, you are the one who's literally 24/7. Okay, now not so much now, hopefully, but
well, he's got to sleep, so there's a couple of lazy days coming up. There's got to be.
We all get a day off, maybe. Maybe we will.
Maybe.
He's got spirit. He's got a lot of spirit to do that shit and keep going. I suppose if he's playing the games anyway, he may as well turn it on live.
Yeah. The one I haven't been keep watching much of is fucking Slotham. But a long time. But
I've not seen his latest.
Has he still maintained the rage?
Yeah, of course he has. That's what it is.
There you go.
It's what it's all about. It's like bringing the trolls to the yard, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's kept going. He's still doing his shit. He's going after review tech and people now. He's doing all them. He's doing the bigger ones. He's brought some new people in. It's funny, like just watching the comments. People are like, "Oh my god, this is fucking amazing!" And what the fuck are you doing? You fucking crazy psycho! And it's really cool. People coming in from outside. And did you see that guy? There was a guy who did a thing about it, and they were saying about Gerard, and this guy with a pink t-shirt. Have you heard about this guy with the pink t-shirt?
Yeah, I did. Yeah, the pink singlet.
The pink singlet. The tighty pink.
Wasn't it a singlet?
Maybe it was a singlet, yeah. Well, one of the things he said, he was like, oh, and he's always fat shaming him, and there'll be loads of people who are really upset. What about all these viewers who are fat? Don't they get offended? And I was like, oh, bless him. Bless his heart. He does not know where he's stepping here. Like, he's like trying to defend people for being called fatties. Oh, dear. Like,
fucking hell.
But they just don't get it.
it's pretty precious.
Yeah, it's beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. I love what Sotham's doing over in his corner. Looking brilliant. It's like, what else are you going to do? You've got to play, mould it, mess around with it. Like, it's a lump of fucking clay that Darius has abandoned. You know what I mean? Just fucking do something with it. It's funny.
I don't know. He never fucking seemed to like me though. Maybe behind the scenes, but don't know. I don't know what I ever did fucking wrong.
Ah, you probably just chatted some shit sometime. And you,
Probably, maybe, probably not. Like, don't know.
ask
I
him.
always thought it was like I couldn't be fucked. I literally just always thought it was like I don't know, like he just didn't, and it's gonna sound all fucking simpy, but he never acknowledged me in the chats
Yeah. No, it's not.
from
It's definitely
day
part of
one,
it.
but there was others that he did, and I was like, yeah, that's cool. Like, I get it. Like, just use my jokes and shit. It's all good. And if anything, like, I'll show you a path through these fuckers. And dead set, like, I swear, like, because he was always a little bit behind the 8 ball, like, by fucking months with a bunch of shit. And this was even, like, early in the Amico stuff, like,
Well, he came in
where
late.
he came in fully late, but, like, I tried to school him and catch him up a bit, like, and then dead set, like, I saw he must have watched some of the videos that I'd pointed out, because then he would come in with that stuff.
Yeah.
And it's like, okay, yeah, cool. You saw that playlist, sweet. You saw those. When it wasn't a video every fucking day, it was like every now and then you got like a drop.
Yeah.
But I'd be in the comment section and like not spamming the shit out of it, but a few, and just no acknowledge. And I was like, cool, like don't acknowledge it, because then if ever fucking shit goes down, then yeah, like we'll never kind of cool with each other.
Yeah. Yeah.
But then it was like, hang on, like, no, like I got blocked and banned. Like, what the fuck? Like, and then, yeah, like now I think back, it's like, yeah, no, you never really had a bar of it.
I wonder
But like, I pointed out a bunch of shit. Like,
do you think it could be because of the whole? I don't think so though. Like the whole anti. No, he's never been like that though, has he? And say like the anti, like when you would, because you were knocking around with everyone, it could have been like a bit like that, like, oh well, you're hanging guys or something. But he's never really been like that, has he? It definitely wasn't like that with us as the Herbies coming in. You know, I think Sotham's and that was like one of the most open places, and that's why when people give it shit and they say all this shit about him, out of everybody, the fucking snakes were always respectful to me, always. And it wasn't because it was like a power play, because there wasn't anything to be got from it at the beginning, because I was just getting rinsed. You know what I mean? But they were always sound with me, and they never gave me any of that fucking shit, misogynist shit or anything from those guys. Never from those guys.
Yeah, I never copped shit off them.
Never. If they're going to give you shit, it'll be because they're pulling you up on a point or something, which is fine, isn't it? Or coming in and blowing the dust, saying, hang on, you're not acknowledging this or something like that. That's fair enough. But like the fucking,
yeah,
I know that all about the fucking ad hominems and the supposed personal attacks, but really it's just the fucking show. And there's a lot of respect, I think, and a lot of decent people with integrity, because at the end of the day, the basis of that group of people is literally everyone who saw through Darius. Anyone who saw through any bullshit got labelled as a fucking snake. So you're going to get the decent people mixed in over there, and everyone just sort of like dismisses it, and you're just like, no mate, if you actually look at the dynamics of how this society was formed, all of the decent, that's like say like, oh, in hell we've got all the decent musicians, in hell we've got all the decent fucking drugs and everything. It's like the same thing. It's like you've chucked everyone into hell, but you've actually made your own hell.
See, I never really bought into all the snaky bullshit and the fish lips and fucking.
Someone
if anything, I was like,
war, man, not my war.
Distance me from that, and then really, I just went in after fucking Albo. I was like, I'm taking taking your arm, you can't. Fucking, it's over. Rip that word
That was a
Darius out of your mouth, and like I called that all out. Those streams are still around.
It was
And I
beautiful.
just like
Everyone turned
mad
up
talk
the
shit to
time.
Albo, be like, how did that feel? And like all of a sudden he just disappears out of the chat.
Yeah, that's the thing. They could start shit, but they never can finish it.
Yeah. Well, that's all I ever wanted to do, was just smash that army.
Mm.
And to be fair, I've got a feeling that there was a few sneaky people around at the same time where they've used it for other reasons and stuff. But
well, I hope
yeah.
so. I hope so, because I
Well,
like the thought of it.
Yeah, well, there you go. I did it for everyone. Everyone can take my jokes and,
Mm.
enjoy it.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it
But
was just a beautiful thing. The tide turned on him. Do you know what I mean? The tide just turned on him. It took a while. It was this time last. Well, it was around this time last year, weren't it? I remember, because no, it wasn't.
yeah,
It was a bit before. It was a bit before. But it was Gen
yeah,
X.
and that's why I do still have a little soft spot for the old fucking Darbs. It's like, yeah, he fucked himself with the 2772,
Fucking
and yeah, someone else did fucking highlight it and blow it up, and you can hear it. And Slotham has ripped him for fucking 12 months.
Mm.
But yeah, I know I smashed fucking Albo.
But like someone said to me recently, play shitty games, get shitty prizes. And I was like, yes, that's fucking brilliant. Like, so well, like, so succinct, whereas I'll just like blather on for half an hour about psycho babble. You could just say that. You could just say, play shitty games, get shitty prizes. And that's what happened to fucking Darius. But the thing that got me with him was like that bullshit about the fucking 2772. It's absolute bullshit, because what happened with me with Dean, and that's why I couldn't give a shit if you got my fucking avatar. I do sometimes, because it kind of puts it to, not so much for him, but with other people and stuff, where you're just like, nah, man, this is like, you're just in this fucking do this shit, whatever. But like in general, with him doing it, I'm just like, I fucking ballsed up, and I fucking take the fucking responsibility for that. That's what that is. And I fully expected the same from Darius. And he didn't. And he's still bitching, and he's still acting like the fucking victim. And I'm a fucking woman who's been told, calm down, dear, and all this shit, and that I can't handle this and I can't handle that. And I can fucking handle that, and he can't handle what he did. And he's had to throw people under the bus.
Look, to be fair, like that was what I, like, in a roundabout way, said to Dean. He's like, she's got my photo on her picture. And I'm like, yeah, but you can hardly tell.
Yeah.
Like, you've got to look at it. Like, I thought it was James Campbell for the longest.
Yeah, and mine was it was very specifically done. It wasn't just like an attack. Like,
no, and that's what I said to him.
I'm just going to get a doc's pic. I'm going to then Photoshop it, because I'm so weak and fucking. He couldn't even just put my doc's pic up there. He had to fucking Photoshop it at first. It was ridiculous.
Yeah.
It just shows how pathetic he is, and how obsessed.
And that's what I meant. Like, that his face is in the public.
Yeah,
so
it was a public stream.
That's a little bit different than, like, he's caught a slip up and jumped on it, and
because he ain't got nothing else. But the beauty is, as well, is when I found that fucking comment where he was saying that, oh, she's been coming to mine for years, and I was like, I've got you, I fucking got you. You want me there? You want me, don't you? Fuck you. Do you know what I mean? I have not been going there for fucking years, man. There is no years. There was no years. I've not been here for years. And it's just the reason behind it. Like, when I put his picture up, it was from a public stream, and it was when I saw and I heard him flip on me. And that was the first time. It was well before we actually fell out. In fact, I had that picture on before I fell out with him. But he didn't know that. But he was fucking targeted by me. And that's why the fucking nuts and crosses were on his fucking face. Because I was like, you are my mark, and I will fucking destroy you. And that's what that is. And I'm not taking it off. I thought about it, because it's all over now, innit? Do you know what I mean? I have thought about it.
I haven't. Didn't say for you. I was like, I don't know. To me, it seems like it'd go a long way. You've just been a cunt.
Yeah, he's just a cunt.
That's all it is. It's like, it's not a public image or anything like that, but the person knows what it is, and, like you're saying, newcomers come in and they're all, like, it's not a, yeah, it was a
Yeah.
slip up and shit. Like, but to then hold on to it, and
Yeah, it
that
just shows what he's like.
turns it nasty. Whereas here's the photo that you've got in there. It's like you've really got to look,
Yeah.
and it's just in a different context.
Yeah, it's 100% different context. I was making a comment about something, about the way he operated well before it all came out. Do you know what I mean? About him being this manipulator and how he flipped on people.
Well, and yeah, look, and that's why some, like, I feel like sometimes if these guys do join up, I will give them a little bit of time, but they're not every fucking stream sort of guest and shit. And it's because I've gone in so hard, and like we've talked about it before, where it's like I've gone in with some pretty deep shit, and then it's like, to save face, like you can't automatically acknowledge it. And I can see that as a dude to a dude. Like,
Yeah.
give him some time for it to sink in. Let him
Yeah.
fucking digest it all.
Yeah.
Maybe a couple of months. Let's see
Well,
what
you know
you
what
got.
they come
Like,
back with every fucking time is some fucking
yeah,
defensive
bullshit.
bullshit and trying to manipulate. And that's the thing that
Yeah,
gets me, because you're like, instead of coming and addressing it, having a conversation, having banter, which if they had done, none of this would have happened ever. But what they do instead is he hangs around waiting for the StreamYard to come up and then gets in before everyone else and tries to like then be there, sitting there, fox guarding.
Well, that's what I mean. Like, if he would have came in with his real voice today,
yeah,
he would have maybe got an extra little 5 minutes, and I wouldn't have even asked for him to change the avatar. But just to come in immediately as soon as I started with a stoogey voice again.
It's a technique. This is what he used to do. You know what I mean? And he just hopes against hope that he's going to get another buttocks situation where they'll be like, all right, and then he just sits there controlling that stream then. And then, like you say, before you know it, no one's coming round anymore, and it's all the fucking short bus have moved in, and that's it. You've just got them. You've got Volt, blood in your chat, and the lot. It's a fucking disease, man.
Yeah.
If they could only just be normal and not have to bring in the fucking backup with them and the fucking little tricks and shit that they do.
Yeah, but I don't think they can. I don't know.
No, I think some of them that just can't. Some of them can't.
But,
is Dawson still there commenting, or is he
probably? He did. Someone commented after I read all those chats, but it's some of them is a Mr. Ben Spastic, and the others are Nubin.
Bless him.
Who knows?
They're all. It's like you go on Ricardo's, and it's like it's all Dawson.
Oh, it's bizarre. But then I've done the same shit in some streams, but not every day. I can't do that. But once in a while, I can jump in and do like, I had like 4 hours of just typing. But then it's not also, I'm not stroking up to the streamer. It's
just you doing your shit. Yeah.
If you read some of the comments, like I've just gone in, like, say, an hour on Rabbit, hour on Carl. In between, I'm like fucking trying to troll the shit out of Dean on the chat.
Yeah.
Like I'm just bouncing off everything, but it'll be like 4 hours worth. And there's 8 lurkers, 10 lurkers, no one chatting. But then, I don't know, I'm trying to crack jokes and shit. They do read them, and you can hear little chuckles and stuff.
Yeah. That was why I liked Dean, because he had a sense of humour. You know what I mean? You could break through it with a joke. You could start talking deep shit, and he'd want to talk, and he'd talk to you about it, or he'd tell you to fuck off, or you could come on and have a joke with him.
Well, and like I was saying to Evil, like I was trying to give the other side some help. Like they just copped a flogging last couple of months, so I was hanging around a few of the streams just to prop it up a little bit. Other than that, there was no one.
Yeah, it's the only way to siphon off an illness or a disease is to cut it off. And as you've seen, as soon as I let go, he's back. He's back full fight, full flow.
Look,
now.
I think some of it was also I was just hanging around to see the confirmed kill,
Yes.
making sure the mission's accomplished. Right, there's 2 people here now. All right, I'm out.
Yeah.
One of
Well,
those is Elbow. One of those is
yeah.
fucking
I mean,
Newman.
someone had to do it. And you're doing a service there because I just couldn't stand to, even when Buttocks was doing it, and I really wanted to be there for Buttocks, you know what I mean? But I was just like, I can't because he's just there. He's just there. I can't even go in the chat. You know, it was just ridiculous. And it was, I'm sure it wasn't just me, do you know what I mean, that were being kept away and Fox guarded from there. And that was their strategy.
Nah.
They got away with it so many times with different people just ruining their channels. They tried it with Evil, didn't they? And he told them to fuck off. But like, they've tried.
Yeah.
They did it to Darius's, you know what I mean? Like, they did it to everyone. I love seeing kissing up to Slotham now. He is proper sucking Slotham's arse, trying to from the sides. It's hilarious. He's been doing it for ages. I mean, when he turned up with the sign, that was all for Slotham. That was all for him. I love overtures. You wouldn't believe it. It's just so funny. You see him in the fucking alts just kissing arse. So he's not even going in as, you know, in his alts causing shit or anything. Now he's just going in kissing arse. Like,
I was gonna say that the character I feel sorry for is Sierra.
oh yeah.
That strange little fish painted himself in a corner.
Yeah, is he still in with Darius now?
Oh, who fucking knows?
Yeah, he's a funny one. He's a funny one, Sierra. But he's a full-on. He's like, he said some really fucking fucked up shit, hasn't he? So
yeah, that's a twisted little kid.
Yeah, because I was like used to watch his stuff, and I used to think it was because it was so odd. You know what I mean? I find that interesting. Like, but now I'm not bothered.
Well, see, that's what I always found was a bit weird. Was like that's the dude that called up Darius's work.
Yeah, yeah.
Like, if that's all to be believed, and it's not bullshit.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
But
well,
it was that was cool. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. But like Darius he just doesn't care. It's just like literally political. It's like who can protect him today? He's like living hand to mouth. Like which guard dog can he get to protect him today? Because if he ain't got one, he ain't doing it. And so he's like, well, whichever ones are going to do it, he'll take it. It could be anyone, honestly, because.
Well, see, looking back, I didn't realize how bad he was hiding behind Elbow.
Yeah.
Until like that all started to go down, and then it was like, oh, hang on, like,
Yeah, it was ridiculous.
It was a broken channel.
Yeah, it was broken then, and that's when people like Dean move in, and that's it, because you're a fucking. It's if you look at it from the health of a body, if you don't have that, if you're like the head and the brain of a body, and you're not looking at your arms and your legs and checking that they're all right and making sure that, you know, you've got your hand in a fire and you bring it out of the fire, if those nerve endings have like we've turned them off intentionally, then you aren't going to know the shit is going to hit you until it's already eaten you. And that's what you know, and that's what I saw happening in other places as well, and that's why I was always like fucking standing my ground and shit. But now
there you go. While we're peeling away the curtains, that's some of why I went at let's say the last couple of months, why I've gone in on Rabbit and Carl. And then as soon as Albert pokes his head in, I always have a go at him, the homeless fuck. But like, I was just going in on Rabbit and Carl because that was basically the backbone of Dean's stream.
100%, mate. Exactly, same with me.
So as soon as they didn't feel comfortable turning up, then that was over. But fuck, Cheetah was always there, but he's a different kettle of fish.
Yeah.
But then there's like, he found another couple. Albo brought in fucking this other dude, and
yeah, he'll always have them, but they'll eat them up eventually. That's why when Signal turned up, I was like, and he was asking for all the fucking story and all that shit, and I was like, go and talk to those guys. Go on, off you go, enjoy. Like,
go discover the lore. It's like an Ubisoft game.
Yeah, don't let me tell you the story. Go and tell them. They're the ones who make their fucking living out of telling lies and telling stories and tales. I'm not here to fucking tell you the fucking story of everything because you just happened to turn up one night. Fuck off. Like, who do you think you are?
Well, that's man. Like these will be interesting streams. Like, because cunts will be spinning out. It'll be like, oh shit, like, you know, they'll just apply it to what they've seen on their own version of YouTube.
Yeah, exactly.
And
That's why I'm
it's like-
interested in the pink t-shirt guy, because it's like that whole thing of the outside eye coming into a place like this. Like the thing about the fat shaming, like it just shows you where they're at. You know what I mean? You just like, it takes years to harden yourself to get to here. Like you don't just walk in and understand it. You know what I mean? You can't. And it's especially when you're like 21 or something. Like, you know, you're not gonna get it. All these hard, crusty old trolls that are hardened and they've been sat here having midlife crisis here for like 5 years. And you're just gonna come in and say, "Oh, don't fat shame him. Oh, have you ever thought about you upsetting
you're gonna come in and call like some old cunt gay. Yeah, like you're saying, he's been having a 10-year midlife crisis.
Yeah.
But
no one gives a shit. The fucking barrel of monkeys, mate. What are you doing trying to pick out some normality in this? You just don't see it. And again, it comes from the e-begging. It does, because they've had this diluted, fucking chopped up and wrapped in plastic Netflix version of YouTube fucking for 24 years. They didn't even know the world before that. Like,
yeah, it's a different place.
yeah, man.
Turning
Turning up round here with a pink singlet on. That were beautiful. I was just like, that was a fucking genius move from that kid, though, to be fair.
It was,
I heard some shit. I heard that Darius has been agreeing with Jared Genesis about fucking ages and saying, "Oh, it's all right. Oh, I can understand how 9-year-olds and shit like that." That's just hearsay that I've heard on the grapevine. But I was like, "Fucking hell,
it's some out there shit.
that's fucked." After all that as well, do you know what I mean? After all the shit he's made his fucking career out of ragging on him. And now he's having him in with his bunch of freaks because he ain't got anyone else to hide behind. And he's like, "Go on then, I'll accept the 9-year-olds. You can come in and look after me." Like, fucking hell.
Well, he's still cool with that Prince of Fallout.
Yeah, yeah. Well, that was the start of it all, wasn't it?
See, I don't know. I'm still borderline whether that was legit, wearing the nappies and shit.
Yeah, that's legit, mate. No, that's legit. I believe that.
I struggle to believe it, and I struggle to not believe it.
No, I believe
Like,
that. I believe that.
You know what I mean? It's like one hand completely believe it, the other hand, fuck, surely not.
Nah, you just wouldn't. Why would you do that as a troll? Like, you just wouldn't. Like, that's... Why would you do it even if it was, like, part of you? Why would you show people? I'd have no idea.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, mind blown.
Yeah. Maybe he just needed to get out of a tight spot, and he just knew that if he did that he would get rejected by a load of people, and he might get picked up by some other people. He might have done it like that. Just been like, fuck it, if I just do this, if I just come out as this, then... Or it might have just been the case that he just wanted to just be himself and not lie about it, or exhibitionism.
But that's the level of madness.
Yeah, it's an exhibitionism thing, and that's what my video about it was. I was like, fair enough if you've got your fucking issues and your fetishes or whatever they are, but if it's all wrapped up in YouTube psychosis, you're fucked, because you're in a fucking workmanship fucking job where you're trying to show off about how much you've pissed into your nappy with your other fucking echo chamber of your baby fucking stream or whatever you go on, your baby forums. Your baby discourse and whatever, and they're all like, "Oh, today I fucking did 3 rocket juices." Do you know what I mean? And they're all fucking doing that. It like fucks it up, doesn't it? It turns it into like, you're not going to be accepted unless you're doing it. You're not going to be, you're not going to be the big man if you've not got your fucking crinkles fully loaded, like, and all that. How does that end up being your own self-expression? It doesn't, does it? It's just a cult, another cult.
Yeah. I don't know what to fucking say. It's like, I don't know if I could associate with that sort of stuff.
No, mate, I'm not.
Like, that's
No,
just fucking.
I'm like, let people do what they want if they're not hurting anyone, you know what I mean? But I think people are hurting people by setting up these things where it's like these, like, you know, self-harm forums and the fucking anorexia.
Well, that's what I thought the level was. Where, and truly, when I saw the video, like, it was like, I think they're trying to catch someone out. Like, who's going to admit, like, oh, look, I fucking sympathise with you. Like, that was fishing.
Could have been, but then it backfired, didn't it? Because he just got accepted by Darius.
But was he never not accepted by Darius? Like, that's what I mean. He's been the chosen few that he's always ragged on over the years.
I think
because they're all mates. Like,
you can just fucking turn up at fucking Darius. This is my thing that I was saying to that guy last week when he was like moaning about, oh, he's kicked you all out, and it's like as if any of us could just fucking turn up at Darius's pretty much, and he'd probably be all right as long as you kissed his ass and you do something for him, like Volp or someone. If you just went and kissed his ass, he'd have anyone back. He'd have literally anyone.
No doubt.
As long as you kissed his ass. I mean, maybe not Albert, but other than that, you're like, you know, you can literally. I mean, look at what happened with him with fucking Canadian Gamer back in the day, and Alpha Nerd.
It's ridiculous.
Yeah, so and you know,
all friends.
Yeah, it's just bullshit. Oh, it really is. And when it comes to fish lips, that's all bullshit, mate. He would have fish lips back if he could use him. And the only reason he does.
Oh man, no, it was just always. I think they were always friends. Like, just it was to just get hype on channels that were shit and had nothing going for them other than the drama with the other channel. And like their gameplay videos fucking suck. They got no traction with that sort of shit. But then when they mix it up with what they used to start doing, the drama vids, they'd get a bit of heat.
Yeah, because Rick used to like the bigger ones, didn't he? And Darius always went with the smaller ones.
Well, but only. Well, they were all small channels, but I think they were all fucking kind of crew. Like, it's all a show. Yeah.
Yeah, it's fine. But that's my thing was I was saying about trading standards is like if you're going to put yourself out as a character that's wanting to start banter with people, then you better be ready to do some bantering. And unfortunately, he just cried. And I proved it, like I said, about the fucking going back to the doxing or the supposed doxing. It's like after that, there was no going back for me because I was just like, you have proved yourself to be a massive hypocrite and fucking spineless wretch when I've had the same shit done on me and I could fucking handle it. And I'm supposedly a woman and I'm under attack. And I'm supposedly a woman, but you know what I mean? I'm supposedly like this fucking, like, ridiculous fucking, I don't know, damsel in distress, like, can't do anything, you know what I mean? Put myself in that role.
That's how, man, like, it could be stitched up because he really could have just fucking said it was bullshit.
Yeah, he
but
could have dealt
simply
with that
just never addressed it, just disappeared.
Yeah, or he could have just done what I did and been like, fair enough. What are you going to do about it? Send me a pizza, whatever. Just be all right about it, not been a dog.
Pull up.
Like, yeah. Just leaned into it. You know, you fucked up. How do you? That's the challenge, isn't it? That's the game. How do you play it now? How do you get the advantage back after you fucked up? That's like any other game. You've lost a life. Are you gonna?
He literally could have just as simply just come out and said it's bullshit, and that probably would have flown for a while.
We'd have done it early on.
Yeah, just straight up. But anyway.
Fucking hell. But yeah, he was just an idiot. He didn't know how to play the game at all, did he? And he'd started the game himself. That was a thing. Fuck that.
Yeah, that's the heart.
Yeah.
It's so fucking easy to fuck up on these streams, like.
Yeah. You just gotta like have a plan in place for if you do. It's just one of them things. But at the end of the day, was it a picture of me when I was like 3 o'clock in the morning looking like shit? So fucking hell, like, there's a lot of people in the world who see me looking like shit. It's some of them I know, some of them I don't know. Sometimes I go to the shop. The other day I went to the shop, I didn't even realise I had my slippers on. You know, I was like, fuck it. They are good.
Sometimes I go to the shops and I don't realise I got resin stains on me fucking boots.
Exactly. Fuck it. Who cares, man? We're all. That's like when they were like, "Oh, you've got wrinkles," and it's like I could have cried about it. I could have been all arsey about it and pretended that I didn't. You know, like Dean. Oh no, I'm a Greek god. How dare you? I'm gonna fucking bring your channel down for saying I had wrinkles, and I just turned around and said, "Yeah, I'm 44. What do you think I'm gonna have?"
Or just like make a better video showing like your fucking face in 4K.
Yeah, that's what he wanted.
Yeah. Like some of the shit that he's gone out of his way to prove, it's like you wouldn't fucking bother. Like what the fuck?
Well, that's just the mentalness of it. That's where we know that it's all a mental health issue, and none of it's a show for him. None of it's a joke for him.
We ruined that fucking troll. We just used it too much because, like, there was a time there where it didn't matter what you said. He'd try to prove it.
Yeah.
But it was like, I think he caught on that it was like getting a bit too much and fucking everyone's now taking the piss. It's like, bro, you just like make
the
a
day
claim.
when Tommy got him to get the fucking tape measure out.
Yeah, that was getting close, and then there's like, there's still some other ones after that.
I think I stopped watching after that. That was fucking funny though.
Oh, that was fucking hilarious. Anyway, I've got to slowly pack this shit up.
Yeah, it's past. Fucking hell, 5.5 hours, man. Jesus.
Yeah, we've hit a good one.
Yeah, man. That was it. It was fun one, that. I do feel bad about Doshin, but we had fun, so bless him.
Yeah, well, have a read of the chat.
I will.
It's been going for hours.
Yeah, man.
He's only just typed, so yeah, we're good. He's still alive.
Oh, I'm glad to hear it. Well, have a nice day, Doshin. And have a nice day and have a nice night. Sorry, have a nice night, you guys.
Yeah, we'll see you tomorrow.
Yes, I'll see you tomorrow.
Well, we're in the future, so trust us. Today's all good. You'll have a good day.
Yeah, it'll be a good one. Yeah, cheers, good one.
No worries. Cheers for the chat.
Yeah,
all right, stalk you later.
All right, night.
All right, we'll end this as of now. 5 hours 31.
Yeah.
Boom.
Let's get it. See ya.
It's out.